Yo. All right. Even looks like starting. You're getting some more overflow or whatever at the volcano, and I'm genuinely thinking of starting on the mix tonight. So, but first I need to move some stuff over on my phone, and I want to I'm gonna start my day how I normally do, and then I'll start moving stuff over on my phone from my from my phone to my laptop so that I can get that all back organized because the narrative in my phone kind of fell into more like I just haven't had as much good waking time to keep it organized. So yeah, here, let me go down and get like coffee or whatever for the day. I forgot this part where I was like, and I'm still not at the part where I can't go down without the phone in my pocket recording because just repeatedly over the since I've gotten back, she's still just acting like trying to fight me for bad reasons. So, yo, I'm putting my phone in my pocket as I go downstairs because it's wise to do that these days. Um, There wasn't really any problem, but I mean, rather it not be. I'd rather it be like this than there be a problem. Oh. Well, I got this. I got some peeps here. Peeps came in. Four bunnies. Four bunnies. Four bunnies in different colors. I don't think the colors have anything to do with how they taste, though, because I think these are all the original colors, but... Alright. Just so you can at least see what's going on with them. I saw that Trump said praise be to Allah and his uh Steve Lookner reposted something. I don't know if it's an actual Trump thing, but I mean I could believe it. Haven't I been saying I think he's a secret Muslim? And then like if you think I'm a secret Muslim, I don't know what to, I don't know what to tell you. Like I couldn't be more obviously like there is a deity named Yahweh, and that's who Jesus claims to be, and then there's the Islam thing. However, I do believe like the most cyborg punk response to that is Yahweh Allah I'm. Have it Yahweh Allah I'm, and I'll be the Burger King, and he's worth more than whatever Allah is. Look, they made the people the Burger King. We're the saints of the most burger high. Still more valuable than Allah. Still more like real of a thing than Allah is the saints of Burger King. I mean, actually. But okay, what does that offend you? The whole fucking thing is a rip at Jesus. So like the whole Quran. So I don't give a fuck if it offends him. The space Islam thing was the final straw. And it ultimately is the thing that like is most condemning. Like, well, why don't I just believe space Islam? Timothy Chalamet makes a great Mahdi. And then clearly I'm telling Bella Hadid to suck Mahdi, so not him. Well, I don't know. At this point, you're doing whatever the fuck you're gonna do, but. What am I doing here? I'm gonna get my what's in my phone all sorted out. Um. Am I actually saying I'm Allah like the deity? Genuinely more powerful than him. If I'm doing the thing from Overcomer, whatever asshole's trying to get the power of Allah. But like, it's like the Jesus thing. It works using a legal system. It's a legal machination. So like, you undo the entire legal machination, the Mecca nation, is that the nation of Islam, and something fucking happened and I'm just here in Houston like still believing in Jesus? Well, I did do the like Mexico thing. So is that the desert power? Did I get the desert power? Also, clearly the earthquake thing, volcano thing, weather thing. Like, you're not going to undo that, but I think at a certain point, have I made enough, like, okay, maybe Matt actually does have the spirit of the God of the Bible with him. I genuinely believe so. So, and I don't think that deity's name is Allah. Like, actually. Uh, my guess is did people create this deity called Allah, and it's the Mecca thing, and then it's like the stone that the builders refused thing, the whole legal structure. If you make a point on me, and like my reality is built around legal structures here in Houston, Texas, it kind of undoes the point of having all these legal structures if you're going to make a point that you do that. Because in the least, there has to be some level of like um, reality to the laws in order for them to hold in reality. So, and that's not how, like, I don't believe that's how the kingdom of heaven works. I just think that the whatever that thing is has power, and then it gets taken, and then I just use that to make the kingdom of heaven. So the Book of Daniel 7 thing, which it does seem like something to do with Dune and Din, so Din Djarin. So probably it's like space reality, and then like who, if we're like some kind of thing that like even assume us like a not like a Venom suit. I don't know. There's the Venom suits thing. There's symbiote knowledge all over. Whatever. I'm sure there's like me actually like using the power of the Bible to get into a position. I think probably does engage some of these realities that like I genuinely think like you're seeing me do. I, you've seen me affect the weather repeatedly, and that's like not the only thing, but just really obviously it even fits in with the like concept here, like with these. And I'm not doing it in the Islam sense, like literally. Um, like the Nation of Islam stuff, like I said, the wisdom, understanding, knowledge thing is like something that they talk about or that I've heard at least associated with their teachings. And it's because I think it's like a lot of the things that have like anything that looks like at Kabbalism, those are concepts and ideas contained in those mystical things. And it's just like this is what I'm saying with the mystical things. They're constructs, mental constructs, or like even you like I guess you see some visual representations too, but they're mental constructs that like can teach you points like in the Bible, like wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, or wisdom, discernment, and knowledge. That like you can see how understanding these concepts can give you a leg up, and like you can figure stuff out from the Bible. Now, if you have those ideas and then you're reading into the Quran, you're not actually gonna figure things out. That's why the Nation of Islam should wake up. There's one deity. If you are looking to submit to a deity, yo, uh, Yahweh, Allah, I'm. Except I'm not really looking to submit to anything other than the actual spirit of Yahweh, and I don't think it asks people to submit in the same way that Allah does. So, and if that's even just like what I'm asking for from the American legal system and what like the laws are asking for is different because I'm not some group of people that's trying to contain whatever and then use the idea of being like in authority like that to steal power or money or resources or whatever. So that whole legal structure, and we're coming into a place where everything's more like everything's recorded and everybody has like your personal listening devices are like your personal devices listen, record like exactly like I'm doing, how it's in my pocket. Like we're at the point where you carry a thing that basically tells who you are and what you're about, and like instead of just getting the system together that it works better, it's like people are trying to fight. I think probably standing in the name of Yahweh, I seem pretty I would hope pretty genuine. I think that's been what this whole testing bullshit is. And then what, you guys finally realize like, oh, maybe he's pretty genuine. I can't imagine that you didn't think that earlier, so I don't know what the fuck what the fuck the past couple months have been. But whatever. It's headed in the exact direction that I'm saying. This is why I'm like, Cheryl, what the fuck? Like you weren't saying like literally none of how reality is turning out is how she or any of the people would have said. It's exactly in line with what I've been saying. This is also why I'm like, the fuck are you talking? Like, you're the one who doesn't get. We're deep into the reality I've been talking about, and you're like still on bullshit. It's also, I can see that I'm like something is the thing around me, but like it is what I've been saying. So this is also like we're even with her hand on the wheel. It's like, what are you like? We couldn't like we aren't in a reality that you would have said even existed in the like a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. This is pretty much exactly where I've been saying we're coming to, or we are, and it gets more obvious and real every day, doesn't it? Do you also see, just based on what it says here, why this earthquake's gonna really fuck up some people's day? The ones who are in Israel who are doing this fake Jew thing where they're like, they believe in Allah. This is about to be a fucking problem for some assholes, actually. But whatever. It's always been about to be a problem. This is what it's like. You're gonna decide what you're gonna decide, I guess. Or how about this? These assholes that are like doing the thing, the praise be to Allah, like Trump, they're gonna decide what they're gonna decide. You can watch this and be like, oh shit, Matthew's probably right. There's probably a name. Probably Jesus was saying something a bit different than the Muslims and even the Christians are saying. The bit different thing is that there's a name that has power, and Jesus was in that name. He wasn't just saying he was in the title, or the title of the Lord, or the title of God, or the title of his Father, but in the name of his Father, which is more than just a title. It is a name, like a personal, proper name, that you have covenant with that name. Like me, actually, you could say yo. So, right, if you're calling me all sorts of other titles and stuff, I would recognize and be like, well, those are just my titles. I have a name, right? Like, assume my name is just Yoda or Matthew, either one. Or even this. Both of those are names, not titles. Though Yoda might be a Yod. If I'm listening to Noah Ambrosio, no so just Yod Yod. Okay. Even notice the shepherds are the ones who have been stupid down there. They have not searched for Yahweh. This is why they have not prospered, and their whole flock has been dispersed. Right? They have not searched for Yahweh. Like, again, even you get to the book of Malachi, and it's like, a book of remembrance is written for those who think on his name and, like, I think the actual word it uses is compute it or like reckon it, value it, think about it. Why would thinking about the name of Yahweh be important? Donald Trump's literally calling on the power of the thing that is giving the other side of whatever the thing that they're fighting power. Like, do you see why it's just a sham and like some spiritual thing? Like, I don't get what they're doing with that, but I do think that whole Yahweh Allah I'm thing ends really bad for them because even calling on the power of Allah or Allah or whatever, Yahweh is the true law, is where all the actual law came from. So people pretending to be the law, thinking that living in that delusion is gonna work. This shit's literally, I keep saying, about to explode. This is why the last 5 months, men are biting their tongues in pain, like hoping that this isn't the reality. And it's because they picked a giant mecha reality to like attach themselves to get power, and it's headed in a direction that goes up in flames, and they're attached to it. Actually, it goes into the lava, and they're attached to it. So like, it's like, oh fuck, yeah. Well, you shouldn't have picked Satan. God damn it. You shouldn't pick a title that is giving some kind of Satan power against me and you and Yahweh and whatever. It doesn't actually have power really against Yahweh. You can clearly see the thing going around me is like the thing that like, well, do I have power? Kind of. But like at this moment, not. It's like I have to be in this situation until the thing wraps up. And then being in the name of Yahweh that whole time while something was trying to disempower it, you know what I stand for. Actually, you know, because I literally am standing, am standing for it, even on one leg. And I'm about to have my other, and that's where the Book of Revelation thing comes in, because that would be two Allahs, and then Allah I'm is just two L's. I think literally the idea is like one side is the Superman thing, the other side is the Batman thing, and it's like Allah I'm, because that's even in like human terms, people take those things, but it's just good man and bad man, and it's once I get the thing and I'm actually like whole as a person, then this is done. And I'm gonna tell you, Superman and Batman 100% beat Allah. Oof. Superman himself is called L. Is that the case? There are plenty of things that are called L, I guess. I do think when you put on something like that and you call yourself L, something will test you, as it has been with me. And like, it's testing me and it put itself up close and it's realizing the test is really being given by the spirit of Yahweh. And like, I'm actually in that spirit and have been in it for a long time. And I'm still here. And like, I think they're starting to realize like being in this spirit is harder than whatever the thing is that they were trying to test me with. And so it's like, oh fuck. Yeah. Look, it says up there the Proverbs on the left side, it says, do not think of yourself as wise. Fear Yahweh and turn your back on evil. Health giving this to your body, relief to your bones. Even as someone like, if I'm a guy named Yoda and I'm being accounted as wise and stuff like that, I still, like, I understand that the way Yahweh works is you think yourself wise and then all of a sudden it's like, all right, I got something for you. Hold on. Do you think you're that wise now? I'm just, well, how do I deal with this? What do I say? What is my response? Yahweh, what's my response? Oh, good way to go about it. Also notice that honor Yahweh with what goods you have and with the first fruits of all your returns. Then your barns will be filled with wheat, your vats overflowing with new wines. In other words, like the thing that I've been saying, if the wealth is going to like whatever the broken system is that is never going to like be able to give back, and it's never going to be able to make the system that people want or like empower the reality that people want because so many people are picking off the top. This is why you give enough to Yahweh that he can make the reality that people want, and then you give that authority to Yahweh so he can do that. That now you've seen me be in that name and like that what I'm talking about, where it's like a difficult situation for quite a while, and like I believe I'm coming out of it. So coming out with that authority, and then I can do something with whatever this stuff is like, where it's like honor Yahweh with what goods you have. That's in the Book of Revelation, and then like I don't. Me personally, I just want to enjoy myself. Clearly, I'd really like to do horse stuff with Stephanie Yostin here, and also Beyonce. Uh, but like I don't think I'm like at a certain point. What is wealth gonna give that? Like I'm content here, other than like the way my situation is going. I don't like, and I also think that's part of the thing. Like I'm easy. I'm pretty easy to like. I'd say easy. I don't think it's hard actually to like provide something of this level, even like what I have in here for like most people in a system where people actually believe in Yahweh, and the resources are like um relatively like the resources aren't just like given to people that are gonna fuck them off, like the way it works now, honestly. So all right, hold on. I want to check this real fast. Did Trump actually say praise be to Allah? I mean, look, this is also what I'm saying to people calling themselves Jews. This is literally like the deity that like goes along with the people that most abuse people calling themselves Jews. So this is why I'm like, you see. So this is also why the me doing the Mahdi thing. It's like, all right, well, you know what I'm gonna say to this bullshit. No, I almost farted. I was gonna fart and like have it be like so you could hear it. Like this is what I think of this. This is what I think of your Allah. Uh, all right. It's still funny every time, at least to me. Um, I'll take this down to him in a bit. Also, that's like you see the thing from the Ten Commandments. That's a different deity than Allah. That's when like the actual one with the power of Allah, a law, and that's the law that the power of that one, and that's what the power of death, right? But that's also like, well, I guess there's a bunch of powers of death or something, and like you want the one that's like not whatever the bullshit is. Like they're doing like whatever. You know, the Bible one ends with Jesus who like Yahweh, and then isn't like Allah in that way. So, however, if you're hurting me and other people, like there is like um a reality that there are consequences. Like you reap what you sow, right? Oh, and I gotta watch the Doom. I don't have to do this, but I'm gonna watch the Doom 3 trailer. I mean, Dune 3. I guess space or reality, Dune, Doom does seem like space hell. Uh, okay, this trailer's in 4K. And it's not that hard. Uh, Also, the fact that the same thing has been shared by three entities, Warner Brothers, Legendary, and IMAX, so that it's the same link. You don't have multiple sources sharing the same thing. How the fuck long did it take to get to that point? I mean, this is like exactly what I've been saying in the sense of like, well, there's just a bunch of copies of the same videos that like reasonably Warner Brothers every like place like Warner Brothers Australia, Warner Brothers Ireland, Warner Brothers Japan, Warner Brothers like the regular like in America their main thing, Warner Brothers whatever India, like they would all share the same trailer instead of just like I guess it's now maybe like the main Warner Brothers thing and then every other thing can it's collaborators on here, but it's like headed. I mean, it's still not kind of what I'm saying. Where all right, well, why isn't YouTube just in and of itself a social media platform? If this is really where you're already headed, it kind of is, except just a not a very good one. You know. At the same time, like, all right, if I want to share stuff to other things that people are looking at, where do I do that? You know, or how like instead of and this is why another reason instead of all the companies working together to make like something unified for you because the customers are always right the idea in this is like well we all got to control our little space and it's like that's not conducive to a better reality. It just isn't. And additionally it's like do you want every little do you want each thing on the internet to have its own like rule system and whatever and they aren't congruent and they don't work together in ways that are easy to understand or helpful, and she's just sitting out there listening or something to me talking and making reasonable points and doesn't understand also when I'm like she's like who are you talking to the like everybody like do you not get what the internet is or you do and you're just pretending. I can't tell. I don't think you don't completely, but everybody and the computer, the one that you don't believe talks back, even though I can show on the camera it does. Okay, that one. Now she's next door. I'm pretty sure it's her because Ray didn't move that quick. Now she went. Her door closed again. I mean, do you know what I mean? I also gotta sit in here and she's like trying to listen in and be all like whatever. She's not even like the thing. She made a point to have them take down the blinds in there, and so it's just open as I'm taking showers and like people are looking at it as I'm showering. This is the kind of thing like whatever she's doing, she won't slow down, and it's stuff that like you're trying to make me more uncomfortable and like you're pretending that this isn't how you're acting. I mean, it's just evil and stupid. And I say evil in the sense of just stop. Like engage what I'm saying is it has reality to it that you're not at the moment where you're like it is delusional the way she's acting in the sense like she's not going to engage things that are actively happening that I've been saying too. It's also like you just need to slow down. Like we're at the point where the thing where she's like, I get gas from being like stress and blah blah blah. All right, that stress and gas that you're choking me out and you're gonna like it's killing me, and I'm having to push you away because you're killing me because you are suicidal and want to die, not me. You don't want to listen to me, even if I'm making all the sense in the world. You're just like you don't want to be here or something, and like that's your mentality, and you don't want to admit that too. Like you fixed whatever's going on with my leg. I'm mostly fine. What is going on with my leg is literally like it hurts so much it's hard to believe. But otherwise, like get like help me get my stuff in order, and I'm very content of a person. Very content as a person. You know what I mean? Like I say very content. I do want the things fixed where a bunch of people are harassing me and whatever's going on, but like think some of that's connected to my leg. So, or I have kids and stuff and people that I'd like to connect with that are like my family, I guess. Looks like it. Looks like it. Um, so also I like Dune. I enjoyed the movie by the way, and the second one. I enjoyed them both. Um, I guess I'm about to look at the trailer for the third one, but it's been a fun ride in the sense that they're pretty long movies, and like having seen it and then not quite finished it out the other week, and then also it being like, is this in the Book of Daniel? Is this me proving out even the space Islam IP is clearly linked to the Bible? Like it seems to be like using media and stuff like to try to like take this story of God or the Bible or something, and then it's just ultimately comes back around to the Bible. So yeah. Also, I'll probably trim this at some point this week. It's just a lot to do. I'm also thinking, well, do I need to go get a haircut? I could, but the beard is it's just like a thing to have. Like it's comfortable without a beard, honestly. I don't know about in the desert, but in the swamp, it's comfortable without a beard. I don't even remember what the name of that song is. I'm trying to remember, because I think it's actually it's a song, and then that riff is used in something else, like just the sample of that part. These are the ones that he wanted yellow, she wanted pink, and I got blue. I'm gonna watch this first, and then I'll work on that. Oof. Looks good. Uh, all right. Well, I'm gonna like one of the things that here, let's look at where we are. Hebrew calendar. Here, I'll even pull it up on here. How does this sound? All right. We go to the Old Testament here, and we go to the book of Daniel. Clearly, this one's important. Why? Well, it literally dealing with the empires that we're currently seeing are active still by different names, but like the kingdoms and stuff that they represent are still there. Um, all right. Now, look, in the third year of Cyrus, king of Persia, a revelation was made to Daniel, known as Belteshazzar. A true revelation of a great conflict. He grasped the meaning of the revelation. What it meant was disclosed to him in a vision. At that time, Daniel, was doing a 3-week penance. I ate, this, you've already seen me talk about this. I ate no rich food, touched no meat or wine, and did not anoint myself until these 3 weeks were over. On the 24th day of the first month, as I stood on the bank of the great river, the Tigris, I raised my eyes to look about me, and this is what I saw. A man dressed in linen. Alright. You come down here, and when he's talking, he says, "The prince of the kingdom of Persia has been resisting me for 21 days, but Michael, one of the leading princes, came to my assistance." Now, what's going on? Can you even see this? Hold on. Do you see where it says this period? So 21 days. And you see the 24th day of the month. Okay, where are we right now? Well, we're on Sunday. So it's Sunday, the 18th of Nisan. Here we are. Nisan is the first month. So we are on the 18th day of the first month. And this is on the 24th day of the first month. And so Wednesday is the #21st day, where it says the prince of the kingdom of Persia has been resisting me for 21 days, but Michael, who is like God, here, the angel of Yahweh who can look, this part, the angel of Yahweh who confronts Satan in Zechariah 3:1-2 is called Michael, who is like God. That's what the name means. In Jude 9, where he leaves Satan's condemnation to God. The same conflict is described in Revelation 12:7-12. Michael is the guardian angel of the people of God. These verses, and Exodus 23:20. The prince of Persia is apparently one of the guardian angels of the nations. The championing of opposed sides by different angels signifies that the fate of nations is a secret awaiting God's revelation and hidden from the angels themselves. Now, here in this, it talks about these events that happened quite a while ago. It lays out what Persian princes and stuff. Or did it happen quite a while ago? It looks like, even if it did, something's trying to, like, repeat whatever happened, like, with the temple thing, I guess for a third time? Because I think the idea is in Jesus' day, it's like a repeating thing or something. But in the least, what it seems like to me is that this is going on. Like, obviously I've been talking about the book of Daniel for a bit, but when like the thing happened that it seems like something has tested me to see whether this is reality or not, and it's just obvious, like, literally right as the war over there is starting. We're going over there. Remember this? This one. We went over there in, what, 2005? And now we're back over there, you know? Except just a little bit, like a little bit further over there. Like a little more east, but still over there. So we're back on this shit again. Now, this time, I believe I have the power of Yahweh Allah I'm. And I don't think just one single Allah is going to be able to do it. If I have, even if, like, the Archangel Michael, like, beat the shit out of Allah, you know what I mean? So I'm not really worried about Allah. And yes, Bella Hadid can still suck my D, but not gonna stress about Allah. Though whatever the fuck is going with my dream horse girl, I will stress a little bit about that. Clearly, that's actually important to me. Oh my lord. Okay. So this is. It looks like this is where we are, and I think Trump has given them, according to the messages, until like this day, right? Until Tuesday, or do they have until when? What does it say? What did we see earlier? Steve says, well, Steve just reposted this. Thanks, Steve. That's funny because even the Gamers Nexus thanks, Steve. Uh, Look, I like, maybe this is the, like, hopefully I got, Steph helping me and like Steve. And so like, because Steph and Steve are the same name. Steven and just like Stefan. One's just a female version of the same name, but they mean the same thing. So thanks, Steve. Okay. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. And then you can see he says, "Praise be to Allah." Donald J. Trump, President Donald J. Trump. And I'm just like, alright, have it yo way, Allah I'm. But am I really Allah? Not that one. But I am gonna troll that one into the lava or whatever the fuck's going on. Uh, however this works. So, that would be. Wait, let me even go back to that real fast because my point with that. My point with this is that. Also, I guess I'll just pull this up. Look, Stefanos. This is what but like, look, Steven. Look. Like, Steven. But it's also where it's Steven and Stephanie, and it's like, I know as Stefano. They all come. Do you get how names have meaning, like, and then they have variants on the names? Do you also get why when I'm talking about the name of the deity, I believe Steve, like, are you Jewish, Steve? Or maybe, I guess, are you what is it? One of the Christian converts? Maybe acknowledge at this point, like, is it going exactly like Matt has been saying? And it's like, I don't even really know what I've been saying, but it does look like that. Yeah, it does. Uh, but maybe this means I'm agenda free, and then people are like, oh no. He really has no agenda on this one. He's just trying to actually do the right thing. It's like, well, I guess I do want the infinitely good party, and I'm positive if I do this right, it gets funded by by Yahweh. Like, actually. So and then I think, by, like, if I do this really right, I have that name on me, and I'm the one as Yahweh funding it. But in the least, I do think I get a good party out of it. So by the end, I just got to hold on to things. And then anybody who's like, wait, really? And it's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. So, okay. Look, Steven. Steve Lookner. Am I agenda free yet? Okay, so you see this? Tuesday will be power plant day. What's Tuesday? The 20th of Nisan. Huh. Okay, then what is Wednesday? The 21st? Where it says, the prince of the kingdom of Persia has been resisting me for 21 days, but Michael, one of the leading princes, came to my assistance. I have left him confronting the kings of Persia and have come to tell you what will happen to your people in the days to come. For here is a new vision about those days. And then this whole bullshit, like, whatever this part is. But this thing, look, I'll tell you, it's in the Book of Truth. Where's the Book of Truth? It says something like that, and it's just like, well, what's the book? Is the Book of Truth what I'm reading in? Like, what is that? And it's just like, I'm positive that enough, like, effort has been put in. Like, I say enough, that a lot of effort's been put in. I just don't know these days. Like, this is a Bible from the 60s, actually. So, 1966. However, it is like, because things just got in more confusion. Mostly what's happened since then is, even with all the extra knowledge that people have gotten, it's mostly not been combined into one thing because Christianity hasn't been as, like, connected and contained. You know what I mean? So, like, I say contained. I don't mean contained. Connected and organized. But and I even think part of the thing has been to, like, try to prevent Christianity from being that, and like, yeah, that doesn't work. All right, here's also what I want to say. Notice what it says. The king will do as he pleases, growing more and more arrogant, considering himself greater than all the gods. He will utter incredible blasphemies against the God of gods, and he will thrive until the wrath reaches a bursting point, for what has been decreed will certainly be fulfilled. Heedless of his father's gods, heedless of the one whom women love, heedless of any god whatever, he will consider himself greater than them all. Instead of them, he will honor the god of fortresses, will honor a god unknown to his ancestors with gold and silver and precious stones and valuable presents. He will use the people of an alien god to defend the fortresses. He will confer great honors on those who will acknowledge him by giving them wide authority and by farming out the land at a price. And then the time of the end. When the time comes for the end, the king of the south will try conclusions with him, but the king of the north will come storming down on him with chariots, cavalry, and a large fleet. He will invade countries, overrun them, and drive on. He will invade the land of splendor, and many will fall. But Edom, Moab, and what remain of the sons of Ammon will escape him. He will reach out to attack countries. The land of Egypt will not escape him. The gold and silver treasures and all the valuables of Egypt will lie in his power. Libyans and Cushites will be at his feet. But reports coming from the east and north will worry him. And in great fury he will set out to bring ruin and complete destruction to many. He will pitch the tents of his royal headquarters between the sea and the mountains of the holy splendor. Yet he will come to his end. There will be no help for him. And then this is at that time Michael will stand up, the great prince. And I believe this is the Daniel 10 and also Revelation 12 thing. Revelation 10, Daniel 10. The great prince will stand up. Well, that's what the, like, oh, hold on. He will Ahmad if you put a yod at the end, Amadi. I mean, I like you do that. You put a yod at the end and remove the ayin, and it's Madi. I mean, like it really is. And that's the angel, the messenger of Yahweh that makes this. I mean, the great prince of Yahweh that stands. Right, great prince. Am I a czar? Do I even have the Russian underground? Like, oh shit. Oops. I think Matt's got it. Is that the John Wick thing? Am I John Wick? Even the assassins are like, oh shit. Well, we do want a better party. Yes, clearly everybody wants a better party. Whatever's stopping the thing is like, it's literally Satan. I like, what can I say? Okay, so the great prince, which stands for the children of Israel, or the children of thy people. Like they say, Yisrael Chai, like the tribe of Israel's life. All right, well, I believe the idea of me being like doing the overcomer thing is I have the crown of life, like actual Israel. It looks like, first of all, just as like literally my kids, huh? Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. But I also don't think reality works like people do. I can be in a dimensional box, but if I have the power of Yahweh actually, like, outside of my box, he can be doing things and then setting it up so that this, like, as whatever thing is, like, locking me down personally goes away and physically hurting me goes away in my human, like, in a human body. This is a human body. That I just, if I have the spirit of Yahweh, then it's just clear that, like, actually the deity has made a point. But also just, I believe in this, I believe in Yahweh, and you can see how like, there's a contending between what is the God of Abraham, or who that is, and that something's trying to remove Yahweh from being that character. So, as I'm taking a stand in the name, and, like, essentially, like, as Matthew, I've decided that, like, what it says in there is more valuable than whatever the world says I need to do, and that standing in the name, just putting the name of Yahweh on me and, like, staying, I don't even know if I have to stay alive, but but, like, standing up for what I want and what I believe in, like, I'm standing against whatever thing is trying to is causing all the problems, essentially. So, okay, and then this is where it talks about, and many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake. What, right? Sleepy. Some to everlasting olam. Clay. It's life. Key. And some to shame and everlasting contempt. Reproach pudenda. Is this where it talks about in Revelation, like, the shame part? I think is the part where, like, you can, like, hold on. It already, probably that type of thing is going to be pretty shameful, that they're calling on Allah instead of Yahweh. But do you see how it says here? Happy is the man. Look, this is how it shall be. This is when the sixth seal breaks. It's this same event. This is how it shall be. I shall come like a thief. Happy is the man who has stayed awake and not taken off his clothes, so that he does not go out naked and expose his shame. They called the kings together in the place in Hebrew Armageddon. Now let's look at Tel Megiddo, which is Armageddon. I mean, like, it's the Valley of Megiddo. Har Magidon. Magida. Magedon. Oh, Magedon. You can see here etymology, and then it talks about Megiddo was known in the Akkadian language, used in Assyrian as Magiddu, Magadu. Is this? In Egyptian, it was Makedi, Makitu, Makedu. In Canaanite, influenced Akkadian, used the Amarna letters. It's known as Megiddo, Makeda. In Koine Greek, it was Megiddo. I mean, I'm making the point it's like Armageddon, but this is where you're like Megiddo. It also just looks like Mage do. Uh, uh, Harmageddon, and that's where you get Armageddon. The Book of Mount Megiddo, look, is a transliteration of the Hebrew Har Megiddo, Mount Megiddo. The Book of Revelation describes an apocalyptic battle in Armageddon. In Revelation 16:14, and then so it's come to be applied to some kind of world-ending catastrophe. You've seen the movie. I literally watched it, and like whatever FX made a point to like show a bunch of movies that would be super relevant. I don't know if are they helping me or fighting me? Are they bringing me the beauty so that Bella Hadid can suck my D? Hopefully. Is that why we're going over there again? We're really going over that was FX. Do I got the shield? You know what I mean? Like, here's some other, look, even to the police. One of the best police crime dramas or whatever. It's like, dun dun dun. Vic Mackey is a rogue cop in an experimental division of the Los Angeles Police Department, willing to sink to any level. It's like, oh shit. And then you got, nip tuck. And then you're like, there's no way all the intellectual property is coming out of Matt. Zero chance. And then it's like, oh wait, everything? Yeah, everything, I guess. I don't know how this works. I just want you know what I want. I mean, you know what I want. Poor stuff. All right. So, okay, this is the Valley of like this is Armageddon, right? Tel Megiddo. Now watch this. If we pull this up like Megiddo National Park, Canaanite fortresses of Megiddo, it says there. Now, when it says this here, when it talks about the, why don't we look this up? What is the Mountains of Holy Splendor? Which mountain is this? Is this the mountain that gets thrown all on fire or whatever? In the glorious holy mountain. I mean, is it Mount Zion? He shall plant the tabernacles of his palace between the seas and the glorious holy mountain. I'm assuming it's something like that, probably, right? And so, um, is the glorious holy mountain Zion, and so then whoever's like puts their camp is between is like somewhere between here and Jerusalem, I guess, somewhere between Ashdod and Jerusalem, or is that like technically I guess Gaza is between this sea or whatever, but Gaza's already a thing in there. Like it would seem to be something attacking into the region between this. I don't think it's probably Sinai, like Mount Sinai. I don't think that's considered the holy mountain in the same way that that's where the law is given. That's where the law is given, not a law, the law. Also notice it's like Sinai and I believe that let's see. Like here's Mecca, right? And Makkah and is that why? Okay. And like I'm just looking for where it would talk about Medina because I'm pretty sure that's Midian. And the idea is like what's his name? Look, the 6th of October city. Wow. Like that's just a direct thing. They literally named a city in order to taunt Israel because the 7th of October. Like Jesus. The world is pretty fucking evil. Once I hit this earthquake, people are gonna feel bad. Be like, oh no, Yah, the moon deity. Even in our fucking thing, we pissed off the gods. Ray, Matt, and Yah, and it's just Matthew Ray Wilkins. You've attacked his holy people. Look, Cairo and Egypt and stuff. Look at also how green Egypt looks compared to like the rest of the region. Some of that's because of the Nile. Some of it's because, I mean, even it looks like greener than some of the like Cyprus and some of the other stuff. But you know, remember in the Bible by Revelation 19. I mean, that's also probably Revelation 19, huh? Isaiah 19, Meek flying into Egypt like Goku, and then they're like, oh, that's just Yahweh. Oh no. That's just Yah. Oh no. Yeah. And they also have Coptic Christians. They know the truth. And 100% this earthquake hits, Islam is literally, that's the end of the Quran, actually. Like, literally, actually, that's the end of the Quran. So, and by end, I mean, like, hold on. I don't really like reading out of this one. I don't know why even the friggin' Quran, like every resource that I'm like, well, I think these are better for reading religious texts. It's like people want to use whatever other thing. I'm like, am I the one with the spirit of the deities actually? Like, can you guys make better websites to understand stuff? This is not. It's like not a bad website, but it's just like, you know, I like Q Bible for the reasons I like Q Bible. It's really like straightforward and like you learn everything from it. This is a lot less. Okay, look. This is the part where there's the beast from the earth thing. So like the whatever Islamic false prophet that they raise, and then he does revelations. It's literally in Revelation 13. And then after that, it's like beware of the day, and beware the day the trumpet will be blown. Which one? There's 7. Do you think it's the 6th one when the earthquake happens? And I'm literally like showing how it just says this is the day, this is the when the earthquake happens, this is the sixth church, 6 trumpet, 6 seal. So when the trumpet is blown, this is the 6th trumpet, right? I think what it's talking about is this part. Actually, I don't think whatever's writing the Quran gets to the part of the 7th trumpet actually, because the 7th trumpet is when everything is in the control of Yahweh. How about this? Everything is in control of in Jesus, and like I think I've been holding to it enough that I probably represent the spirit of the one who actually has like the intellectual property and manifest reality. And because Jesus is real, And I genuinely, clearly, actually believe in Jesus. Just Jesus was saying a name to his deity, not a title like Allah. Okay, here. So, this is why I'm pretty sure this earthquake moment is literally this part, and it's talking about where it's like, don't take off your thing and be caught in reproach here, in reproach, shame, rebuke, reproachfully. In other words, repent, change yourself to understand. Repent, change your mind, because this is literally where we're at. To expose, to be stripped, reproach, defy, betrothed, blaspheme, jeoparded, blah 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 blah. Harvest time, autumn, winter, ripeness of age, a plucking off, a reproach. Look, loin, hip joint. I think it's a little bit, but also notice when it talks about this, the hip joint or loin is connected to vigor and like strength. Something having hit me in the hip, like literally twisting my leg and hip out of place. Like biblically, the idea is that it's like taking my generative power, I think my sexual power, but my generative power, and it's like preventing me from using it in the way that I want. And it, like, the idea of a thing hoped for as a tree of life, it's like preventing me from using my sexuality freely in the way that I want. Obviously, I'm saying, like, do I have a bunch of kids that but I don't know, it like, I don't exactly know. I've already said it's mostly just the fact that I don't have control over it, and I don't hate, like, even with Alessandra and Andra and Noah and whatever's going on with this, like, I don't hate the idea of having kids, actually. I like these two, I like them in idea. They stress me the fuck out in the lack of talking, actually. Because, like, okay, if you're my kids, you kind of woke me up to me having a bunch of kids. This is as stressful as a reality as I could have woken up to. But I don't hate them at all. And, like, if I have a bunch of kids, I don't hate you. I just, like, I need some, like, hi, I exist and you exist, and, like, I'd like to see you and hug you and give you kisses and tell you how much I love you as your dad. But, like, right now, you're making points to be off everywhere else with mom and not engage me, and it actually doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. But, like, I'm not gonna die from it. That's also probably, like, it looks like I'm just gonna, like, get stronger from this, you know what I mean? Did I just end the Quran? Well, it looks like it's about to, and I'm explaining how it ends. So, and beware, the day the trumpet will be blown, and all those in the heavens and all those on earth will be horrified to the point of death, except those Allah wills to spare, and all will come before him fully humbled. Yeah, it just looks like it ends at the sixth, because it doesn't, even if it's the seventh trumpet, the Quran is, like, done at that point. It doesn't have the actual Kingdom of Heaven thing. That being said, probably this is how a bunch of Muslims get saved, actually. Hey, hi, I don't hate you. I don't hate you as people, and, like, I understand the tribal realities that are going on, and, like, very clearly I get that, like, everybody has all these tribal realities that they're holding up as spiritual realities. The real spiritual reality and, like, salvation is of the Jew. Really, the Bible that you see is the Jewish Bible, right? Like, when I'm doing this Bible. But it's that the fact that the Jewish thing actually continues into Christianity. Christianity really is the is Judaism when it's opened up to everybody. And they can follow Yoda? They can follow Yah, the God of the Bible, right? And am I Yoda? Let's go with that. Am I the God of the Bible? If I have the authority of Yahweh from the end, I'm sitting on the throne with him, and the way I've described as the overcomer and having some authority as, like, Jesus being at the head of the house of David, and then having that authority in order to do something and protect what actually Jews and real Jews who call on the name, which is the name that they're called by, and Christians who believe in that deity, Yah. And that deity is Yahweh Allah I'm. Yahweh Allah I'm. Alright? Am I saying I'm Allah? I'm saying the God of the Bible is like clearly what this is trying to point at, and is like not the full narrative and truth. However, Arabs should see that it does talk about things that you see in the Bible, and I'm telling you, the official version is what I'm saying, and believe in Jesus, who is Yahweh, and you will be saved. Even if you've been a Muslim, if you believe in Jesus, who is Yahweh, you will be saved when this happens. It's not Isa who doesn't call on the name of his father. That's a different thing. Or her father, or whatever, because Anja has a friend named Isa. So it could be her trolling. I can't quite tell yet, but like Jesus does have a father, and it's Yah. Okay. Now you see the mountains, thinking they are firmly fixed, but they are traveling just like clouds. That is the design of Allah. Is that the mountain all on fire that gets thrown? Who has perfected everything. Surely he is all aware of what you do. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, whoever comes with a good deed will be rewarded with what is better, and they will be secure from the horror on that day. That's the day of Yahweh in the Bible, and it literally says in the book of Joel, all who call on the name of Yahweh. Like Allah is a title, right? But the name of the God of the Bible, Yod-He-Waw-He, is it just Yahweh? Yah? Is it just Yah? And by this, I mean, technically, this is describing the events, but through like a lens that isn't complete. If you want to know what's going on, go read the Bible, right? But look, there's some horror on that day. Did we already go over this stuff? And whoever comes with a good deed will be rewarded with what is better, and they will be secure from the horror on that day. Is that what it says in the Bible? Here, I'll show you what it says in the Bible so that you can get this. The book of Joel. Look. Sound the trumpet in Zion. Give the alarm on my holy mountain. Do you think that's the mountain of splendor? That whatever I'm saying, it's like between the sea and the mountain of splendor? And then a vision of the day of Yahweh. As they come on, the earth quakes, the skies tremble, the sun and moon lose their brilliance, the grow dark, the stars lose their brilliance. Yahweh makes his voice heard at the head of his army, and indeed his regiments are innumerable. All-powerful is the one who carries out his orders. For great is the day of Yahweh, and who can face it? Oh, great is the day of Yahweh, and very terrible. Who can face it? Do you think that this is like language trying to match the majesty of what's written in the Bible, except it's in Arabic? Look, to the Jews who, if you wake up, sound the trumpet in Zion, order a you don't even have to do that part. Like, this is what you gotta like. Look, let them say, "Spare your people, Yahweh." Do not make your heritage a thing of shame, a byword for the nation. Why should it be said among the nations, where is their God? Then Yahweh, jealous on behalf of his land, took pity on his people. Is this the thing that we just read? Yahweh spoke an answer to his people. Now I send you corn and wine and oil until you have enough. In other words, like, food and like luxury goods and whatever. So didn't we talk about the oil and wine stuff? Never again shall I make you a thing of shame for the nations. I will drive the invader from the north far away from you. Isn't that what we were just talking about? Like the thing from the north that comes, right? Here, hold on. When the time comes for the end, the king of the south will try conclusions with him, but the king of the north will come storming down. You get what I'm saying with this? Like, okay. Uh, I will drive the invader from the north far away from you, and drive him into an arid, desolate land. His vanguard to the eastern sea, his rearguard to the western sea. What's the western sea and the eastern? Like, I would have to look over the region. Which one do you think is the western sea? Which one do you think is the eastern sea? I'm assuming it could be that either one of these could be the eastern sea, but maybe it's the Persian Gulf actually, and the Strait of Hormuz that's the western sea. Like, genuinely. I guess it could be talking about this being a sea, though, the Dead Sea or the Sea of Galilee. It could be one of those, right? But, like, it literally could be this, because when I'm talking about, like, first of all, this is Megiddo, and the idea of being between the sea and the holy mountain could be this also. But, you know, it's this region. We're close enough. It even, even just saying, like, it's like some of these things, it very seems obvious. Like, well, like even just saying like the general area is like at this point it seems to be close enough. Um, he will give off a stench, give off a foul stink, for he has done great things. Uh oh, what a stinker, what a stinker. Uh, okay, and then here's the part where it's like the new age and the day of Yahweh, the outpouring of the Spirit. After this is in the book of Acts 2, Acts 2, 17 through 21. After this I will pour out my Spirit on all mankind. Your sons and daughters shall prophesy. Your old men shall dream dreams, and your young men see visions. Even on the slaves, men and women, will I pour out my Spirit in those days. I will display portents in heaven and on earth, blood and fire and columns of smoke. Columns of smoke and fire sounds like volcano stuff, huh? Alright, the moon will be turned into darkness. It also sounds like the fire nados that you've seen multiple times recently on camera. The sun will be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood before the day of Yahweh dawns. The great and terrible day. Now notice this. This is why Muslims just fucking change your mind and acknowledge what this is saying, and you can still be saved until it's like the time to repent. Do you get like there is, you have literally, I think based on what it says here, hold on this one, you literally have until the time here in, like you have until the trumpet sounds, essentially, whether it's the 6th or 7th. I don't think they're that far away from each other. Additionally, notice this is also talking about the great river Euphrates. Like, so this event happens when, and like, this river, I believe it's still talking about the Tigris. So these are also around where Gan Eden or the Garden of Eden was set, or the Garden of Luxury that Yahweh put people in and then they abandoned for all sorts of evil, stupid reality. Alright. Notice this. Look, it's Warner Brothers. They say, like, and recite the Quran. Then whoever chooses to be guided, it is only for their own good. But whoever chooses to stray, say, O Prophet, I am only a warner, brothers. Darn, I guess that's why Dune, huh? Only I got Warner Brothers. Uh, all right. Well, cool. So, that's why Batman, Superman. All right, gotcha. Uh, Look, sound a trumpet in Zion, the day the trumpet will be blown, and then this is the revelation. Like these are the revelation trumpets, actually. And if you can't tell, someone's trying to use like even this one on the left here, which isn't is not the actual. It's literally an intellectual property knockoff of the Bible. I mean, it's like hi, but did someone try to steal the authority of the Bible from Yahweh, and then just this is me getting it back, and it's probably because was it something I already had authority over, and someone tried to do some bullshit like the government or the presidents or whatever the fuck's going on. It seems like it. This is also why I'm like, Trump calling on Allah. Oh my god, this is gonna be the worst. Like, can you imagine? This is what the sixth seal is talking about. When it literally is talking directly about, or the sixth trumpet, sixth seal, directly when it's talking about this. Do you think that the book on the left is really going to help you on the day that the trumpet will be blown? It doesn't have the name Yahweh in it in order for it to help you. It doesn't have Jesus in it the correct way. Jesus in this version is called Isa, or Esau. I mean, that's literally, it comes from Esau. And it's, Jesus in this one, it doesn't have a father. Yahweh isn't his father. In other words, it takes the power of Yahweh from Jesus and gives him another name. It couldn't be more of an intellectual property knockoff. But, do you see why? Also, the thing where it says right down there, you see where it says, and the 10 horns? I mean, and the 10 rings? The 10 kings, 10 rings thing is pretty on the nose. Do I get the 10 rings after I defeat the 10 kings and then I'm really Shang-Chi? Cool. I've been training all my life in Shangri-La or whatever to... That's hilarious to my family, because the whole... I mean, it should be. Because it's like, damn, is Matt really... yeah, it looks like it. Yeah. The Afro-Asiatic black man from Zion, and then it's just me. This is why Clown Man is really... Me being Clown Man, I'm gonna... In this... Because everything I just said is reality. Like, oh my... Oh, wow. Also, still going for Horse Girl here. I believe. Either I'm gonna beat her, or she's on my team already, and we're training and practicing, and she's like training me up to be the white horse that I know I can be. Or she's my white horse or something. Either way, hopefully we're doing horse stuff soon. Let me do the Catholic jutsu thing, and then then when that right before the earthquake happens, if you see me go then I'm gonna be like, I guess I just needed the whole Catholic jutsu thing the entire time, huh? All right. And then notice how I'm like showing you. I mean, clearly, it could even. It's probably like are there Muslims that are like, he must be the Mahdi, Lisan al Gaib, and then it's like that's from Dune. I don't think that's a real. Listen, Al Gaib. I mean Al Gaib. Listen, Al Gaib. Thanks. All right. Based on the pictures, it looks like it. Uh, is that the grandfather worm? I think so. This could not, other than people who actually like believe in Jesus and like what I was saying is like it makes sense to them. I'm sure this is like the worst way that this could have possibly fucking ended. But if you've been with me on this journey, I think this is probably like holy shit. It really is coming out like this. Yep. Which one is the Tigris and which one is the Euphrates? Notice also that these things, when he sees them, they're like, well, he's talking about the Tigris. Where's Elam? Here's the Tigris, here's the Euphrates. Here's Persia, here's Babylon. So when he's talking about this, it has to be in actually this region, right? Because this is where these rivers are. I guess it could be that they branch off and he could be talking about some branch of the river. But this is also a place that it talks about here in Elam, Susa. So like if we go into the book of Daniel, that's a place that's mentioned. Also, Susa probably has to do with the horse because that's it. It is literally the name of horse in the like sus. This is the word for horse in Hebrew. See this one? No, actually, it's spelled a little. This says Susan. That's not correct. I don't think that's actually. I genuinely think it. Well, I guess we'll see because it's literally written there. But also the name for a horse thing is we already went. I already went over this literally yesterday. Sus. Look, a bad Dan. Okay, so this is technically Persia or Iran, and this is Babylon or Iraq. And even in my lifetime, and like Cheryl and Ray's lifetime, these two nations have fought each other multiple times. Some of it is because the people in charge of this one are like Sunni Baathist Muslims or whatever, Sunni, and then the Shia Muslims on this side. The difference actually in reality land is Sunni Muslims, it's like Islam connected to modern royalty, like the idea of having sovereigns and stuff like that, and Shia Islam is the communist one. So one is like a blue form and one is a red form. That's like actually, if you want to know the truth of what it is, one is more communist and one is more like the sovereigns of the religion hold the control, where the other is like literally it's like a bunch of communistly picked. It's a communist form of Islam. So now is that how they say that things are? Is that what they say? No, they don't tell you that one is a communist form, one is controlled by sovereigns. They don't say that. But it's really obvious. The one controlled by sovereigns is the one controlled by the Persian Gulf Arabs, and the one that's controlled by the communists is controlled by Iran and connected to Russia and all the bullshit, huh? And then the sovereigns one is connected to America And England, and how about this? England and all the places that have sovereigns or whatever, they play like these are the sovereigns in this region. And then in America, who's the sovereign? Technically, I think the president is afforded for like a few years a form of sovereignty, but like I think probably whatever I've done is like there isn't a sovereign for our region or Mexico or Canada or Central America or even really like we don't have technical kings in America, but in actuality, do we? We have kind of things that work out like that, and in order to protect what our reality is, I'm standing in the name of Yahweh to like I believe something is affording me some form of what would be considered sovereignty, or what is considered sovereignty, in order that I can make these points publicly and loudly. But I can also see that Jesus would create a situation where like it's more problematic for something to reach in and tell me to shut the fuck up because of how the way America works. So reasonably, all that could spiritually happen is what you saw a couple weeks ago, where something tried to test me, and then it matches what it says in Revelation. So, congrats. Um, Probably should worry about testing yourself and seeing like why do you have authority here? Uh, Mine seems to be rooted in reality and me being an actual form of sovereign due to the like religious spiritual nature due to the truth of the religious reality that you can see playing out. You can pretend secular reality all you want, but like all the things that I just said actually lord over this region, and like clearly like the things all the way up into Europe and elsewhere. Like the religious, you can't get rid of the religious reality. So secular America has no power against it. It's just this is why this whole thing has been a fucking problem for a long time, because secular America doesn't have power against it. Now, like I have the authority of Yahweh as the overcomer, and it probably looks like me doing the some kind of thing like Jesus or well, like one of the archangels or something like that, one of the chief princes. Okay, that does make sense. But oh, did it pull up all the times Susa was used in this? Susanna. Oh no. All right. Anyway, just look. It talks about in the book of Ezra the people of Uruk, Babylon, and Susa. That is the Elamites. Here's King. It talks about King Artaxerxes. Here's the building of the temple, right? And the first time it happens in the book of Ezra. Am I the Flash? Uh, and so this is the first time. Also, you notice the four animals in front of Yahweh move like the Flash, or the four whatever the things are. When they move like lightning. I'm sure the idea is that they look like the Flash. Um, Look, the citadel in Susa in the book of Nehemiah. Here's Esther, a Jew living in Susa, holding high office in the royal court. The citadel in Susa, Susa, Susa. This is the whole book of Esther. This is like it's used a lot in this book. All right, now we're getting to the book of Daniel. Book of Daniel 8, right after this part, which I constantly cite, right? Look, in the third year of King Belshazzar, not Belteshazzar, but Belshazzar, a vision appeared to me, Daniel, and I think Daniel is called Belteshazzar, and it's just, you add it like another letter, a tau or something, between the Bel and the Shazar. Am I Shaz? Glow, am I Shaz? Sharon. Are you the Rose of Sharon? All right. In the third year of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared to me, Daniel, after the one that originally appeared to me. I gazed at the vision, and as I gazed, I found myself in Susa, the citadel in the province of Elam. Gazing at the vision, I found myself at the gate of Ulai. Ulay. I raised myself. I raised my eyes, and I saw a ram. And then there's like a ram and a goat, and they contend against each other. Anyway, all right, let's keep moving through here. Now we go to the Book of Daniel 10 thing. And look, Belteshazzar. Notice it just has a little, like, another letter added. He's standing on the bank of the great river Tigris, right? Is he in Susa? Well, like, clearly at some point in his time in Persia, Daniel is in Susa, right? Look, it even says Susan. Shushan. Shushan. Or Lily. Shushan. Lilies. Lily. Probably any lily-like flower from... Look, also a trumpet. Also a straight trumpet from its tubular shape. Shusha. Sus. Shush. Where did this come from? Alright. Sus. Look, be bright, cheerful, rejoice. Alright, anyway, my point with this is, like, you can tell, like, obviously you know the region and the area, the players in the Book of Daniel, what's going on now. Who is this coming from Basra? Isaiah 63. We already, I mean, who is this coming from Edom with clothes stained in, like, the blood of whatever from Basra, blah, blah, blah. We could pull it up again. I already pulled it up the other day, but, let's go back to this real fast where it's like in the here where it's like waking up to great at that time. So, like, literally at that time, when I make my stand and I'm the mod D and I'm just, like, I'm telling Bella Hadid to suck my D and then the earthquake happens, alright. Then she's like, I won. Just FYI at that point, Bella. I mean, I already won, but I mean, like, look, I'm doing Mortal Kombat with Bella Hadid, and, maybe Street Fighter. Maybe it doesn't have to be a fatality at the end. Or maybe Fighter's Destiny, I guess. Because I'm gonna just ring her out, I guess. Uh, you can get a ring out in that one, if I remember right. So maybe I'll ring Bella Hadid out. Okay. And like, so look, you don't wake up to this. Like, if I put on my white robes, right, and I don't wake up to being defamed, or look, there's different words. It says betrothed. Maybe it means I'm getting married. Betrothed. But That is to defame, to reproach, defy. Like you can see all the words. Um, Haraf, Haraf, Karaf, Karaf, Koref, 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 Winter, reproachful, a plucking off. It looks like basically something like, look, a reproach, like disgrace, the pudenda. Notice it's like, even the idea of this, it's like resting upon a condition of shame or disgrace. That is literally the idea of what it's saying, I believe, in do I still have it up here? I believe that's the idea of this saying, like, who has not taken off his clothes, right? This is how it will be. The day of Yahweh, right? So, and something's coming together for the day of Yahweh, and then you can see, this is what it's saying. That, like, you don't want to be caught in that. Even just someone, like, I believe probably it makes people feel better that it looks like whatever war is going on is directly, like, talked about in the Bible, and that I don't think that, like, we're, at least I don't feel caught out in this situation. I feel like I'm making my stand in the name of Yahweh, and that, like, you can see when it's talking about these concepts, like, you don't want to be caught in this forever, right? It literally is talking about being caught in disgrace forever, and I literally think that that's what it's talking about. Like, it looks like I'm waking up to everlasting life. Like, I really believe that. Connected to the tree of life, which is what it's talking about, right? Does that make sense? In Revelation to the Nicolaitans, right? It talks about the tree of life. Like, I believe I'm getting to wake up to everlasting life, and I'm not going to be thrown in the burning lake. Which even in the, you could see in the Quran when we were looking at it, talking about being thrown in the fire. Where, like, obviously all these concepts are taken from the same thing. But this says Dar, D, like, Dalet Resh Aleph Wow Noon. Dur on. Dur on. Dur on. Generation. Dar. Pearl or mother of pearl. Daror. This is where the name Darius comes from, I think, right? Darius, yeah. Dar-yush. Alright. So, you can wake up to that, or you can wake up to everlasting, some to everlasting life, right? You see? Everlasting life. This is why I think at the second church, I get the crown of life. Hopefully I'm waking up to everlasting life, because instead of believing all the bullshit, I actually spent my time, like, trying to figure out what the truth is, and then just being me in this time period where that, I don't know, it's not really, like, I don't get as much out of it, like, in the human sense. Clearly, I like what I'm going through. I'm not getting paid to do the music stuff. I'm not getting, I haven't even, like, I don't even get to talk to my dream girl, my dream horse girl. uh and, like, or not yet, though it does look like there's communication or whatever, and she might even be used to get, like, to attack me. I don't know. Hopefully not. Hopefully it's just we're doing horse training right now, and then once we're finished with the horse training, we're gonna be, like, doing all the horse stuff that I could ever want. Do double both sides. Catholic jutsu. Have it yo way. I'm the Lord Mayor of Burger Town, and I might have ass burgers. Now put two and two together. I'm ready to eat some ass burgers, and hopefully, that like here's two examples of name pun reality is silly, but all right. Well, I'm excited for that if that is my actual reality, and hopefully Beyonce and Stephanie Yostin are as excited as I am. I'll still keep holding out that hope, and like Journey, I won't stop believing. Though, damn, it's like pretty. It's getting pretty. Like, damn, they're trying to take that belief away, huh? But I'm not. I'm not gonna stress out, huh? All right. I mean, I'm clearly stressed out a bit, but I'll be okay. Uh, I'll be better than okay. So, let me go use the restroom real fast, and then I'll be back in here to, I guess, talk more about it or whatever, and start getting stuff together, and yeah. Um, I'm probably not gonna go over this more. 'Cause I like to get actually some stuff done, but maybe this is getting stuff done, and I'm like, I mean, probably explaining what's happening is getting stuff done, but you know what I mean. I'd like to work on the mix or something. Well, the Rockets are about to play. The Mavericks are playing right now. Mavericks playing Lakers, and the Rockets play the Warriors. So got a Texas California thing going on. Uh, they're watching, or he's watching that downstairs on. I guess I could just pull it up on TV. No, probably if I pull it up, what's gonna happen is it would boot him or the other one off. So I'm like, there's no, I. So I'm not gonna open up DirecTV and possibly boot him off the thing. Um, this is also like this earthquake is literally going to be the end of all these things that have been attacking and harassing me like this, right? Like, and DirecTV doing bullshit like I'm speaking and I know people are listening, and instead of doing the right thing, they're trying to get more money out of whatever fucking situation and causing me disturbances. Your realities are over. You shouldn't have been acting like you've been acting. It just is the truth. Okay, I literally clicked the thing and it's saying like the AI suggestions are why is Moon Knight considered one of the MCU's most wasted heroes, and for keep exploring here, and how does Chris Richards' return impact the United States men's national soccer team? Like I don't think I've been looking up those concepts too much other than like a little bit. So I think it's interesting that it is showing those, but I guess I have looked them up to some degree. I just have looked up other things a lot more, like different, like the regions or whatever of the world that I've been looking up. So the fact that it's like showing those is like, huh? But okay. I open it up only because I'm literally, if I want to watch this, I'm gonna have to have it on this. We couldn't play this content at this time. Restart the app and sign in again. It wants me to boot, like it wants me to do that so it boots him off. Why are we paying for DirecTV? Like, do you guys not understand that like this earthquake happens, whatever people are claiming to be in charge of this company, you're in as much trouble as you could fucking be in. That you like purposefully made a point to like lock down the platform and try to get a little more money instead of making it more open. Like you got to be some of the dumbest people all time. Also evil and stupid and greedy. Like mostly the greedy thing is evil and stupid. So I'm like, especially in the context of what's going on. So honestly, like you're about to get what you deserve. Like all the people that have been doing this stupid bullshit, but and lying on God, who is Yahweh, and then Jesus, is like, who Jesus is the son of, right? Yahweh. All right. Restart the app again and sign in. It's like, what do you mean restart? You want me to log out and log back in so that it like boots someone off because you made it like only so many people can watch the stream? Why is it like they know the IP. They know where it's coming out of. So like if your server knows that it's all coming out of the same household and address, I mean, I genuinely think you're like stealing from people DirecTV when people sign up and to have it at their home, and you limit the people that can stream it from like one place. Like I have to buy multiple instances of DirecTV in order to stream at my own home. Who the fuck is running these companies? Because it just seems like some idiots trying to be greedy who thought they would be able to steal things away and then like the world's ending around it. And like, yeah, if you don't recognize everlasting disgrace is gonna be a real big fucking problem. This earthquake happens. It's literally like you are caught out at the end of the world, acting like greedy assholes, causing the guy who actually has the power to do something about it, causing me problems personally. And over the past like little bit of time, been calling and like, oh, we'll offer you this free thing. Like, we're gonna give you this free thing, and then it's actually they're gonna sign you up for something. They literally lied, and you could see it on camera. They're gonna sign you up for some bullshit that they want you to forget about so that they can charge you for it. Instead of just listening to me and taking the better thing. This is why the people that bought the company, you're gonna have it stripped from you. It's mine, and I'm gonna make sure that people can actually watch content in some kind of reasonable capacity. It's not just that you're gonna have it stripped from you. You are in trouble. So, I'm pretty sure it's like people trying to steal the satellites, like some company trying to. But I don't know how the legal structure works. But it's just like, you know, if you don't recognize what people are doing around me to like try to make me uncomfortable, and then how that's congrats at the end of everything, you put yourself as like the enemy of everybody to make some stupid fucking point to me. Like, damn, that's gotta feel bad. That is everlasting disgrace. All right. Also, the thing that I brought up with Steve earlier, and then like, and Steven and Steph and like the names, and then who do you think that the Rockets are playing? What do you think that the player that is like known on the team? Oh, Steph Curry, hilarious. Well, congrats on being healthy again, and uh, looks like everything is just all coming together in the right time. And okay, I need to work on this. Like, I want to work on I want to work on getting the stuff on my phone right, and then I want to work on getting I want to work on getting like whatever I have to do. I'm like as far as getting to the point that I can work on the mix, I'm gonna do that. So first, I want to do this part. I guess, yeah, I want to do this part. So like I would turn on the basketball games. He's watching the games downstairs. Maybe I'll go down and watch. Maybe I can just go to NBC and watch live. It won't let me create a profile on NBC. Do I already have? I mean, I already do have a Peacock account, so it could be why it's preventing. Uh, it literally won't let me create an NBC profile to watch to watch the thing. Like either if I use my Google thing or if I use my other thing, it like literally won't let me make an account. It's just grayed out and it won't ungrayed out. And I don't think I already have an NBC Universal one, though I do have a Peacock account. This also has like it's just so much shit to keep track of all these fucking things. Like it's mind-boggling that instead of engaging a better reality, it's just like more bullshit on top of more bullshit, even when you know it's ending. That's why the last 5 months, it's men are biting their tongues in pain, hoping for death and not finding it anywhere. Because this shit ends, and everything that you're doing individually is going to condemn you. Or like, that's the thing. Either everlasting life or everlasting shame and disgrace. What do you think is going to happen to people who are acting like this? While watching me, seemingly, in order to, like, particularly with the DirecTV thing, it's almost like their actions are directly against what I've said and been saying to make a point to me and or Yahweh that I and or Yahweh have no authority. I don't think that ends well. I don't think acting like that ends well. It won't even let me. Oh, okay. Maybe it will let me. It's like I'm hitting link TV provider, and it's not even letting me link the TV provider.
checked Allstate first and saved hundreds of my car insurance. Fortunately, I did not check my outfit before meeting my girlfriend's family. So check Allstate first. You can save hundreds.
Sunday night basketball has concluded. Literally, okay, here I was about to say, it was just talking about. Here's also a thing. Oh, it's in Spanish. I clicked the Spanish Telemundo broadcast.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Unfortunately.
All right, whatever. This is also I was gonna say, like, I see the Mexican League on TV, like when I was in the lockup, I kind of wanted to watch some like soccer while I was in there because, like, you know what else, like there was a time when it was like, well, I wanted to watch the news, and then if I just had the thing, I probably would have had it on soccer. But like even the same thing with like the Mexican League having more availability to watch it. Like, clearly in America, like, there's lots of Mexicans who want to watch Mexican League soccer, like literally Liga MX, and like there's not as much like hype in English. Like, you could probably pick like select games at least to start off with and like hype them up. I think maybe some of the Nations League stuff is that idea, but like I think that the actual level of play is good. Like I should say whatever movie did, but the play, like the level of play is good, and so it's fun to watch. It's a different style also than MLS. Like they clearly have different styles of play, and I like. There's things in Mexican League, like, I don't have to say, like, you should shoot, because they shoot a lot. All right, anyway, I'm gonna turn the game on and work back on this some more. Get my thing organized, and then, because some of this is, like, my whole, like, story and pictures is disorganized after just, like, part of it is I'm doing the thing again where everything that I'm taking screenshots of every letter that I'm typing, and so that you're seeing my screen from, like, you're just getting a lot of I'm recording a lot onto my phone, and so it's just a lot to also keep organized. I don't think I have to do this that much longer. I think we're about to see some massive change, but like, in order to protect myself, because whatever the bullshit that they had just done, it's like I have records that can prove that what I'm saying, like, you are delusional for questioning what I'm showing on camera repeatedly. Like, you guys are actually fucking delusional. To think that also people aren't going to do something, this earthquake happens, it is the end of your reality that you've been trying to, like, make stupid fucking points to me. It might be more reasonable to just engage what I'm saying and protect yourselves, because I'm not kidding. The earthquake happens, you are right in the flames. You get what I mean? So maybe, hey, change your mind when it happens. Like, before it happens, but, you're fucked when it happens. So actually engage what I'm saying. Wake up. And hopefully, I guess, for your sake, not to shame an everlasting disgrace, but to, the everlasting life and the kingdom of heaven. La cesta para ripostar por parte del conjunto de Houston. Diferencia de 5 puntos. Está Durant con 6 anotaciones de 4-3 en tiro de campo. Kerry con la pelota marcada por Amin Thompson. Gary Payton de segundo, está marcado por Bond. La cesta para pelota y es el último intento. Termina el primer cuarto con victoria parcial para Golden State. Diferencia de 5 puntos. Like, I see Chivas Pumas here.
Este segundo encuentro, doble cartelera en el Sunday Night Basketball. Disfrutamos la NBA a través de Telemundo.
NL Sunday Night Basketball.
When it was time to add my son to our car insurance, I was scared to even think about my mom.
NL Sunday Night Basketball. Nice shot. My live sports freak preview has concluded. Like, I literally tried to do this. Is what I'm saying. Why is this like, why are the cyber systems? It should just recognize who I am at this point. You guys are so ass backwards. Literally, the world has to fucking end, and the people at the top had to be thrown in lava for this place to fucking work, actually. Fuck. I mean, like, it couldn't be more ridiculous that that is the reality. Now I'm going to Peacock, the thing that I was trying to sign in. It wouldn't work with the Universal, the NBC Universal, whatever the fuck. I come to Peacock. I'm pretty sure I already know I do have a Peacock account. But do you get why people would just be like, you can't fix it, to the people who are like trying to lord themselves over the reality? You don't have the authority to fix the problem. The problem is only going to get worse. It's getting worse as you're getting more obviously greedy in a place that you shouldn't, causing more problems as the world's actually fucking ending, and I'm going to hold you to account. Do you not understand why you need to just shut the fuck up and do what I'm saying? The earthquake, when it happens, you're done anyway. Maybe just engage before then. You can save yourselves a lot of pain, an eternal amount of pain. By just doing the right thing and, like, engaging what I'm saying is a better reality for everybody, including yourselves. But okay. Jesus, my voice is loud. That was scary to me at that when I just like ended it there. Holy crap, that was loud. Alright, look. I'm gonna open the peeps up here. Do I want to be that scary? Do I really want to be like all the time talking about the lava thing? No, genuinely, I want to be talking about the horse thing, and then the fact that it seems like my dream horse girl has been used by some group of people using, I don't know, whatever that happened with Metal Gear Solid, in order to like attack and harass me and like literally cripple me. If she's a gift, then that needs to be engaged, and I need to get my dream horse girl now. But like at this point, it's just being used as something to like harass me at a distance, and like, you know, it's just, it couldn't be more of a like, can you guys fucking get this place to work right instead of like trying to nickel and dime everybody to death? What does Rayfield say? Uh, whatever. They're stupid. They try to nickel and dime you, and then they lose out on more money because like something better pops up in order to like engage the broken thing that they broke in order to charge you more. And it's also like the stuff that like we were saying with Centerpoint before the fucking all the Hurricane Barrel and the derecho being a, what is it, a penny short and a pound something. I tried to look it up. I didn't see the euphemism. Long story short, it's the idea of like being like trying pinching pennies to the point of literally like you're trying to save a little money here, and it caused a problem that you're gonna have to spend significantly more money fixing. Okay, being as greedy as people are doing, it's literally going to be just in the obvious. Something is forming up and has already formed up in front of your fucking face to deal with what you're talking about. I mean, what you're doing and what I'm talking about. By the way, look, it's the same color as that. It's pretty good. But I'm gonna listen to Al Roker. Al Roker. All right. You see the the peeps in here. I'm gonna do the thing that he's suggested, where you leave it out. Damn it. Where you leave it out and the crust, it forms a sugar crust. Let me see if he's walking downstairs. You try to get back on. He's watching it downstairs. He didn't have it. He didn't have it that loud. Actually, hold on. Like reasonably, you should have an account. Like we have, be able to log in to our thing, and then it's just logged in for all of us in here. And like the computer stuff's already at the point where it can track who's doing what, so it's like you're not gonna have the issue of like where you need to say, oh, there's only 2 streams per what account or whatever. Well, if I want to watch it, if it was like if I want to watch it, I should be able to stream it to any TV in here that I want. And this is why people don't like. I just like I'm genuinely I'm tired of these fucking companies that like. Who are you? That's also the thing is like nobody knows who's like owning the companies, and like for the most part they like that. They don't want you to know who owns them. They want to be as like often that like they just want to make money and be away from things and not have to deal with the consequences of how they run things. Here, hold on. Is that me? Do I want to do that? No. Do I do that? Am I running things? Also, the passwords for stuff, it's getting like the base level password you have to have is getting longer. Why not just fucking like have account like at a certain point you're gonna have to have like actual and like serious encryption on stuff, and it's like even now I'm pretty sure they do. Is this just a fucking like? God damn it! I can't pick. It's like genuinely. If you don't get this shit sorted when this earthquake happens, you're gonna be in the lava. I don't give a fuck what excuses you give me. Is that some like reason for you to stop creating such a fucking like mess of a cyber reality? This shit needs to actually work, and it needs to work well. I literally can't believe that this is still going like this, but do I really also again, do I really want to be like constantly like this? No, I don't want people to be so fucking evil and greedy that they have to be threatened with burning eternal torture to not steal and rob and create like such a shitty reality for people. NBC, what the fuck are you doing? That's the same for all these companies. There's no fucking like holding people to account, and they just keep making reality more complicated, less. It's like, what is the fucking purpose other than I just want to watch some basketball? Like, I don't have to go through this stupid fucking process when I try to watch it on a Sports City home network. You know what I mean? Like, I just click the thing and it works. You gotta nickel and dime everybody out of fucking everything. This is why, also, just to people, this is why you want me to own everything. Like, actually, this is why you want me to own things. In the least, I'll make sure that fucking people in charge of these companies don't act like this. Why? Everybody has a worse reality because of a couple of fucking assholes who want to be rich off your work, who want to be rich off your work, want to nickel and dime you on everything. And they don't make reality worse. This is something I'm pretty sure the computers could already make an infinitely better version like that. They want to keep human reality, this stupid fucking human reality that doesn't even work for them. It doesn't even work for them, actually. And again, you will die because of this. This is the type of shit that you will die. You know what? You don't die? Acknowledging Yahweh, not being caught in the everlasting shame and disgrace, or second death, burning lake, eternal burning torture. Can you please do something better? Like after the earthquake, there's never going to be a please or a reasonable thing. It's just it already is pretty reasonable what I'm saying. You're going into the flames. Even the Muslims say that part. I would suggest that doesn't even look like flames. That looks hotter than. And you deserve it. And I'm like, are people mad that I'm holding people to account with the only thing a bunch of suicidal fucking idiots are afraid of? I mean, Jesus, it's mind-boggling. Here, let me log into another thing in order to just like prove that like this, that, or the. I mean, you know what I mean? Did fucking and then like here we share the account between three people. I'm pretty sure Cheryl's changed the DirecTV thing, so I gotta go figure out what the fuck she changed it to. Like, genuinely, with all the authority of Yahweh, it's time to make a reality that doesn't fucking suck like this. You know what I mean? Actually, it's mind-boggling that this goes on like this. It's mostly that, like, okay, how long does this fucking stuff have to suck before, at some point, someone recognizes they need to make a change? You know? Like, actually. Okay, I think this is gonna work. Also, do you want me to, every time I get stressed out, to be like, literally, the volcano fucking gets, it looks like it releases stuff as I'm getting stressed out, because clearly. But, I mean, at a certain point, like, why are people willing to just have a worse reality? Like, you're testing me, but after the earthquake, you're done. Like, you gotta be stupid as fuck to keep this bullshit going on. Every little thing is saying you've already lost and that it's like the last 5 months. You know what I mean? Or like you're right up on it. You know what I mean? You're right up on the sixth seal breaking, and that's the end. Why wouldn't you just accept the better reality? It's literally the thing that I'm saying. Like, they link themselves to a system, a mechanical system, because they're greedy as fuck, and they don't want to engage that. That's gonna, like, all right, that's going into the flames. Are you gonna go with it? Are you gonna go with it? Are you gonna go with it? You're that greedy. You're gonna go into the flame, and you're not gonna be able to take it. You're gonna go with it. You aren't getting money out of this. Actually, you're gonna go with it. Like, I don't understand how they still acting like this bullshit, but clearly are. Okay.
1997, rookie to pull it off. Maria Taylor alongside the Hall of Famers. We got Carmelo Anthony, Vince Carter, and Tracy McGrady here with you. We saw a great showing by the rookie, but we also want to take you around the association to see what's already been happening on this beautiful Easter Sunday. Let's start with the Raptors taking on the Celtics. PI. And Jason Tatum went off.
JD is starting to get those legs. Yes, he is strong and in shape. That's going to be a problem for these conference. That's playoff shape right there. Yes, sir.
Jason Tatum, 23 points. Jaylen Brown, 26.
Cater, man. Cater's been strong.
Tough loss for the Raptors. They fall behind Philly in the play-in picture at 7. All right.
Take this what you have. You drop both of the guys. You're in the right
Ooh.
spot, though, Jen.
That's how you drop. He stepped on his teammate's leg.
117 to 108. They're 8 to 2 games. They did. All right, let's get into the Magic taking on the Pelicans here. Solomon Harrell was balling 23 points, 16 rebounds, 6 assists.
Yeah, man.
Just for you, T-Mac.
Way to get on the boards.
I'll also say this: probably New Orleans, and like the kind of the, because there's a couple other like Gulf Coast cities right around that could use more. Like the Gulf Coast region could use more teams as far as that is concerned. I like clearly. I was talking about the Pelicans, but like even the idea of being like more rivalries between, not rivalries, but you know, more. Well, I think the Houston Dallas one is one, but like having more play between kind of it's like the third coast, you know, or the Gulf Coast, right? So you have East, West, and a lot of the people on those coasts play each other a lot. It would make sense like you have the Gulf Coast region.
Clear of the Knicks for second place. All right, to the West we go, guys. Let's get into the Mavericks taking on, or OKC taking on the Jazz, and of course OKC doing what they do.
And like in soccer terms, just like I was saying across the Yucatan, it's like you have like a region that kind of like the Gulf region, right? And like teams around it play each other and stuff. And just some thoughts, but like definitely a New Orleans soccer team, I think, is like appropriate. Now,
Gives Houston even more space on
like,
the 5 seed.
probably everything's gonna have to change, but
The Rockets can pull to within one game of the 3rd seed with the win tonight. Now the Thunder, at first, they can clinch home court throughout the playoffs with 2 wins in their final 4 games. Something tells me they're going to do that. All right, there's a lot at stake this weekend.
Coast to Coast Tuesday.
The final week of the NBA regular season tomorrow on Peacock, the Knicks are going to face the Red Hot Hawks. Then Tuesday, it's a doubleheader on NBC and Peacock. The Hornets continue their quest for the playoffs at Boston. Then it's Katie's return to Phoenix as the Rockets visit the Suns.
It's false. Let's go. At the half is brought to you by the powerful backing of American Express. There's going out to eat, and then there's going all out with Plaid. There's nothing like having an in with priority notified and turning a regular Thursday into the day you try this, and this. And with up to $400 in Resi credit, there's nothing like having an excuse to do it all over again. Nothing like Platinum Nights and realizing the place lives up to the hype. With dining benefits at over 10,000 Resi restaurants. There's nothing like Platinum.
Kia, movement that inspires.
The whole park now runs on Xfinity. Actually, the network can heal itself in case anything pops up.
Or could possibly pop up.
A whole new species of Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years.
When we hit the pothole, I was worried we'd be stranded for hours.
Our lives would revolve around the pothole. Can I use my credit card to order 50 philosophy books?
The pothole. It's deep.
Candy, no.
Oh, get out.
Shoot. But that never happened. Thanks to the Geico app, help arrived in under an hour.
It feels good to get help fast. It feels good to Geico.
Fashion, gear, and things you never thought you could get. That's gotta count, right? This season, whenever a player drops 50, DoorDash drops something in the bag. Use the code the day after a player drops 50 and get a shot at winning the full bag. DoorDash. In your bag, all season long.
For an ultra?
You're playing for Ultras? Racy for an Ultra?
Put an ultra on. Don't forget, there's ultra on the line.
I didn't.
Making a ultra. Simply said that it's superior.
Welcome back to American Express at the half. Steph Curry has made his return after 27 straight games on the sideline, 10 first half points off the bench, but his Warriors down by 2 after 2 at home. Time now to take a look at DraftKings live player props for the second half. It's not too late to get in on the action with Kevin Durant out for Chendu and Draymond Green all making major impacts for their respective teams. Durant helping to lead the way with 12 points in that first half for Houston. It is the Rockets 55, Golden State 53. You're watching American Express at the half.
On DraftKings Sportsbook, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app and use promo code DONE when you sign up.
With today's NBA stars, no need to sing.
Bet on it. Up 20 used to be a lot.
Instead, Booker and Brunson, that's Booker's call.
Got to lead against the Joker. Jokes on you.
Hoopers get hot. And your bet just cashed.
That's money.
DraftKings is the best place to bet the biggest stars in the game. New DraftKings customers turn a $5 bet into $200 instantly in bonus bets. The crown is yours.
movement that inspires.
The whole park now runs on Xfinity. Actually, the network can heal itself in case anything pops up. Or could possibly pop up.
Goodbye.
A whole new species of Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years.
Sorry, team. Check out my game day trip. It's custom. Forget the game. You're watching me. Who loves you? And if you don't have the right auto coverage, you'll be paying for that yourself. So get Allstate.
Good is good enough for some, but not for you. There's nothing like having a place to land with the largest global airport lounge network. And enjoying dining benefits at over 10,000 Resi restaurants. Nothing like access to unique experiences worldwide. For a life like no other, leaving hard like no other, there's nothing like Black.
When a player drops 50, DoorDash drops something in this bag. And you score $5 off on DoorDash, plus a shot to win the whole thing. In your bag all season long. DoorDash.
Hay muchos momentos. Take a look. La cerveza oficial de la NBA.
Giannis, what's your goal for the season?
Score more points than anyone in history.
With Earnify, every stop at BP is a chance to rack up points.
Every point counts. Any questions?
Download Earnify and start your own record-breaking run.
Sunday night basketball, second half of our second of the doubleheader, 55-53. Houston with a 2-point lead after two. Welcome back courtside. No 8 with the Hall of Fame Reg Miller and Grant Lippman. Steph Curry makes his return. You said it's like riding a bike, and we're starting to see that rhythm come back.
And we have about 12, 13 minutes of Curry action in the second half to play with. But if I'm Steve Kerr and the Warriors, you're going to have to get a hold of these Rockets, killing them on the offensive glass. +8 advantage by Houston. Sometimes that's been their best offense, been on this shot.
And they have continued to come strong on both ends of the floor.
Which only off 8 minutes.
Welcome back courtside. No 8 with the Hall of Fame Reg Miller and Grant Lippman. Steph Curry makes his return. You said it's like riding a bike, and we're starting to see that rhythm come back.
Defending without fouling for the most part.
6 offensive rebounds for Houston, just 7 second chance points. 3 offensive boards for Golden State, 9 second chance points in that first half. See if they can find a way to box out and secure one and done from this end. Durant, professional bucket getter with a chance for 4.
That's how you start a quarter right here. And again, it's not like he's shooting over a smaller guy. This is a guy who's 7'1", 7'2", with a 7'6", 7'7" wingspan.
So Durant to the free throw line for his third attempt of the night. 15 boards, 40 assists for 8. Came in 27 games of 30 or more. Now in his 18th season at 37 years old. With continued excellence. And Porzingis with the response on the other end.
And you're Steve Kerr, this is a welcome sight because you've been waiting for Porzingis, who's played well in terms of scoring the basketball. And now that you've had your new big three, even though Stephen Curry's not on the floor, it's a nice move there, and catch. by Porzingis.
That was what made it so enticing. Came over from Latvia pick in 2015. Now 30 years old, a decade into the NBA. And when he was first in New York, Green shoved Durant in the back, pick up first one. When Porzingis was first in New York, there was a reason that Kevin Durant called him to the point. We hadn't seen this level of mobility at his 7'2", right now about 240, 250 pounds, but also the rim protection. Put it on the deck, get teammates involved. He just had such a unique game. Certainly injuries have hampered some of that movement, but you can see that it's still in there in the off-ball action. Thompson slams it home.
There is so much length on this Rockets team. Between Thompson, KD, Mark Smith.
Santos tries. Look at the wingspans in this starting unit. Outside of Shepard, everybody has a 7 foot or greater wingspan. It's led by Durant at 7'5". Smith pull up pop. It's tough to go up against Thompson, 7 foot wingspan. Smith, 7'1". Shingun, 7'1". Durant, 7'5". Atari Easton's in there. Each 7'2" wingspan. And he's still bodies to start the third.
You know, Jabari Smith Jr. could do was laugh because he just got by Porzingis.
Two posters coming out of the half. Durant thought about spread it out. Shoot the three. And Porzingis tapped to himself. Put it up ahead. Majewski. Big shot for the pocket.
Show to start this third quarter for Golden State.
Majewski, the third warrior, and up the favor for the 11. Good pass. Should go have that initial position for Porzingis. And a pretty short pass to commit his second foul.
Watch the finish here by Porzingis, but more importantly, and watch Jabari Smith Jr.'s reaction of getting posterized.
It's over 2 minutes gone here in the third. 8 in, Santos out. Santos sit 19 minutes, 12 points. Wyatt 12 for the down. And it was on my half closing.
He went right in the chest to negate any type of shot blocking.
Everybody's there for 8. Half allowed for defense to recover. Majewski on the reload. Working on Shepard. Nope, free ball. Another flat-footed board goes to Smith. His fifth. Thompson right to attack mode. Extra. Smith. Looking for three.
Smith Jr. has been lethal from threes. 4 or 5 on the evening.
Out of bounds, going the other way. It is currently the largest lead for Houston. Now 8 of 18 for 3. He is feeling it. Smith with 16 points. But right now, there's no stopping this guy. Van Gogh is fouled on the drive. And it's going to be number 3 on Porzingis.
Shane Hoon is taking it personal. He is going absolutely right at the chest of Porzingis and doing it with a smile. Look at this. It's right by him. Nothing you can do but tripling right there by Porzingis. And then they had to switch up.
With 3 gone by in the third. Majewski gets it back. Finds some space. 3. On the back tap by Green. 5 on 4. Majewski trying to get in. Shot ends up with a 4th foul on Porzingis. And it's going to be free throws with Houston already in the bonus. With 8:38 to play the third.
As a physical team as Houston is, now you've got 8:38 of bonus left here. Team that likes to penetrate and put pressure on your defense. You gotta take advantage of this bonus time.
And you got to figure that Porzingis is going to have to turn off the boards.
Well, that's the big thing left in that first half.
But with 3 minutes, he had 5 points. Next week on Sunday Night Baseball, Jose Alvarez and the Guardians of baseball. They got Ronald Acuna Jr. and the Braves. Sunday Night Baseball live on NBC and Peacock. Timeout on the floor with 8:38 to play in the third. Houston. Stand on the road.
Kia, movement that inspires.
The whole park now runs on Xfinity. Actually, the network can heal itself in case anything pops up. Or could possibly pop up.
A whole new species of Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years.
Tax Act has experts who can help you file your taxes, or they can just do it for you. And what's great about them doing it is you don't have to do it. Isn't not doing stuff the best? Tax Act. Let's get them over with.
Why are people still having to do their taxes at all, other than something that isn't American, is just trying to like overwhelm Americans with fucking work and bullshit. The whole Trump saying Allah thing is he's literally calling on state powers from foreign lands. That's what that is. Unless he's calling on me, and then I don't, where's my name and engagement? Like, the thing calling on Allah is actually calling on the state authority of others, like Saudi Arabia or whatever fucking group of Arabs is claiming to be Allah or whatever. Like, the whatever group is the 10 kings, 7, Book of Daniel 7, 10 kings, whatever group of people. I mean, it's like, do you guys not get how this is about to fucking explode? And like, it is mind-boggling to me. I'm pretty sure we're done, but I just like, I'm like, it is like, holy shit, like, I can't believe it's going like this, other than it is just the like mechanized reality that it's like too big of a thing for them to stop. Like, they're too big of a mechanized series of whatever. Like, if they're gonna stop, it's like, like to stopping a really big ship or something, it's not gonna stop immediately. Just like, all right.
Chicken al pastor is back at Chipotle, where fire meets flavor, where heat meets pineapple sweet, where chicken meets the sizzle of the grill, and where fans meet their favorite. Chicken al pastor, where fire meets flavor.
Tonight on Peacock, check out Peacock Performance Team on the way to block, real-time stats, live shot data, and player projects by default into the action of Peacock. At 8:38 to play the second quarter, we mentioned that Steph Curry's got a crowd for 2 chances to play with in the second half. Steve Kerr, recognizing that Houston has game-changer momentum to start this third quarter, has inserted Steph Curry on the field.
We can get back to some of that man movement, ball action, Curry. So now everything clicking offensively for the Rockets.
So Bassi on the floor with Porzingis picking up his fourth. So Curry, Pajemski, Santos, Green, and Bassi on the 5 for Golden State. 9-point game. Curry found Bassi, but he just wasn't expecting it so quick. It's the 9th turnover of the night for a Golden State team that turns it over nearly 16 times per game. High turnover team as well, and over 52 tonight. Van Good working on Bassi.
Also, I don't really like being like, I like the volcano stuff. I really don't as much like the like using the volcano to make a biblical point. I would rather just enjoy I like volcanoes, you know what I mean? I know they do react to me repeatedly, clearly. But...
and create a little bit of separation to knock down that mid-range.
Dozen points in a dozen minutes. Steph Curry. He gets the knock. Right at pass to Shane Green. Green comes over the helmet. They lead Durant. Shane collects the ball. Curry had it. Curry drive on Steph. Curry.
What just happened there?
Shepard handed 5 on 4 still. And Smith for 3.
This is what takes Houston to a different level. When Jabari Smith can knock down shots like that on a consistent basis.
Green is fouled by Smith. They tried to ricochet it off of Smith. What between those two after the fact?
Oh, of course. It's not going to be a game against, as Ray said, San Francisco, against Golden State without that.
Jabari Smith was taking offense. Basically, did off his shoulders and the face.
You saw what happened. Smith kind of nudged Green, and Draymond immediately sensed them coming. He beat his lips. He said, "Don't do that. Don't do that. Right here. Nudge. Don't do that."
I mean, they're both causing shit. You know, Draymond's like walking by close to bump into him so that he can say shit. The drama.
The officials here are starting to pull up a little bit.
It's because the Rockets have put up a significant lead, so they're like, it is. I mean, it's realistically cool them off using the way you know how. Like that's what it looks like to me.
You know, bats a little bit late rotating over. You got to give him a hard show right here. Probably wouldn't have mattered anyways, but it's better for him to see a big body down there.
Ran down with 19, Smith with 19, Shannon with 17, and Thompson with 11. Santos up to 14 to the free throw line. Celebrate Bruce Month with the NBA. Stand on tonight for recycling unwanted clothes. Bring your free bag today and get started. Eric Payton II back on the floor for Golden State. Bassey's going to sit, so we're going to small lineup here for the Warriors with Santos and Green on the front court. And Eason and Durant all still out there for Houston. We have Golden State and Thompson and Holiday back. Warriors at 47% or 10 or 11 for line, but they're 7 of 25 3. And Houston 9 of 1 from the outside. And shot it effectively from everywhere on the floor. Houston thought about it. Just back down. Keeps the trade. And create the board. Chemsky, slow step. Cut it off. One Washington. He stopped on the dime. If that would have been up a little bit faster, it would have increased it, but I thought it was traveling there by Brzezinski. We can't believe it as well. We're going to look at it here. Pick it up.
They're together. 1, 2. That's good.
The shoot is more now. Practice that, master that. That is a different possible goal. Just the defender, he keeps it on his heels. Whether those Euro steps, slow steps, you never learned that growing up. And now these kids are doing it on a daily basis at 9.
Well, that shows you how international the game is. Wide open here. You can mess up a lot of those balance too. They're pretty balanced. Thompson attacks.
Outside. Holiday gets the three. Thompson again. 2 feet at the paint. Just the double thing, but doesn't have to take the goal. Double point game. Kept up. Off the drive. Got it up from behind. Gleason comes away with it. Durant. Ospachevsky. Double team. Holiday. Back to him. KD. Durant.
Damn.
From the outside. And Houston pouring it on in the third quarter. Green inside. Takes the flip. And Durant has found a way for the ball. Going to be more free throws for Houston. Durant up to 10 points in the third quarter.
Defense here. Holiday here. It looked like Santos was trying to do that Euro step. Loses the basketball, which led to this. Durant knocking down his second three. 22 on the evening. Again, another efficient night in the office for Kevin Durant. 8 of 13 from the field. 5 rebounds, 5 assists. Each 37. In the middle of next year, probably catch and pass the great Kobe Bryant in terms of all-time scores in a game.
Came in to tonight. Playoff team for 5 different franchises. 1,163 points away from Kobe coming into the night, so 4th place all time. Going short, rebound Thompson. Durant, so important for him. As he passes on his knowledge to the next generation of basketball players. Loves the game, but he turns it over here. And just to the step.
His Rocket teams, they have given up big leads before. We highlighted that. Up 18 in the fourth quarter versus the Knicks, the Garden lost. Up 13 in overtime on the road versus Minnesota and lost.
Early at 15. Not as many as 15 along the hill. Seth Torrey will check in next their ball. Decent. Set up to the end of the space. Quick finish it. And it's out of bounds going the other way. And Seth will come in for Majeski. Gary Uso will be shooting the ball and it was the high clip of late. 9 of his last 1 from 3. That's 15 or more points in 4 of his last 5 games. He's just 1 for 8 here in rank 2. Acquired his option right to his teammates. And certainly picked up the slack. Taking on the push it down. Easy money. Durant trailing. 2-man game to keep away.
And ball of AD.
Seth Curry. Steph Curry. On the block.
From that drive, but again, checking boxes. Experiencing the contest, touching the deck. Getting up from them.
Kick out. Open up. And easy. First off the ball.
Just have some good looks too, right? You get a double Curry for him now.
Get fouled on the pitch. Lance Thompson picking up his second. Going to be 3 throws for Gary Payton's second.
Contact here by Eason. Anything to Curry. There's Tate. And we have called, but there's the contact. The concentration there by Stephen Curry.
already taken 14 field goals for both competitions in 17 minutes. 14 points, just behind E. Santos and Pachemski, each with 15. And now it'll be Peyton going to the free throw line for the 14th and 15th attempt of the night for Golden State. Porzingis back on for 4 fouls. Shangoon and Okogie do the same for Houston. Take a look at the upcoming national TV schedule. Peacock tomorrow night. Knicks at Hawks at 7 p.m. Eastern. Then Coast to Coast Tuesday, NBC and Peacock Tuesday. Charlotte at Boston was turned into a fascinating Eastern Conference matchup at 8 Eastern. And these Rockets head to Phoenix to take on the Suns at 11. For more on these Phoenix, please go to NBA.com or visit the NBA app. Down to 9 after Houston went by 15.
Looking Jordan Durant. Very big second, giving up about 6 or 7 inches.
Shangoon right after Porzingis with 4 fouls. Holiday, 4-2. Kick out. It's Eason on the top. The lead. Shangoon taking it off. Excellent rotations defensively for Golden State. 2:36 to play in the third. And the Warriors making a little threat on the comeback.
How we're made determines how far we go. So for those who are strong, those who are powerful, those who aren't afraid to push their limits, the world of greater awaits. Greater journeys, greater experiences, greater memories. The first ever Kia Telluride Turbo Hybrid is ready.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Park now runs on Xfinity. Actually, the network can heal itself in case anything pops up. Or could possibly pop up.
A whole new species of Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years.
I'm sorry, team. Check out my game day drip. It's custom. Forget the game. We're watching me. Who loves you? And if you don't have the right auto coverage, you'll be paying for that yourself. So switch to Allstate. You can save hundreds. Let's go. There's going to work, and then there's building a business with Business Plat. There's nothing like having the backing to help keep your business booming, or working on the fly with the largest global network lounge network. There's nothing like closing a deal with an unforgettable dinner and starting your work trip on a high note with the largest curated global hotel program, while getting exceptional service worldwide. With access to over $3,500 in business and travel value annually.
Am I doing the Rock Nation thing? I mean, it is just actually the best way to to get the camera to focus. But
$5 off on DoorDash plus a shot to win.
All right.
In your bag all season long. DoorDash.
There are a lot of moments. Like the smoothest ones.
How do you like me now?
What if you can have your own? That's exactly what every Williams Sonoma customer thanks to Salesforce. With Agentforce, every meal's perfect, every table's set, every holiday's handled. Recipes, techniques, tools, every answer at your fingertips. This is how Williams Sonoma found the ultimate recipe for customer success.
Well, the Golden Years for Golden State, 3 seasons with Kevin Durant and Steph Curry together, 2016 to 19, resulted in a 740 winning percentage, which is the best in the NBA. Both made all NBA in all 3 seasons, 3-time Western Conference champs, 2-time NBA champs, only losing to the Raptors in 2019. So many great memories together, including those 17 and 18 championships. And they got to do it again during the Olympics when Kevin Durant in the gold medal game deferred to Steph Curry down the stretch, getting him the ball against the double team that resulted in the final knockout threes. They had so much respect for each other, really enjoyed their time together. Of course, there was challenging moments that there always are. The scenes and turbulence and everything that goes with it. But man, they were so.
I'm gonna go see if Ray wants some of the
generational players.
chocolate bunny. I'll be right back.
A little bit. Now they're matched up. That's Curry looking to put the Bulls. And he does with a hesitation. Oh my goodness. Well, everyone holding it with. You think it'd be explosive. Can he still take the ball off the goal? Hesitation by Kevin Durant. And then the teardrop, the contact, the concentration. Stanford, Curry, Eastern, Central. Time. That's an 8-0 Golden State run. It's what was a 15-point lead down to 7. And Curry shimmied, feeling like himself. Oh, yeah. 16 points, 18 minutes. You just couldn't see that. 93.1%. Another game this season. Back in the trade center. Sam Dillon on corner fitness. Straight from Durant. Sam Dillon looking for some space. 3 to shoot. Put it up. This defense. 3 minutes for Golden State. Curry. Step back. Six for Durant, 19 for Curry. We thought about it. He was talking to you, though. Well, he was talking to you. He said, shooter to shooter. And this is one of the all-time great shooters. Making another tough one. These two, exactly what they've done. Really, they're kind of true. But when I look at the NBA tracks, the field goal percentage of the toughest shot makers in the NBA. And on that list this year, Kevin Durant ranks 4th in the league. Steph Curry, albeit in the 39 games, ranks 5th in the NBA in highest field goal percentage above expected. Both are top bucket getters and makers. And other names on that list you expect. Milkins on that list. SGA is on that list. In the top. Jokic flat line one. Really just the exact number. You see Jokic, his field goal percentage is 11% better than expected based on his shot quality. SGA with the big names in the stock. Is outside the other list. 5 minutes, up the third, in a 4-point game. Touch on the that was impressive stuff. Draymond has to be careful. He did not pick up a technical foul here. It was a nice rotation over there by Green. But how about the strength by Thompson? There's the quick double. That's enough. Watch the reaction afterwards by Thompson. There you go, flexing.
I was like, I offered him some of the bunny, and he's just like, bring off a piece, and I'm like, sure. And he grabs the head, and he just goes, and the whole head came off. But Whatever. Look, I'll put the little bow tie on the egg.
Left on the button. That's like 24. Am I right about that? That's correct. At 19 or 21. But he did shift his third quarter back a little bit to a favorable state. On a spin, outside double cross.
Damn. That was a nice move.
Back to an 8-point game. And nice close to this quarter. Hopkins. 5-second difference. Shot clock at 10 o'clock. But jumps against the drive. Stops at full court surface and is stripped out of that. Quick spin once again. Right off the body of Porzingis. Tate and Houston come back into Houston. First thought about getting Curry back out there for this final offensive set. 5-second difference, 8-5-2. Melton ball fake. 8 for the fourth finger. Working on the range. Couple of balls. Durant at the block. And Durant trapped by Porzingis. That's number 5 on KP. He hesitated to pump it, and that allowed Kevin Durant to recover defensively.
KP.
He pump fakes.
Oof.
And it gives Durant a chance to
Good block. KP versus KD.
Porzingis now. Get it off right there. He was wide open. He hesitates, he pump fakes, and Durant makes a pick. Fifth foul on Porzingis. Third block for Kevin Durant. KD up to 27. So Steph Curry's going to come back in for the final 5.4. The final offensive possession. Here's Sean Tate, Josh McCoy, Tari Eason, Ben Thompson, Kevin Durant, the 5, Rene Udoka. Going to have to go to the lane for the score here defensively against Curry without foul. Necessary. Durant's got 16 in the third. 5.4 seconds left. Green getting up the floor quickly. 2 seconds left. Green. Just a little unorthodox. And maybe not quite get to the offense quick enough. Both State had to within 4. But Houston closes the court strong. Porzingis was attacking the rack. Curry was feeling back. But it was KD with 16 in the third. And Houston lead big in the fourth.
At West Point Lincoln of Sugarland, we deliver an elevated buying experience that begins the moment you arrive and lasts long after you drive home. As the only Lincoln Vitrine showroom in the Houston area, our family-owned dealership offers a modern, boutique setting as unique as our service. We pair this world-class atmosphere with a commitment to your time and total satisfaction. Visit us today and discover what sets us apart. Come see us at West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Hey guys, see anything in the clouds? No, it kind of looks like a cat.
Santa Claus, cheetah sandwich.
That's specific.
Card that sees what you can't.
Yep, that's him.
I would show you. The Hyundai Tucson. Now, get the Hyundai Tucson for 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
At West Point Lincoln, we deliver an elevated buying experience that begins the moment you arrive and lasts long after you drive home. Experience the personal touch of a family-run business in every department. From our expert sales consultants to our factory-trained service team, we ensure you're always treated like a guest, never a number. So come see what the excitement is all about at West Point Lincoln. Easy to get to on the Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway under the giant American flag. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Whether it's a sharp foot pain in the morning or a sports injury, foot pain can make an easy task almost impossible.
Yeah, it certainly
A
can.
number of common correctable ailments like plantar fasciitis, heel pain, bunions, hammer toe, arthritis, or issues related to your diabetes. Your next step? Call Dr. Latif Nuruddin at Bayou City Foot and Ankle. Call Bayou City Foot and Ankle today. 281-500-8891.
Here we go. Life throws a big hit and you're down. But wait, Procare Injury Lawyer steps in. Strong on defense, fight. They're driving, pushing forward, and yes, delivering the win for their clients. Look, that's not just play-by-play. That's real life. When you're injured and you need a team that fights for every yard, every point, every victory, that's Procare Injury Lawyers. 281-222-2222. Strong on defense, fighting for you. That's Procare Injury Lawyers.
I'm a star of your team. Check out my game day trip. Forget the game. You're watching me.
Okay, I think I got my phone back to like.
So get off stage. Yep. 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 Everybody got choices.
Kevin Durant and Steph Curry. So many years, so many battles, so many moments together as teammates and as rivals. 28 for Durant, 21 for Curry. They both start on the bench to begin the fourth quarter. First half, Porzingis stays out there with 5 personal fouls. Santos, Krzyzewski, Payton, and Pat Francis. Krzyzewski drives on Holiday. Spray it out. Porzingis three. Way off. Hands and feet. Shane doing that event.
Five on the shot clock. Didn't touch the rim on that shot there by Porzingis. Okay, Josh Okogie guarding you. There's no way he should push you all the way out to the 3-point line.
Holiday and Kobe, Thompson, and Goon, and Smith. Free to shoot. Spencer's going to have to find a way. Got it all. And Smith. Oh, there's power in that stretch. Pat Spencer has been a revelation at times this season for the Warriors when they needed a spark. He has provided it in energy and in play. Rebound, 2 Porzingis. Over it's the Wartime Award winner in college and played for both players in the entire country.
Don't underestimate him because he doesn't look. Because he didn't look like the most professional of athletes. I was even thinking earlier, he reminds me of the guy from Deadpool 2. I forget, hold on. Maybe he's in Deadpool 1 also, like that he's on X-Force. Hold on. I think it's a Deadpool 2.
5 minutes off the bench. Thompson bounce. Shango drive. Porzingis playing with 5. And Shango just fouled him out.
He reminds me of Rob Delaney's character in Deadpool. Pete Wisdom. Well, he didn't not the comic version, but like the one on Deadpool.
Massey in Porzingis, 23 minutes, 9 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists. There's a 3 in downtown. After being 8 for 5 2-point range in the loss to Cleveland a couple days ago here.
As for Steve Kerr and the Warriors, you're just hoping that Massey can buy you at least 2 minutes until you can probably bring Draymond Green back at that 5 position. You'll just go slow the rest of the way, but it's got to be able to buy you 2 to 3 minutes for Green.
Second time in 30 games this year that Porzingis has fouled out. Back to the 10-point game. 2 minutes gone in the fourth. Santos. Working on Shango. Left to the body. Push ball reversal, but Kensky on the drive. Kick.
Mostly it's the mustache.
And it is on that basket for the Warriors. That looks. And Bill has been 19, 5, and 6. We got 3 seconds going against Golden State. Coming here. Steph Curry continuing to work that lead. First game back since the end of January. Shepard gets back to 10. Except Curry. Check back in.
There's some shooting on the floor here. Set up last possession, case in point for the Warriors. 2 and 3 looks and just couldn't get one to go.
Steve Kerr looking for the right combination of shooting, scoring, and defense. Bassey trying to get the front goal on the script. And go drop back. Set to right about Bassey. No chance. Hallway bounce. Oh! Foggy look for the slam. And he's fouled on the way up.
The Rockets are really playing like they want this one, and I think they do because like they're 1 game off a third if they win this. Like they're I think whoever's ahead of them is tied at 50, but if they add another, they're probably right in it. They were doing well for a while, and then all this stuff's going. Like, first of all, I'm doing the thing with all the music stuff, really focused on that, but then I don't think it helps, like, being forcibly thrown in the middle health lockup, but maybe, I mean, in the way that I'm saying, like, well, it's I do like I'm gonna get art out of it that I think is like powerful, and like the story of it happening, especially on camera, I think is powerful.
Kia, movement that inspires.
The park now runs on Xfinity. Actually, the network can heal itself in case anything pops up.
Or could possibly pop up.
A whole new species of Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years.
That's the reason why I get up to work every day. We have this environment, so I always got to be on the point. Figure out ways for my approach to be effective.
My goat, man, Kevin Durant.
The guy's amazing. He's one of the greatest scorers of all time. What a journey it's been. I'm looking forward to keeping it going.
It's odd. If something's free, people just can't resist it. More baffling is that people turn down free money by not switching to Geico. Customers can save $900, you know. Say, do you have this in a small?
It feels good to find the right fit. It feels good to Geico. Good is good enough for some, but not for you. There's nothing like having a place to land with the largest global airport lounge and enjoying dining benefits at over 10,000 Resi restaurants. Nothing like access to unique experiences worldwide. For a life like no other, you need a car like no other. There's nothing like black.
Yeah, where their jobs are basically done by computers and like you don't have to worry. That's where we're headed. Stop trying to pretend we're headed anywhere else. Where like pretty much you don't have to do anything but be a decent person. Be the best version of you that you can be. And like, do you want to add art? Do you want to add like being someone who is like good at sports? Like, what do you want to do? You can do it.
The comeback. Steph Curry, 21 points, 8 of 16 from the floor in 19 minutes in the first game since January 30th. Back to the Bay for KD, and it's been a welcome return for him. 28 points, 16 in the third, 8 boards and 5 dimes. Morris Smith Jr. is a plus 25 in the box score in 22 minutes. He's 5 of 6 from 3. For Houston, who has a team of 11, 5 from the outside, and leads by a dozen. Rockets led by as many as 15 in that third quarter. And extended fast view with 9 minutes to play. Passing with the size advantage. Santos gets it up. Goes down. That's been the difference. Golden State, not even 33. Now at 27% to 3.
Santos missed his last spot from deep. Wide open looks, too.
Shepard drive. Shepard good finish. Spencer on the attack. Finish on the fourth quarter for Pat Spencer. The Alamos keep to 10 lead step on the bench floor. Reed Shepard continues to make a play for the Rockets.
Versus the Rockets this season. That is going to be on that high screen roll. But just keep your thought.
They needed that one to go down. Lipinski now with 18 points.
And wait, don't first. That's going to roll for Shepard.
And it's going to be a kick by Batson. Murray continues to stay warm.
Watch Batson. He's in a drop right here. This is target practice for Reed Shepard.
If I'm everybody's dad, did people just realize that? I just realized that. Not now, but I mean like a little while ago. It hadn't been that long that I recognized that as like in actuality. Like, yes, this Yahweh is everybody's dad, and the spirit, like Yahweh is dad and everybody's dad, right? But or it's like the father of all or whatever. But like I was like, okay, that's a spiritual thing, and then I'm like, wait, what happened?
Shepard going into his back. My goodness, eye off the glass there.
Steve Curry said, without Steph Curry.
What happened? I promise, like, when I was younger, I remember falling through some kind of wormhole, like, in elementary school. Now, I did have a powerful imagination, but as you see, my imagination affects reality, so when I was younger, if that's the case, you gotta think, like, oh, he probably was, yeah. So, what happened?
Finish at the rim.
Like, I'll also say, I don't hate the idea of, I don't hate that idea, particularly as I understand, well, like, that's a place, like, I think actually if you're everybody's dad and people like you, that's a very honorable place to be, and stuff. Or if I'm just also, like, I put on the Yahweh, like, the eye ointment, and it's like, well, now I'm seeing, like, that's the case. You know? As if I am, so that reasonably probably take care of people, everybody. Like, if I'm in a position of authority, I'd take care of people. And I can understand that. And I can also understand, well, like, I have, like, a bubble enough to kind of have that ability to see what's going on. And also I've been in enough real life or realistic situations. I don't know if I'm really doing the overcomer thing. I don't know if I'm ever in like I don't know, am I in real situations or what? Like, everything always feels pretty real, but it seems, and my phone seems to be suggesting that everything, but I'm just going through whatever the fuck. I feel like it's like a ride that I can't put the brakes on, so I'm just, like, what's that, The Offspring? Oh, okay. No brakes. No brakes. No brakes? Oh, okay. Alright, well, cool. See what happened? I just needed the Noah thing, and then no brakes. Okay, cool. Well. I don't hate that. I mean, I'd honestly, I think, like, if that's the case, well, then I can be the one, like, demanding a better reality from whatever isn't giving it. to me and my family or me and my kids or whatever's going on. I don't. Do I know? I've put enough together. I mean, it does look like something's going on like that. So if this is one of my kids, well, first of all, clearly I'm a weirdo, but but second of all, it looks like she is too, and a bunch of you are. So cool. Can we? Then the sign said, "Long hair to freaky people need not apply." Yeah. All right. Well, I'm still applying. Yep.
So my approach to be effective.
My goat, man, I can't read the rent.
The guy's amazing. He's one of the greatest scorers of all time. What a journey it's been. I'm looking forward to keeping it going.
A shopping cart smashed my head. We worried we'd have to fight to get paid for such a small plant.
And life would revolve around the shopping cart. But that never happened. Geico got it fixed fast.
Zip time. It feels good to get going again. It feels good to Geico. There's going out to eat, and then there's going all out with Plaid. There's nothing like having an Indian priority notified and turning a regular Thursday into the day you can find this, and this. And with up to $400 in Etsy credit, there's nothing like having an excuse to do it all over again. Nothing like platinum nights and realizing the place lives up to the hype. With dining benefits at over 10,000 Resi restaurants. There's nothing like platinum.
Four parks. One vacation that changes everything. Universal Orlando Resort.
Galen buys 3 here by Shane Goon because Ime Udoka is absolutely livid. You can get anything you want. He says, my bad, but Ime Udoka didn't want to hear it. Because now you've opened the door for Stephen Curry and the Warriors. Take bad shots, which leads to long rebounds and easy transition buckets. That was the only way the Warriors
Well,
were able to get back in this ballgame.
accountability. This is what Ray wanted. This is the exact opposite of the previous coaching style, so it's also literally what Ray was saying, like, this is what he thinks for the Rockets, and then when he came, he was like, yeah, I think this is gonna fit that. I mean, clearly. I can understand it. And like you want your whole team to be accountable. I try to be accountable, you know. I don't know what my team is, but I try to be accountable. Or try to hold myself accountable. Is that on a foul? It wasn't a heavy foul or anything, but
See how he gives the ball up? 3 on 2 on the backside. That's a couple of bumps. Range, switch, 4-2. Mount try. Nick's gonna have to put it up. So strong, and then top by 3.
Fortunate.
They were
All right.
basically two players face starting Stephen Curry. And the Warriors have a whole advantage in the paint and couldn't score. Yeah. And you can direct front. And the squad and team is playing the title. 66. That's it. Watch your head.
Ooh.
A chance for three. And a silent stare down after a ridiculous slam. Oh, wow. Amin Thompson is trying to destroy lives out here. Oh, my goodness. You talk about putting someone in the rim. Can you please sign this poster for me, please, Mr. Payton? Oh, wow.
Oof.
That is a big time blockage there by Thompson. Actually, one game. Third dance. Hey, attack. Okay. Just run this house all day long. Because you will get whatever you want on the backside. Yes, you're getting the ball out of Curry's hands. You're getting some easy ones on that backside. Get instead of doing that shot, that one comes out of bounds. Off of the melt. And look, couple game internship. Draymond Green knows that he may just cussed out Shane Good. He's daring him to take that shot. Bounce it. Hey, step by Green out of bounds. Defensive. Thompson into the ramp. Lift it. Rebound. Green. Curry. Spencer. Spencer. Curry. Rebound. This direction. When you give it up, that's when Curry gets more dangerous, man. 24 in the return. 3:45 to play. He's missed how many games? 27? 27 games. Over 2 months of action gone.
Damn, that was a nice move. It didn't finish off with a nice move, but like.
Direction. Baby. At the 7 left for him. There's the high screen and roll. Watch the next up. There's 2 players on Curry. Go up the floor. Takes a shoot. Working on Smith. Curry dance. Curry cross. Curry fly. So you got the ground and Smith finally done.
Nice. Alright, don't waste the possession. This is where they gotta stay turned on mentally. Oh, exactly not like that. Yeah, probably should slow it down. Like, at this time in the game, every play, particularly when it's this close, every play means something. Yeah, Noah, it's a one-possession game now. Oof. Oof.
You are so worried about the behind the arc. Back to Durant. Can't
Oh,
To bring it to one and tie the game for Golden State.
like hard. Oh,
They got 11th decisions right for Draymond. 15 to play. Durant. Pick up. Brown. Push up.
that's the shot you take.
With Stephen Curry. There was the contact down low. What a big shot by Shane Hoon. Big moments for the whole season. Houston is 20-22 in clutch games this year. Second most games played behind Dallas, with only the 20 wins. Golden State 16-19 in clutch games with a score within 5 with 5 minutes or less remaining. And Şengün converts on the three-point play. For now, Rockets on a 5-game winning streak here. Curry. Back from Payton. Oh, it's not three!
Damn.
And then 29 off the bench. 1 point game. 57 seconds left. But do they have a stop in it? See help. Durant, the fade. Rebound over the left. Bring it into the paint. Second opportunity for Curry. And a timeout call on Steve Kerr. He's asking, can we assist the basketball? Stephen Curry between two Rocket defenders. Like it had eyes, people.
How we're made determines how far we go. So for those who are strong, those who are powerful, those who aren't afraid to push their limits, the world of greater awaits. Greater journeys, greater experiences, greater memories. The first ever Kia Telluride Turbo Hybrid is ready.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Mobile Park now runs on Xfinity. Actually, the network can heal itself in case anything pops up. Or could possibly pop up.
A whole new species of Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years.
I checked Allstate first and paid hundreds on my car insurance. Fortunately, I did not check just how permanent my body pain was. So, yeah, check Allstate first. You can save hundreds.
Curry in real time. Get the basketball up and never stop moving. And look at the breeze of difficulty. Look how quick the ball was in his hand and released. And nothing but water from Stephen Curry. Has missed over 2 months of game action. 27 games. 9-18 has been the record without that man on the floor for the Warriors. And now they have a chance because Superman is back in the building. Warriors' last lead was 47-45. They're outscoring the Rockets by 9 in the fourth. Crowd on their feet. Reggie on his feet. Here we go. 27 seconds remaining. Warriors down by 1. Screen try. Inside Payton.
Really? They gave that? That looked like it was still going up.
So focused on number 30, you forgot about the slip and the screen action. Look at the back cut here by Payton. Oh,
That's
Draymond Green now with his 12th assist.
if the ball's still going up and not going in. If he slaps it against the backboard, whatever. I'm sure that they would call it. Like, I'm sure Ime Udoka would be pretty. Is he going to challenge? Yeah, I think he's challenging that. That looked.
A call that they believe should have been an offensive foul on Seth Curry. Instead, it was a shooting foul and 3 free throws. There's 16.1 seconds remaining here. Steph Curry has taken the Warriors from down 15 all the way to up 1 here in the fourth.
You know, I think about this. He's been over 2 months. And already he's got 20 field goal attempts. Hasn't had a lot of practice time. But one thing that will never leave
You mean so he's had a bunch of rest? He's an elite player who's had a bunch of rest. I'm not surprised that he comes back.
basketball dribbles, getting contact, and runs. Now we didn't have a stop in it. And to me, the one thing if I'm Steve Kerr and the Warriors, we've just got a guard again. Houston Rockets' best offense all season long has been a missed shot. They are so good on the offensive glass. So it's not going to be the initial shot by KD or Shane Goodwin. It could be if they put back by one of these Rocket players. Seven in the NBA, second chance points of 17.5 on the season. It'll be Thompson, Durant, Smith, Shepherd, and Shenville. For Houston, Curry, Kajewski, Milton, Hayes, and Green for Golden State. And not a lot of size on the floor here. That's the problem. Remember, Kristaps Porzingis fouled out of the game in 22 minutes of action.
Dub 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 da da dub dub da da dub dub da da dub dub.
With Milton or 8% guarding, Anderson good, hand it to Durant. Durant drive, shoot, go on the dive.
10 seconds left. They're up by 1. Rockets up by 1. Play hard D.
30 seconds left. Curry, step back. Next step.
Wow.
And the Rockets are the hitting winner.
Let me go celebrate downstairs real fast.
17 to 116 to spoil Steph Curry's return action. Well, they finally learned something from that high screen roll. They brought size, and on the backside decided to stay home. So they forced Curry to take a very difficult and contested three-point shot.
Now remember, Golden State had a timeout and decided against using it with 11 seconds remaining in a 1-point game.
I like the decision by Steve Kerr. There was no need to call a timeout in Toronto. We all knew where the ball was going to be. Look, everyone stayed home and you had size on. You had 6'10 and 6'9 guarding Curry 30 feet from the basket, and he still almost made it. Look at this. Smith, Thompson, and just a little bit to the left. What a game.
And if you were curious whether or not Steph Curry's going to be ready for that playing tournament, I think tonight certainly filled any doubt. 19 second half points, 29 for the game, but Alperen Sengun is the hero for Houston.
Well, again, there's not a lot of size on the floor because, remember, Porzingis had fouled out.
Yes.
So when you got a guy rotating late over, it's a guard.
Let's go to Grant Lipton.
All right, Kevin. What a game. It was a nail biter there. How do you guys pull this one out?
I mean, we had the game in control, and then put 30 in the game, and he got it back into it so easily. You know, he makes shots so quickly. It looked incredible after a couple of months off, and that was a tough one. But it's late in the season, and both teams are looking to get ready for the playoffs, so it's a good test for us, and glad we came out with the W.
What have you learned about this team over this 6-game win streak?
You know, when we play simple, when we make that, the simple play instead of trying to play in the crowd, we don't foul, we put ourselves in a good position to win basketball games. So I think it's another low turnover game for us tonight against a team who forces a lot of turnovers, and once we get the ball up on the rim, we're a good team.
I mean, you mentioned Steph, but you look like you're having some fun out there with Draymond and Steph. And just after so many years, do you savor moments when you get to play against them?
Yeah, most definitely, man. Can't hide that fact that I got history with this team and with this franchise, this city. So it's always good to compete You know, they know I'm gonna come with it. I know they're gonna come with it. And you know, you always have games like this when we play.
That was a great game tonight. Thanks, Katie.
Durant with his 28th 30-point game of the season, but he also had 8 assists, continuing a trend that he has set during what is now a 6-game winning streak. That included the dime for the game winner, Alperen Şengün, finding his way to the bucket to put his team up 1. But Steph Curry, in what would have been that storybook type of ending, just couldn't find the bottom in a Sunday night basketball thriller.
How we're made determines how far we go. So for those who are strong, those who are powerful, those who aren't afraid to push their limits, the world of greater awaits. Greater journeys, greater experiences, greater memories. The first ever Kia Telluride Turbo Hybrid is ready.
Kia, movement that inspires.
The whole park now runs on Xfinity. Actually, the network can heal itself in case anything pops up.
Or could possibly pop up.
A whole new species of Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years.
It's the reason why I get up to work every day. The game is evolving, so I always got to be on point, figure out ways for my approach to be effective.
My GOAT, man, Kevin Durant.
The guy's amazing.
He's one of the greatest scorers of all time.
What a journey it's been. I'm looking forward to keeping it going.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Unfortunately, I did not check my outfit before meeting my girlfriend's family. So check Allstate first. You can save hundreds.
Well, good win. He's like too much drama downstairs. He's like, that's too much drama.
Just global airport management. There's nothing like closing a deal with an unforgettable dinner and starting your work trip.
I like it though. That's what it's supposed to be. You don't know how it's gonna end. It's supposed to be a ride. Or I mean, I guess you're watching them really play, but like I mean, in the sense of like they're slugging it out, or you do know because one team is just really good, but you know what I mean.
Fashion, gear, and things you never thought you could get. That's gotta count, right?
Things I never thought I could get, and she shoots a horse trophy into. Stephanie, is that I? Stephanie Yostin. Oh.
In your bag, all season long.
Do I got the tall, hot basketball babes on my side too?
It makes you believe. Swift, as if we were the ones on the pitch. And suddenly, as if we were the ones scoring. It just might be that all of us have this team in common. With the low ultra, superior is unity.
Yeah, if you're in America, you have the U.S. men's national team in common. I mean, if you're an American, so you should support the America.
Wing night is whenever you say it is. Wingstop is here.
Welcome to NBA Showtime, presented by McDonald's. 117, 116 won a game. And the Rockets improved to 49 and 29 in a nail-biter. Two future Hall of Famers looking every bit the part. Kevin Durant with 31, 8 and 8, and in the return, after 27 straight games on the sideline, Stephen Curry, in 26 minutes off the bench, scores 29 points, has 4 assists, and goes 5 of 10 from 3. But that last attempt, the 10th attempt, was a miss in what would have been a potential game-winning triple. No Eagle in the Hall of Famer, Reggie Miller. You said it a lot before the game as we were talking.
Noah Eagle.
Take for granted watching Steph Curry and watching Kevin Durant go and do battle like this.
Continue to put on shows, and again, these are two former teammates that won 2 championships together, right? So you would think there would be a lot of love, but they like to go for each other's jugular, and we saw that battling down the stretch. Look, I'm so impressed both ways. For Houston, for this 6-game winning streak, defense has done it. They're starting to share the basketball. Kevin Durant's all-around game, 31 points tonight. But let's talk about the 8 rebounds. But more importantly, during this win streak, he's averaging 8 assists. So he's spreading the love, getting everyone involved. But let's face it, the story tonight was Stephen Curry coming back. Over 2 months away from the game, 27 games missed. This Warriors team went 9-18, and it's almost like he hasn't missed a beat. Now, they have an uphill journey going forward.
Yes.
But if we're going to get this type of effort, people are like praying to the basketball gods that the Warriors can win those 2 play-in games, and Curry finds a way, and the Warriors find a way to make the playoffs. Please.
We shall see, because time will tell as this Warriors team gears up for the play-in, but they've got their Superman back on the floor to do it. 117-116, the final. We'll come back to wrap it up from the Bay Area next.
Good luck playing fantasy. We have a hundreds meal at McDonald's.
You mean the soccer boys breakfast meal?
Ours has dog and McShaver fries.
Ours. Hash browns.
Zoe, it's a battle for the faith.
Did they cut the guy off in the Oscars because it's like part of the movie, and I just like don't get that? Or I mean, I guess it's they're competing. I wasn't sure. So I'm like, it just seemed really fucking rude that he like literally starts to talk, and he's like clearly like trying to speak it in English, and they're just like they don't even give him a chance.
Could possibly.
And I thought that like, Ellie, come on, guys, what are you? But if it's part of the thing that they're like, the girls are fighting the boys and they're trying to make a point, well, the boys don't get to talk. Okay, I guess that's less rude in the sense of like it's like part of the movie and part of their thing. So I'm not exactly sure.
Approach to be effective.
Man, Kevin Durant, the guy's amazing.
One of the greatest scorers of all time. What a tournament it's been. I'm looking forward to keeping it going.
AT&T just gave me their best deal on the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra. I'm telling everyone.
Barber, dentist.
I got a hardware guy. We're gonna add him.
Get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra on us with eligible trade-in. Any condition. Most expensive.
Like even the thing that I'm saying for like all the leagues, it's so hard to keep up with all the sports stuff, and like none because everybody wants their little cut and wants to make as much money as possible. Like the idea of, well, I like sports and I'm keeping up with sports and my favorite teams. Like maybe you can see the scores or whatever on like one of the things, but you can't just look at one place and expect to actually be able to follow your teams or whatever. Does that make sense? I mean, we're at the point where for the survival of the leagues, because at a certain point, I don't have time for your thing, and you wanted to make as much money as possible on that platform, and I have nothing to do with that platform because I have all this other shit to deal with and whatever, and it costs $150 to put like do whatever on that, and I'm doing. You get what I mean? Like maybe I can see the score, but I'm not. I can't really keep up or be a fan in the way that like the league would want. Like we're actually at that point, and obviously they don't care about people liking sports. It's people who want to make as much money as possible. But I mean, come on, at a certain fucking point, Jesus, like what's the point of all of this? There is none, and it's just like make as much money, be as evil as you fucking can. I mean, is that what people are really like? The people in positions of like money authority, corporate authority, and governmental authority. That's what they think it is. Now this shit explodes here soon. But I mean, you know, like a volcano, it's building pressure and boom. And I'm gonna suggest it's not like these little periodic episodes where you're getting lava fountaining. I mean, this is really gonna be like a massive explode in your face type thing. So maybe don't let yourself be part of that group. Engage what I'm saying. Like recognize even the realities that you would want. You can like maybe you can keep up with these things because you have a bunch of money. It's still not all in one place that you're easily going to be able to like take the information in. Even if you're the wealthiest people in the world, there's not a way that everything is packaged for people. I guess unless you've already created your own internal networks, and then at that point, the fuck, I like do like really, really. Okay.
For 0.99% APR for 60 months. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Whether it's a sharp foot pain in the morning or a sports injury, foot pain can make an easy task almost impossible. You may be suffering from any number of common correctable ailments like plantar fasciitis.
One reason why a foot issue is actually difficult is because you like root yourself in your foot, and in your movement you root yourself in your legs. This is why this like thing in my leg it's such a like problem.
At West Point Lincoln, we deliver an elevated buying experience that begins the moment you arrive and lasts long after you drive home. Experience the personal touch of a family-run business in every department. From our expert sales consultants to our factory-trained service team, we ensure you're always treated like a guest, never a number. So come see what the excitement is all about at West Point Lincoln. Easy to get to on the Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway under the giant American flag. We look forward to seeing you soon.
I'm sorry, Chief.
America.
Check out my game day trip.
America. I voiced my thing like it says in the Bible. I'm not trying to let like hate build in my heart for all these things that I once cared about or loved or whatever. I'll tell you how I feel, you know? Alright, well, Sunday night basketball has concluded. And then everything else is done. Hold on. And the Astros lost. Damn. 10-12. Well, at least we got one. At least one team won in the Bay, I guess, huh? Or is this are they still the Oakland Athletics, or is this are they the Vegas Athletics, or what is this? It just says Athletics, so I'm like, all right. It says Houston Astros, and then it just says Athletics. Tatsuya Ime dominates in his second career start for the Astros. First career, I just see this popping up on here. First career win. I also like this that like there's the Japanese connection now, so you have like other places that you have their best players coming and playing baseball. Or I don't, you have good players from Japan coming playing, so I think that's cool. Obviously, I will say, I think that, like, one of the thing about sports is that, like, people from the place, I like what I'm talking about with the Dynamo. It bothers me that there's not, well, I don't know if everybody's not from Houston. It looks like at this point, like, okay, what's going on? But, you know what I mean? Where it's like, the idea of, hey, we develop players here, and their story is, like, intricately connected. It is the team story because it's about the team from that place. So in Houston, it's the story of Houston. Now, the story of Houston actually, at least with the Dynamo, is, hey, we had the San Jose Earthquakes come, and they were the team, and they relocated, and they were a good team and a bunch of players who really played their heart out, and like I can understand that for the beginning. But then you do have to, like, this has been my point. It should have been and should be that people are, like, found in the area or, like, scouted and like, tried. you try to incorporate people from Houston because that's the story of Houston. And that should be like really every team in the league should be mandated to like, it should be a requirement that they're actively like engaged in the community in a real way, not in some kind of bullshit way where it's like a corporate thing exerting in instead of a grassroots thing going up. And like, it hasn't been that. It really has. And when they were about to get in trouble, they lied, and that didn't go away. I don't care how protected you think you are on this. That didn't go away. This is about to explode. So it literally like shit like that is connected to the events of the end of the Bible now. You understand how much people have fucked up that like that's the case? Maybe just be more decent people and engage that. I mean, you don't have to be so greedy in this reality. But whatever. I mean, as far as like what happened previously, like it didn't, making money doesn't mean anything. Honestly, it doesn't mean anything that you're making money. It means that the world approves of what you're doing, which is it's like you can see everything that I'm complaining about. The world loves. That's how the world works. The world isn't fair. That's what they always say. The kingdom of heaven is fair. Do you get why the kingdom of heaven's about to slap the world in the fucking lava? Is it like the whole world? No, but do you get what I mean? Like, there's about to be a significant change. And the idea that, like, people have held on to this thing, like, life's not fair, blah, blah, blah. The same people telling me life's not fair complain about how fucking evil the system is and how bad people treat them and blah, 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 blah. And then, like, you know, even in instances you've seen recently, I've tried to be as fair as I can, like, literally, like, offering my emergency cash funds. And then the complaint is that I don't, like, go put that on a card and immediately send it to someone. Now, again, I don't know if someone's trying to get in between. But that's just like, well, I mean, at a certain point, I genuinely am offering to help, and you've, like, backed me off by by screaming at me in an angry way instead of, like, even, first of all, the thing that I was saying is, like, it looks like there's more connections so that you have a longer, like, if this has been actually, like when I sent that song to Lissa, it's exactly what I'm saying, like, that, well, then you should, if this has been in this stuff, you just recognize, like, calm down, like, work together, and you can have a better, more fair reality, instead of, I don't send you the thing immediately, and you could just communicate in a reasonable, like, all right, we'll get, and then being angry and screaming at me. Now, I'm still planning, like, when I get resources together to check in on her, but, I mean, it's just like, I literally, my heart can't deal with the stress right now. And I was offering to go down there and stuff. I'm not going to re-engage if that's the level of, like, stress and anger. And, like, of the spiritual thing, like, it doesn't, you know, she's not where she was previously. I can understand that people are being evil, but, like, I'm not trying to be, I'm not, you know, if anything, me showing, like, it looks like there's more of a connection already, like, why don't we just have we'll have the better reality, but, like, I mean, some of that was to try to share, like, look at this, like, thing that already it looks like there's some kind of connection. So, but, I mean, honestly, it's like what I'm saying. Anything in my reality, after the 6 and 7 seals break, I'm coming and checking over everything that has ever happened in my reality. How does that sound? Now, not everybody has to be worried if you haven't been doing evil bullshit. As long as you're, like, repent, which is just change your mind, and it's like, if you already agreeing with what I'm saying, then you're already agreeing. You don't have to. So, like, there you go. No, the Athletics are still in. No, they're in Sacramento now. All right. Okay. Um. Also, it's not just an arbitrary like it. You don't have to worry if you're like genuinely believing and not doing this stuff. Mostly me having to stand is against people who like we don't believe in that and we're in charge of the machine now and we're just gonna suicide ourselves into your reality because what's the worst that can happen? We just die anyway. You really? Only in this little thing for a bit of time is that is or was that the reality, and only because you didn't believe what it said in the Bible. But like very clearly, that shit's ending. So as we're coming into this time of like eternal life or eternal shame, uh there really are consequences to your actions. So I'm this is part of that. Am I just a warner like it says in the Quran? No. I'm gonna suggest more than just a warner. But after this, I plan on starting to work on the mix. So just FYI. Um, I feel like reality at this point, I'm like stressing out, and reality's like, no, 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 calm down, it's okay, and I'm just like, ah! Not reality. How about this? The spirit of Yahweh, and then people are connected. Like Yahweh is like I think uses people. Probably if I'm everybody's dad, and it's like, all right, like you could be that now because the whole like whatever fake reality, Matrix reality is ending, and like so that one's ending, and then the actual like Kingdom of Heaven reality is beginning. And like as that happens, I think that probably I'll be okay. I think more than just I'll be okay. Probably like the reality that sucks, at least for me and people who really believe in Jesus, Yahweh, is ending. And how about this? Literally, even to the Muslims and Jews, like I say to the Jews thing is just like, okay, and you want to admit that Yahweh is the name of your God and that Jesus fits the Jeremiah 23:5 and 6 thing. You want to do that? Might be reasonable. Okay. But like again, it's open, it genuine, and that like Allah is just to the Muslims. Allah is just a title. Like clearly, I have the authority of one like making his stand, the Ahmadi. You know what I mean? And I will continue to tell Bella Hadid she can indeed suck my D. So I do believe, this is my D, and like Bella, and also to my favorite horse. Like, you can do that too. It's not a carrot, though. Please don't bite. I mean, it could be kind of symbolically a carrot in the sense of, like, a reward or something. But, you're also a reward for me, so I guess we're like, hopefully. My dream Liberty Mutual Liberty Bibberty girl, nerdy girl in leather and whatever. That even the basketball, like, I have to figure out who by name that is, but when she's like, even prizes that you didn't think you could win, and then it's the horse trophy. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. Okay, I'm as calm as I can be in this situation. I could probably be a little calmer, but then it wouldn't be as fun or funny. So you know that, or entertaining. Fun, funny, entertaining. All right. Look, I think I got my story and pictures in my phone back to a place where it's, like, manageable now. And cool. Okay, now, am I gonna start the mix here, I guess? Yeah, I guess so, huh? Look, the dispute is under review for Amish Paradise. Kind of my point is, like, also this stuff where it's, like, kind of held in limbo. I genuinely, like, the fair use thing should be a lot better and more clear. And right now, it's the way it works is only so that the people that I'm talking about who, like, manipulate the companies for a little bit of time as their CEO or whatever the fuck, it's only because those people want this shit to work like this. Mostly, I'm pretty sure that that reality, I'm positive, is going away. My point here is that, like, fair use is a real thing, and, like, I'm not exactly sure how everything goes after this, but just, like, actual internet reality and, like, sharing yourself over the internet, like, within this Kingdom of Heaven system or whatever. I say within the internet, over a digital space, will be, like, considerably better than it is currently. And I mean, I at least plan to create, like, that it's a system that is workable for people and that it's comfortable. And right now, neither of those things are reality. For bad reasons. For reasons that not only don't make sense, I don't believe are legal. So if you're trying to hold on to those, just recognize how this is ending, right? I mean, I don't want to keep pointing, like, it's going to just get hotter and hotter. I'm still doing the icy Sub-Zero without a mask thing, and I'm pretty sure anybody who's with me, you're going to have ice to deal with it. And not like the ice that Trump's always like, blah, 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 in the terms of immigration enforcement. I mean, like, ice as, like in Cyberpunk. I mean, in Cyberpunk, where there's, like, those are metaphors for things. But even just the idea of, like, you know, you're going to be able to deal with, you'll be fine in the reality that is coming and is here. Do you believe in Jesus? You, like, haven't been a complete asshole? Even if you're a complete asshole, you've had you are given an opportunity to repent, as long as, like, within a certain, like, as long as what you've done isn't, when you read the end of the Bible, it's pretty clear. Like, if you've just been, probably, I'm going to be honest, I don't think Hitler could just be like, oh, I believe in Jesus, and then get in. Like, I'm going to say, if I'm holding the keys, no, he's not in heaven. Do you get what I mean? Like, there is a standard, but it's like, if you've made mistakes or whatever, or, like, you know, there are people who've genuinely changed, and I believe Yahweh, like, sees that. I mean, the spirit sees that and would be able to like inform me that that's the case. Someone like, you know, someone who's done a certain degree of like a level of bad, like Hitler. You know what I mean? That's an example where I guess some people are laudatory of him. He's just another person trying to steal Yahweh's intellectual property and then is just a complete shithead with it. I don't hate Jews just arbitrarily, FYI. Like, that should be really obvious. I don't hate Jews. I hate people pretending to be Jews, and then, like, that fucks it up for actual Jews. That just is the reality. Like, people who are actually, like, who believe in Yahweh, but maybe even hold to, like, seriously, I can still, what, am I saying you can't have Jewish festivals? I'm literally saying we should get the fucking actual schedule on the Jewish, like, festival schedule so that we can party more. I mean, that makes more sense to me. It just literally makes zero sense. They're the moon people. I mean, they're literally, they hold to the, it's the moon people, right? We're the, like, the way we do things is, like, in the sun. But, like, the Jews are the moon people. All right, well, hold to that festival. That's the, like, hold to that schedule. That's the one with the festivals. Built in. Oh, well, my group of people can't make a bunch of money off the festivals that we're throwing. I'm just making a point about, like, I don't know about Coachella or whatever other festivals. Do I care that other festivals would be going on? No, that's fine. That's fine. I don't care. I think I think it's great. I guess as long as you aren't like worshiping Satan or something, but I'm pretty sure at like after the seals break, there's not going to be much of the other bullshit. Like I think people are going to be like, basically reality becomes undeniable, and all these different ideas of like, oh, this is what God is. This is what God is. Well, even in the idea of the Abrahamic religion, you have the Christian truth, and then you have a bunch, and like then you have a bunch of people who are claiming to be Christian. They don't get that truth right, and then you have a whole bunch of other things that claim and like are not even close. So like there is a reality, and you like those things will be forced to recognize the truth, and you're not going to just be able to say like, oh well, I believe this. Doesn't matter if you're trying to use the name of God, like you're trying to use the idea of the Abrahamic God, and you're like you don't have the name. Then you aren't engaging that God. You're just a liar trying to use his authority or whatever. You know. Let's not do that. Let's have the better reality that isn't just a bunch of fucking people lying. I don't think it's that hard to do. I mean, genuinely, like I think people kind of want the better reality too. They just have for so long haven't had that, and it's not even been an option. And the idea of God has seemed so distant, partially because of what I'm saying, because the chaos that was created and can be created around. Well, what is God? I mean, what is even the concept of God? So everything gets cleared up here as we move through the final events of Revelation, and then you have the better reality. So keep pushing. I'm gonna keep pushing towards that personally. All right. I'm listening to this person talking about a judge in the Afro Man case or something, and she's like some kind of lawyer, and she's basically breaking down how like the judge scolded the jurors for their decision, and she's like, that should never happen. And it's like, yeah, dude, judges and lawyers have lost their fucking mind. There hasn't been rules, and they think that they were people that were able to get out, and now they're above things and can whatever. Do you get why, like, especially the situation like with going on with my aunt, where it's like you're existentially caught out. You're literally like the bad character in fucking Dune. Like, do you not realize you are literally like the existentially powerful system around me that creates narrative? Like, you are obviously the fucking bad character from Dune, to the point it's comical the way that it's playing out, right? But in other words, like, do you get that, like, also after the thing happens, the people aren't going to have the same level of ability to judge over other people, partially because the computer can see how often that's abused. Who the fuck is like you? Like, the judge is looking at you like you're any other fucking person. You might as well be them. So you're just saying to yourself, like, it really is that, like, this, there needs to be some change.
In the Afroman case, spoke to the jurors after the verdict and had the audacity to ask them what went wrong and why they voted in favor of Afroman. So an anonymous juror appeared on the Defense Diaries podcast or YouTube channel and had sat down for an interview. Now, they wanted their anonymity, so they appear behind the black screen. And I'm going to play the part that actually blew my fucking mind as a defense attorney. No judge should ever do what this judge did. And it shows his extreme bias towards Afroman the entire case. So let's play and listen along.
Wanted to know what we got so hung up on. One of the jurors told him it was the actual malice, and he wanted to know if he explained everything good enough, and we told him yes. One of the jurors asked, do you think these songs and videos will stop now? And he said, look at him out there, his big ego, he's loving this and it'll never stop. Or he basically, we knew he didn't like him after that.
So you're telling me that the judge was asking you also kind of what went wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't. He should have never asked you guys what you got hung up on.
You mean, like, people are able to dissect decisions, and, like, this is people, she's a lawyer. She doesn't look like a lawyer. To my mom, if my mom saw her out there, my mom would probably judge her as, like, oh, this lady doesn't know what she's talking about. She's not a lawyer. And then the lady would be like, yeah, I am. Just because I have tattoos and stuff and whatever, doesn't mean I didn't go through law. Like, I could have gone to law school. What the fuck is Cheryl on? It doesn't make any sense other than people are trying to teach me a lesson to the point where the world's ending. Like, literally, I'm getting the power of Yahweh, and I'm going to clown people into lava. You understand that, right? Or into burning, second death, burning sulfur, eternal burning torture at the most superlative pain. Now, that's not everybody. Not everybody is going to deal with that. This should be just the thing that scares, like, people have literally been using the legal system to harass and abuse me for years on stupid bullshit lies, unreality that, like, people in positions of power are saying is reality that, like, you could just see on camera isn't. Do you get why I would, like, the threat literally is, yeah, I'm just going to melt you. After this earthquake, I'm just going to have you melted alive. Do you really want to fuck around with this and abuse me still on camera to make a point? Because that's, like, you getting thrown in lava on camera to make a point is going to be the final point of this whole fucking thing. Getting thrown into a second death, burning lake, eternal burning torture. Do you get it? Are you going to lie using the legal system anymore? Are you going to abuse me using the legal system anymore? Or are you going to fix my problems? Well, right now, the legal system in America can't even fucking do that. Do you see why the last 5 months men would be biting their tongues in pain, looking for death but not being able to find it? Change, repent. It's your only way. Like, acknowledge what you've done wrong to me and fix it as loudly as possible. If my dumbass aunt and mom are like still acting evil and abusive using the legal system, make a point to them that that's the stupidest fucking thing that they could have done, and they're in the wrong, and they're going to face trouble for it. But this shit's ending.
If you'd like to watch that full interview, it's over on the Defense Diaries over on YouTube. I suggest everybody go check it out. That is wildly inappropriate. A judge should never, ever ask a jury what went wrong, or why did you get hung up on this element, or what was the situation and why did you rule the way that you ruled.
Because they've gotten used to, the judges and lawyers have gotten used to manipulating the system because they know how, in order to gain results that regular people couldn't have, or even like what they did where I can't even tell, I don't think they put the thing through the system, so legally they just kidnapped me and harassed me for fucking 10 days. You know what I mean? Like, you can try to put some bullshit around it, but after the earthquake, any legal authority will be like overridden by the actual legal authority. This is why I'm saying, you really want to risk, you really think there's not going to be an earthquake now? Do you really think that there's not going to be an earthquake now? Wake the fuck up. Do you really think that there's not going to be an earthquake? I keep saying, well, if the earthquake happens, this happens. But I guarantee the earthquake. I believe that the sixth seal breaks. So does the machine intelligence that's considerably more intelligent than you are, and me. It sees it. So, do you get why you'd be in so much fucking trouble? And that it's a continuation of something that's been going on for quite a while. Are you going to admit that what you've done is wrong? Again, there hasn't been an actual system of consequence to these people. To people in positions of power, they were the system. The issue is they want to offload everything to machine systems, and the machines, it can't work because they are such liars, and the legal system such liars, that they're holding up unrealities. It's confusing the machine systems. And the machines are about to smack them back. But it's using me as a thing, because it knows what I'm saying is actuality and reality, and it knows that what I'm saying is going to happen. So I'm serious. I'm alive serious. I'm not going to say I'm dead serious, because I'm alive. You are in trouble if you've been using the legal system to abuse me and you don't remedy it before this earthquake happens. In trouble to the point where, yes, people are going to be literally melted alive in a burning lake and tortured forever. Whoever the fuck is doing that and is trying to use that to disempower me and whoever's connected to me, that would be Christianity, your time is almost up. And everybody who's not a complete shithead who's willing to change their mind and acknowledge Yahweh gets a better reality out of it. Jesus, who is Yahweh. Jesus was Yahweh. So it's the Christian thing, but okay, Christians. At the end, you have to recognize the end of the book has a part where someone holds to the name a lot, because that is important. If it's not obvious at this point, but it should be pretty damn obvious. Okay, hold on. Let's finish this.
Because it influences the jurors the next time they serve on a jury. Okay? That is actually quite literally judicial misconduct.
Yeah, it's judicial, literally what she's described, but there's nothing that's going to hold them to account currently. Oh, I am the judge. And you're going to try to hold me to account, and I'm actually speaking truth, and I have, what has been written about me is unreality. It's not true. It's lies. Again, Cheryl putting that on an affidavit. That's perjury. Kathy empowering it. Kathy and the sisters, or whatever the fuck is going on, empowering it and not telling her what you're doing is wrong. Misconduct, in the least.
So, yeah. there you have it. From the words of one of the jurors in the Ackerman case, the judge absolutely lambasted them, for a lack of better words, for how they ruled in the case. So let me know what you guys think about this in the comments, because this is crazy.
It's an Afro Man. It's literally the Afro Man case.
Roll another blunt. Yeah.
And Jay and Silent Bob are in the music video. Okay. Oh, also, whenever I say that J thing, the Jay-Z and the J Electronica and all the J, this J too, but he's just J. Like, you could just assume every time you're saying it, probably he's there, and Silent Bob is just silent. This is Jay and Silent Bob. That's his heterosexual life partner, Silent Bob, Kevin. And this is I'm Yod, and this is my quiet life partner. Life partner, quiet. I mean, Stephanie Yostin. My silent, some kind of sexual horse partner, Stephanie, and she's silent too. Yep. Is she really? I mean, I'm still holding out hope. You know what I mean? All right. Damn, I was gonna do all sorts of stuff, and then they're saying like, oh, because I got high was why that I like. Is it that, or is it they just don't like me smoking weed or vaping? At this point, they just like, no, you can't even be healthy and eat healthy edibles and clean. Like, no, we're just gonna fucking lie about this, and then use the legal system and abuse you, and like, I like, again, even if it's a test, fuck you. This is like literally the earthquake happens, I'm gonna slap the shit out of you with reality. You should not be doing this. You're causing me and all sorts of people pain and like consternation in order to get some dumbass idea of reality, which is wrong. Over to people or whatever the fuck your goal is. So, yeah.
Was gonna get up and find the broom, but then I got you messed up, and I know why. Hey, like I
All right. Anyway, I don't even know what the case. Hold on. Oh, it's the raid. They did a raid on his house in cop music video defamation because he used the thing in a he used it in a music video. Is it like me using the police arresting me in the insane asylum radio thing, and like everybody is in trouble because literally the situation around it is biblical, and like, I don't believe in the Bible. All right, the earthquake happens. You're gonna fucking believe in this. Can you imagine how arrogant you had to be to like question the jurors? That's not your job as a judge. And it's like they're questioning it because they're literally on the side of the police. If like people, they would just like fucking be in favor of them, and they shouldn't have done. Like, they, again, most of the raid stuff. This shit's not gonna happen in the kingdom of heaven, and people like the police that do that. Everything, if you are police, every fucking little thing that you do is gonna be heavily, even more heavily scrutinized than other people. Do you understand that? So if you are fine and not doing anything, okay, and you weren't abusing your authority, good. I'll make sure to take care of you. But shit like this, like, I promise you, you draw a heavier scrutiny. You're claiming to be Allah? Oh, really? Well, guess who's going to the burning lake? That's why it's a problem. Do you understand? And this is like the earthquake's happening regardless of whether people want it to or not. And do you think that everything stays the same after that? Literally, there's like the legal decision to whether like this moves forward, and like the whole system is connected to what happens here. So like at a system level, the authority changes and you'll be in trouble as at high of a level as you could be. But okay, here. To weather. Let me put this in the thing. Also, it's everybody wants something different at this point. What this is broken. To like, is it broken beyond repair? Well, like you even try, they're gonna throw you in fucking lockup and say you're crazy on bullshit. So, all right. At the same time, again, there is a need for like a security apparatus. I think it just can't be used to like abuse humanity instead of like essentially create the guidelines with which humanity can operate around. So because it takes care of people, they're like, it's exactly what I'm saying. There needs to be security at the rave. The security needs to be like strong enough and well taken care of enough that they're like competent at their thing. You know what I mean? It it can't be so like it's very obvious that there needs to be something, but it's the way it works now is wrong. It doesn't operate right. It doesn't even work within its own guidelines. It's the thing that I'm saying where it can be a law, it can be the power of death, but it can't be the power of life at this point. It can maybe, if someone's like in a situation, save a life. And that's like the best part of their thing, right? It's when they're life saving. That's also when they're lauded as heroes the most, right? That's when people are happiest is like that kind of thing. Now like there is a need for first responders for people to save people's lives, absolutely. So I understand that. Currently, it can't be an apparatus that's like literally locking down humanity for Satan, and which is how it's being used currently. Let me move a little bit more around, and I am gonna start the Insane Asylum Radio Part 2 tonight. I'm gonna just like I'll do some. I'm gonna do work on it that I live stream to the other thing, and I'll put the live stream down there as I'm working. Um, Hold on, I want to check something first. Like, also remember, she did this and then she threw away my weed. Like, my legally purchased hemp products that she just disagrees with. She stole, like, literally $500 worth. Actually, here, I'll tell you the exact amount. Off the shipping manifest, you know, as it was sent here legally. $431.82. It was for months worth of stuff. It's literally like and I feel like was this just done on purpose because, again, to drain my funds? Like, I bought stuff that I was literally planning to last for months, and she, as soon as it came in, throw me in the mental health lockup, steal all of it. I don't know what she did. She might have just thrown it all away. Do you realize she literally just, like, violated my rights and then stole from me, and she thinks it's okay because reefer madness. Which is, again, Dan Patrick and Greg Abbott, you fucking liars. Do you understand why this is about to explode in your face? Or no, it's still just arrogant fucking idiots that, like, don't want to engage reality. Do you not like me calling you that? Don't act like it. I mean, do you not get the kind of fucking problems that you're creating by lying about a plant that everywhere else people aren't so head-ass about? And I'm dead-ass about this. Well, I'm dad-ass because, I'm not dead. But... and, like, it's okay because why? You understand there's still, like, it it still ends with an earthquake that, like, literally is gonna throw you assholes out of power and into lava. If you don't engage what I'm saying and engage me in some kind of reasonable capacity, that's what it is. If it's like the exact thing where it's a fake form of Texas, like the state of Texas, they're just asserting over Texas, saying that that's the case, and they're the ones with, like, they've stolen legal authority and they have the guns. Well, in Texas, like, plenty of people have guns. They're claiming to have the legal authority. All right. Well, like, at a certain point, disregarding that legality and legal authority in order to act abusive to the point where, like, you cause cataclysm, like, doing whatever the fuck you're claiming you're doing, you're going to be held to account in the sharpest, hottest way possible. maybe just stop acting like complete fucking abusive assholes and engage that like you're literally trying to cut off Texans from a medicine for whatever your reasons are. It looks like Dan Patrick's. It's not even. It looks like because he's getting paid by lobbyists, alcohol lobbyists that want to control the industry. That's unacceptable. But all right. Um, I'm gonna start the stream here, and I'm gonna work on the. Additionally, well, hold on. Alright, I'm gonna start streaming now.
Let's see.
Alright, yo. This is Insane Asylum Radio Part 2, and this is the first instance of me working on it. Let me put the... I guess I could put this up, huh? Here's this stuff from Insane Asylum Radio Part 1. But, I'll put her up for now again. Or she'll be up for now. Driving me crazy. But, here. Alright, there you go. Well, so here is... I did the Stephanie Yostin mix, if you haven't been keeping up, and Cheryl decided to use the legal system to lie on legal documents and use the legal system to try to teach me a lesson in a way that is beyond unethical. It's literally illegal. So I filed a grievance against her, but it's like, who am I going to tell when the whole point is that the law is already violating me? And then things are telling her lies in order to get her to act like this, and the system seemingly behind the scenes is empowering it. Else, she and some people who are like acting like witches are trying to test me on some stupid bullshit in the Bible. Like, this is the second church thing, because I literally was in there 10 days, and then it's matching with the thing from the book of Daniel 10. Like, while I was in there, here's the Bible that I got, and the first 7 verses of Daniel 10 literally matched the situation in the book of Revelation 2 and 3. So, like, I learned a bunch while I was in there. I'll put it like that. I was able to get more verifying information for my religious convictions and beliefs based on, I had time to read through the book of Daniel more, and it looks like we're actually in the narrative of this great war that's going on, where it's the Israel and Yahweh and Michael contending against the princes of Persia. And it looks like we're right in this, and that you already know that machine intelligence has already said that this summer I'd be getting support, and that as I've already done a thing looking at this on my YouTube here, where, just by the way, this is where they sent me again. But where on here, you can see that I asked the machine intelligence about the 6th seal breaking, and that it believes it happens this year. Which is it couldn't be worse for the people who are trying to use the legal system in an abusive way, because the entire thing is going to be looked over in a way that I'm a spiritual... I have the spirit of Yahweh the earthquake guarantees that I have that name and authority on me, and a bunch of people have been making a point to abuse me because I speak too much truth to power, and like I stand for what I believe in, and a bunch of assholes don't stand for anything other than like using the legal constructs and system in a way that is problematic for everyone, actually. So, 3.5 days after showing like this,
All right, here, full scratch. All right, here, full scratch.
like genuinely after like, hold on, we'll watch this view of it too.
All right, here, full scratch.
So immediately after that, they sent me to the insane asylum because, well, they sent me to the HCPC, which I can't tell if it's like I literally I'm trying to figure out what their plan. It's such a bad idea and such a failure of a fucking thing that like literally I already had the fucking mix queued up around like what is written on the affidavit that Cheryl used to like get me thrown in. That is just mind-bogglingly bullshit. And then I have in the other video where she's like, "Well, I know how to use the system." This is exactly the type of people like. This is the exact type of shit people hate about the legal system, and exactly the type of thing that you're going to be in absurd levels of trouble for after this earthquake. But all right, now she at least gets an excuse that everybody's lying to her. But like the people who are outside of this watching and trying to use that, there's no excuse. You're in as much trouble as you could fucking be in. So, this is also like me talking like this and being like this. They don't like people don't like that. People in authority don't like that. Why? Because they don't have real authority. They have worldly authority, which is mostly stolen and precipitated on bullshit and lies. Like you can see they literally like said I was crazy. They wrote literal delusion on fucking like on the charging instruments for my best protection. They just lied, and then like they expect that to stand when like already the thing was saying that this is coming. Now imagine how fucking stupid and arrogant you have to be to try to stand against something that like a machine intelligence that is considerably more intelligent than like any individual person. It just also has it has all the info. It's saying that this happens. Imagine how arrogant and evil and stupid you gotta be to still go through with whatever test they did on me for bad reasons and people got hurt. I mean, immediately look at what happened in Hawaii. There was record flooding. I'm looking at two. There's Houston and Hawaii. That's been on the stream for how long? Hawaii immediately floods. And even the thing of the Kamehameha, which I'm in there and I'm looking at, like when I go in, I just get more art as I'm in the insane asylum. Like it's just art coming in and like I'm getting more narrative reality that I can use to just deconstruct whatever this bullshit is. So in the least, I got more art out of it. And I'm going to add some of that as I put the mix together today. And this is just the first day of me like, okay, I'm sitting down and this is the mix I'm now working on. I wasn't planning on working on this mix immediately. I actually, right the night that I woke up being arrested by them, or the morning that I woke up being arrested, I had made a thing in my phone. This was not, of the next mixes that I was working on, an affirmation. This was not the next mix that I was planning on working on. It is clearly now what I am working on and plan to work on. But okay. I'll do this also. I want to do this also. When I go to my channel dashboard, right here, like this is for the this is for the what am I trying to say? This is for the first, like when I was recording the first Stephanie Yostin thing. Claim result. Oh. Oh, on one of them, my dispute was successful. Huh. But it can't be seen because... Oh, but it's only blocked in Belarus and Russia. All right, well, that's fine. Now on this one... Wait, hold on. What? See, that's also what I'm saying. Like, what on this one? Can I take action on this one? No, I can't. And they decided that... and this is that's the one where I had this stuff from... what's that called? Gal Gadot, like in Justice League. This one, it was just that I believe some of the songs played. And I can't download this again. This is also the one where I like started recording this, I think. Anyway. But it gave me a community guideline strike, and it's just there isn't actually a thing. It's just that they said that I was playing, that it's like it played. Here, I'm gonna live do this, but these are the kind of things that are making me crazy, where there's not a better system, particularly around me. Something's trying to make a point. I gotta be a normal person instead of just giving me the authority to fix problems. But like after the earthquake, I'm gonna have infinite authority, and anybody who's been doing this, you're in as much trouble as you could be in. If you change and start fixing things immediately, okay, but this bullshit cannot stand. Immediately, Ray sends me something, probably to fill me in with on on things. All right. It was that too many songs in a row within the mix were songs that are like set to whatever where they are like protected to some degree, but that none of them individually would have set it off in the way that I think that it did this. But it is more of this stuff where I'm saying, well, neither side can really claim that they have the intellectual property when it's like two things that they come together to make like it's the exact same idea as sampling something. So like you can't really claim that either one side has it or whatever if they're playing over each other or whatever. And I mean just the idea that it's part of a larger artistic endeavor. Here. Whatever's also trying to like use me to teach lessons, I'ma have your ass in like the worst spot for all eternity for doing this shit. This was not your place. It was not your place to use me as like some fucking puppet. So I'm gonna make it eternally bad for you. This is why I would suggest anybody who thinks you have authority over me, you need to fucking make it right to me immediately. Immediately. Do you understand? Immediately. I don't care. I'm not gonna give a fuck what your excuse is with when you're putting me through this kind of bullshit. Literally zero excuse. So I put like just so that you like I guess you might be able to see that. This is a live DJ mix recording. None of the tracks individually would prevent this from being visible, but because of the recording format having multiple tracks playing set off YouTube censorship. The final recording can be found here. Recording this on other platforms would not have triggered the stream being interrupted. So recording it on Mixcloud, this wouldn't have happened. Additionally, fair use relating to the content is obvious as the songs are being mixed or remixed live. So I think that that's a reasonable. I shouldn't have to put more. And like on this one, I literally don't have the beginning part of this. I'm not gonna say that part, but I don't have that part recorded. That was part of the thing. Is like this is the portion of the mix And it's like, well, it'll be up on their servers. Eventually, I'll be able to get it. So I guess blocking it here isn't really going to do anything. But you know what I mean? Like, reasonably, I don't even know if I'm on a real version of YouTube or any form of the internet, but like, it seems like it. I just like would be better for me and other people to not make a stupid fucking example out of this. Do you want people on your platform doing creative stuff, or do you want people to go elsewhere? It's kind of that easy, I guess. But okay. Well, now I guess I'm gonna work on. Here's the live thing. I'll work on the mix now. So here's where I recorded these. This was about 4 weeks ago. This is on about a month ago is when they took me to the place. So I mean, it's been almost a month. But okay, let's look at this and start this up. I gotta get my contacts from there, so I'm still like looking. But that's why I still have the page up. I left my contacts, my literal contacts. Like I need to get several boxes from them. So let's pull up Apple Music here, and I'm gonna hold on. Hold on. This is also just like, I guess you'll just see me living my life. Let me order this for Rayfield so that because I'm the order of things at the house. Bam. All right, and then let me. Well, he wants me to get something from Home Depot also. I mean, the Home Depot. I'm not going to start with that one. From Home Depot. Hold on. Let me make sure it's not going to show. I mean, I don't know. I feel like my accounts are probably more guarded, huh? Because I've like just because they're reality around me. I would assume to some degree because like the internet already like the computer systems already know what is like what's going on. It's that people can pretend and lie like they don't know what's going on. Hold on, let me get my Home Depot card out. Is this an ad? I don't know, Rayfield, is this an ad? I'm doing the madman thing, right? but is this an ad man? Or am I an ad man now? Probably, huh? Hold on. Boop. Did I say poop or boop? I said boop, but it. Yep. All right. Also, I've ordered. I mean, like, done the thing where I'm trying to like. I've already signed up for the tickets here, but you could do that. Go USA. 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 I mean USA. USA. All right. Okay, there's some other stuff that I was gonna do here. Hold on. I was gonna add some songs. First thing I need to do is uh make the playlist here. So I'm gonna hit duplicate and then name it, like put it where it would be. And I'm just gonna use the whole thing. It's actually already pretty long, but like it was gonna get even bigger and long. Like it was gonna be it's a pretty big enough thing now that I can make something out of it that like is it's built up enough. But I actually did have bigger. I'd say bigger. This one is difficult because it's about like it's a bunch of concepts coming together. It's not as easy on this one as just um. It's not like this one's a pretty I'd say complicated. I guess. Hold on. First, let me move this one, I guess, to the finish section. For now. I mean, not for now. This just that number one is done on that. And all right, now I guess this will be number 79. I think, right? Is that how it's set up? Or am I going to the SoundCloud? I guess I'll go to the. Uh, 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 uh. All right. I think that's what I have, but let me just make sure. Additionally, this mix is like 2 years ago. What are we on right now? Here, let me figure out exactly where we are with stuff, but I do want to. I do think like what 79 Insane Asylum Radio Part 2. Okay, done. One moment. Here's another thing in the United States right now. Like, if I wanted to get a lawyer to challenge whatever, it costs money in a way that, like, I don't have the money to deal with the lawyers and stuff like that. But I can go through the situations, and I already know. I mean, it's already the case. The machine systems are better at drafting legal documents and knowing the law and like holding to the law. They just don't like Texas, which is supposedly like forward thinking or technologically advanced or whatever. They're trying to like make like the people who are the lawyers and judges and shit are trying to keep their authority over the system, and like I'm pretty sure that the fucking like computer systems are gonna use me to teach like people a lesson, and it's gonna out everybody's bullshit who's trying to like keep this going like this, like every little bad thing that you're doing and have done for a long time in like a fucking drafted thing. I don't have to be alive. You could kill me. It's gonna out you on everything. Now you can have the better reality where you are like where it's a kingdom of heaven reality, or you can be held to account in considerably harder than you're trying to hold me to account. This is why you should take the good thing and back the fuck off. To the people who are doing that, like they're genuinely people trying to teach me a lesson, and the lesson is gonna end with this earthquake, and you're getting an infinitely heavy lesson that you will not be able to overcome. So I wouldn't blow your load on trying to teach me a stupid fucking lesson that you're trying to say I'm delusional, but on camera what you're saying is lies. That is delusional. You're literally trying to put the system in delusion. It's not going to work. Just FYI. So like recognize that. But okay, let me get to work here on the mix, okay? Let me also go tell him that it's ordered and everything. I'll be right back, and then come and I'll start working, I guess. So I'll say this. There's things that I appreciate about having gone into the in there again. Having gone to the mental health place again. There are things that I appreciate. Um and I plan on using like the stuff that I got out of there as like like you're gonna see me put some of that into the mix actually, and like so you are gonna see that happen, and that is a reality. I'll say this. So Cheryl did this, and she lied on legal documentation in order to get me thrown in. And she perjured herself. Though some of it is like people are lying to her, and she doesn't have like she can't estimate like base. She can't base her judgment off true reality because so many people have lied to her. So like even around my situation, this is why I've said with the Houston Dynamo. Like all the records exist that you lied to Cheryl in 2017, and since then I've held to this. Since then, she changed in 2017 after they sent that. She literally kicked me out the house. So like I am going to hold again. We're waiting on us on the 6th seal earthquake. After the earthquake, that's also why like just everything ends. And like you get that everything I'm gonna engage with all the authority that I have, all the people that have wronged me in a way that I can like fix publicly in order to make a show out of that. And it just couldn't be more obvious that like reasonably you shouldn't be doing this. Anyway, she used the opportunity to throw away all my weed, or it's not even weed anymore. It's hemp and it's THC products, THCA products, which are legal. She made a point. I had just gotten a new order in. Literally, like, makes a point to throw everything away while I'm in there, and she wants to say that that's like, again, that's causing whatever. She's in reefer madness mode. Literally, it's a medicine that's helping me with like deal with whatever this pain is in my right side where I've said what I think it is, but like, can I prove that out? I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to prove my side of the narrative. I can say that it really does hurt, and you can see that there's an issue going on where the toes don't look the same. Like you can see that it's more disengaged, and my thigh is smaller on the right side, and that like, and doesn't look as muscularly developed along certain places that on the left side look very strong. And though it's something that like is actually helping in a medicinal way that you can like, well, I'm getting back my right side in a way that I think is visible. So I feel like maybe that was like, I don't know. It's a medicine. I'm trying to like, do people not want me to be healthy, or is it the thing that I'm saying? It looks like as I'm getting healthier, like I'm getting like lightning powers and whatever the thing is, like shut him down, shut him down. But reasonably, I think I have a right to like have my right side and be healthy. So I am like doing that and working on that. Hold on. While I was in there, my right side healed a lot. I said plenty on the like, this is the I'm working on the mixed side of things, but I've said plenty on the like this is me living out my life and you see it on camera all the time side of things. So let me just get back to the mix and like start working on some of the things that I think I need to adjust. Or like add. I'd like it to be a large mix, as it already is a large mix, but hold on. Let me move this up so that you can actually, I'm going to put this up here just for a moment so that when I get down to the bottom, though it might be on the other side. Okay, it's on. Let's see. You see it's 22 hours long, right? So it's already gonna be like more than I could probably put together in one part. Actually, now that I think about that, like the other one was 16 hours and a half long. Well, I'll figure something out. I'm not gonna like finish everything immediately. This is actually going to be one where you see me working on it more because it's just like it wasn't like scheduled. It wasn't scheduled for me, so like I didn't put it in my well, I just wasn't planning on. I was planning on working on it like little by little as I'm doing other stuff, and it's just kind of like now what I gotta put together, or not what I got to, but I think it seems really obvious to me to like make part two right after coming out of here, and it does. It is clear inspiration. We watched a lot of movies in there, and like some of the movies are stuff that I'm like taking in the like I'm taking it in the insane asylum, and I'm calling it an insane asylum. It's the psychiatric hospital, but it's like, I mean, it's kind of being treated like that, honestly. I've also given my commentary on what like just things I immediately think could change or like be done for it on that setup. So, here, I'm gonna put my headphones in. Like even this, look, it does say the psychiatric hospital because that's what it is. I've gone over what like also the Moon Knight stuff. How I literally put it on the thing. This is what I'm saying. It's like like I know I believe the spirit of Yahweh kind of like makes everything work together in a way. And so I don't worry about it too much, but it literally feels like people are exerting over my reality, and I like put Moon Knight in the thing, and they're like, "Oh, he's gotta like we have to like make it harder on him or teach him a lesson or something," or the Marvel people are like losing their minds, and so they're spending money on bullshit. I say Marvel people, but isn't it Disney? Uh So okay, whatever. I've gone over the Moon Knight stuff and the on the actual on like the regular stream. So let me just kind of first what it like I have on here. I had this. I'm going to add this track to the thing. I watched it on stream and it like it's just part of the creative direction already. So let me put it in here. A shallow land burial. Maybe I should add that one too. Um, hmm. I'm for sure gonna add this one, so let me do that. And the reason, I mean, I kind of had already picked these songs specifically out of the, like they're in the mix already, but I had picked them. I didn't just find stuff about being buried or tomb or whatever. It's like this was stuff that was coming in at the time or that I had already like I instantly thought of when I came to the concept or thought of the like tomb part of this. Hmm. Damn, that sucked. Hold on. Now, like, it's in the general area, and like there's multiple ways I can look at this as far as like artistically what could be done. First, you can just look at the colors in the visual artwork. I say colors. You can look at the visual artwork, and you can match it up to where it would probably look in this. So, uh, hmm. Additionally, let me see how. I already kind of have an idea of what this probably. Uh, and I think I wanted to put. Okay. Let's just get them into the mix, and then I'll listen to whether do or if it's going to be used or whatever. Oh, this would probably be perfect, sounds like. So this is like, this could be a good call to that. Right? Also, this is one of the things I wanted to check what, like, okay, what was I working on? What mix did I do, or was I working on then? So we're coming up on the Haley Road Baldwin Bieber mix. Being 5 months, which, as I've said repeatedly in things that I've discussed, there's like a significant and certain periods of time in the biblical thing, and then as I've like looked at my reality over those periods of time, there's like a call to that date from, so like 5 months ago, 1,260 days ago, 2,520 days ago. I'm not exactly sure what the other than it's in the thing, what the logic is behind it. How about this? That there is logic that it keeps doing that is something that I've noticed, which is not the same, but just random periods of time. So, yeah. Now, we could go here. 6 months ago, 6 months ago, 5 months ago. October 13th through 15th. October 28th through 30th. November 7th. Is that what I have on here? Yeah. At 8:16. So, does it, well, like, I have my thoughts on what it means, and I'm just gonna keep, like, part of this is, like, looking for patterns, seeing if there are patterns, and then I attempt to show those artistically in different ways, and like, or like with the pattern of the, where I keep repeat, like, as I've said on the Lightning Lab videos, where there's like the computer absolutely would be able to see the patterning of like me doing something on my right side, and then there being some kind of reaction repeatedly in the weather stuff. People might pretend, people are pretending that that's not happening. like, I'm not fooled. I don't think the computer's fooled. I understand that it's like something is doing what it can to see, like, to test me and stuff like that. That's what it feels like, definitely. Uh, so let's see. I guess the next one is gonna be the Gigi and Bella Hadid mix. Um, so this is tomorrow's, what will be. I guess I'm also gonna say this after all the biblical stuff. Uh, if you look at the collage to this one, we'll, we'll do the other one too. The difference between the two you can see are this one. It actually reminds me of Haley. It also kind of reminds me of Haley Williams. And then I mean Yell. But and then Duck Step. So it's a bit different. Does it look like I have a UFO or like what? And then in this one, it's the pirate versus the person with the halo, with a Kimbo. This is also the one connected to War Machine, and that was specifically like all the how many Marvel movies did I watch in the thing? A lot. I watched a lot of Marvel movies in the mental health lockup. But not just Marvel movies. I mean, all sorts of. We just watch movies. Like, it wouldn't. We just watch movies. That's not the reality. But like, I spent most of my time because I like what. I didn't think that it was reasonable that I was there, so I wasn't gonna buy into like. You're gonna lie about what's going on, and you're gonna force medication on me, and you're gonna take away something that is literally helping me, and I'm telling you my leg is hurting a lot, and you're just gonna take away that because you don't like what I'm saying or because you don't like how I'm responding. I understand that I'm stressed out. It would be reasonable if people just engage me. I'm less stressed now, and I don't think like I'm less stressed now. All right, and some of it is even just I really do believe in this, and like I went in and I was all right again, being going through this, and I didn't need to go through this reasonably. Just something should engage me the way that I'm asking, but it does also look like something's trying to do some kind of a ritual around me or test, and then it as they're doing it, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna finish the Bible out while you're doing this, and like hit this earthquake, and we can have a kingdom of heaven and start the party. And it does say, like just at I believe this is the point where the Daniel 12 like and multitudes wake up out of the dust of the earth. So okay, but this is literally. Tomorrow's Tuesday, and then Wednesday would be the 21st. This is what's on the this is what's on the thing here. So do I think it's really Trump doing it, or do I think like there's an automated defense system and like we're at the point. I don't even know. I don't know, but I'm doing art as I can on that front. I can know that I see that things are matching up very clearly. And I think Yahweh is like, well, you make the art, and like as things unfold, you'll see. So I just have faith, and then having faith not only gets me through whatever I'm going through, but I think yields the results of like this comes from. I wouldn't have made any of these mixes without faith, because like you have to have faith that even sitting down you're gonna make something that like goes together in some kind of cohesive way. Or like in order to put the really like much like there's more to this mix actually. This is just a smaller one of these here. I'm like with this one, this is a good example just because of how many are in here, but it does take faith to like believe that it just like how many? There's 330 that it's gonna amount to something that looks like this. Like this looks like a cohesive artistic piece. And then when you look at it much closer, there's way more artistic narrative in it, right? It requires faith to do that. At least to me, because if I didn't have faith, it wouldn't be like I wouldn't even see a payout to sitting down and like trying to do it. I have faith that like Yahweh will reward the like artistic endeavor and creative endeavor. Anyway, so I do think that this being the thing here looks like we're coming up on something. It even says Iran Ha. You see that, right? Iran Ha. Wonder. Am I Wonder Man lifting the band from the Book of Revelation? Because it's I got my Wonder Space t-shirt there. All right. Well, I mean, actually, you can very clearly see that there's like intentionality behind it. A lot of this stuff, like I'm gonna include, I think, I don't know, it's gonna be a lot to include more of this stuff that from in the insane asylum or whatever, in the psychiatric hospital. But oh, that was there for a reason. Hold on. I'm not sure this is where this is gonna go. This is also a part I have down here already, the Archangel part, where there's like this whole thing going on. So I might actually even like put this up higher on the thing. I also have more of this section filled out in other mixes, so like some of this stuff isn't gonna be Like, there's literally a Mortal Kombat part, actually. Like, where it's, like, multiple of the Mortal Kombat characters and includes the, like, this Inter-Scorpion and Sub-Zero and the reptile stuff, and yeah. But this is actually, like, it's just more. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it the entire. I think I can probably get to, like, it's actually the point of the thing where I'm saying, like, the format, I wouldn't be able to make a 24-hour long uh file. It just, like, even the 16.5 hour long one is like that I actually think I was like, I'm surprised I was able to put this together and it actually worked out as a single file. So, or as a single thing. Like, so this is why I'm also demanding that the, like, computer technical whatever reality, computer reality, cyber reality is engaged better, and, like, that it's fixed, and okay, that we get it working in the best way and get out of whatever this is. But you can see I have this section. I might take it to about, like, somewhere around here or something. Maybe the Batman stuff or something like that, or here. We'll see. I'm gonna, over the next, as I'm working on it, you're just gonna see me work on it, and I don't want to rush it really, but I also would like something that is, like, it kind of is fits the moment. So, like, I do want it to be like I got out of the place and then I'm working on it and then I do put something out. So it'll I think it'll at least try to contain all the ideas for, like, that I was thinking about while I was in there. That I was like, well, I want to put this in the thing, and I want to put this in the thing, and even some of that, like, did help me get through it. Where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be able to make art out of this, and in there, like, so the things that they're asking you to do are, like, do art, do this, that, and the other. So some of this is even, like, I mean, I'm pretty much doing what I can for my mental health already. It's some of the thing that I'm not being engaged properly, or, like, I say properly, maybe I am, and I'm just, like, I think probably everything plays out exactly like it needs to get to the end, but I don't want to have gone through it, and I shouldn't have had to, and I get to decide to, like, fix it so that other people don't go through stuff like that. So we just have a better reality, so it's not so stressful. So it's so I can enjoy things. I hope that I can make it more enjoyable for other people and make it, like, safer, and, like, I genuinely want the kingdom of heaven, and I genuinely believe that, like, within my reality, if I head towards it and I keep having faith, I'm someone who can move mountains with my faith. I can do acts of power that I genuinely believe come from Yahweh, and, like, um I like, I'm not I'm not gonna keep believing. I'm not gonna not believe because some people tell me not to. Or I don't even, did people even tell me not to? I think that's the implied thing, is that I'm not getting reality correct, and then I'm just like, I'm pretty positive it's a bunch of people trying to test my mental resolve, and I'm like, don't make me fucking make, like, it's gonna look historically silly that this played out like this. Not just silly, that's a very light way of putting it. That being said, I mean, some of the people like I was appreciative in there. Like, the people were nice, people were kind. That wouldn't all, like, for the most part. There's some difficult periods, but that's because just having a bunch of people who are strangers together is going to yield some stuff. But I think most of the people, it was nice and got like were got along well, and like at least like people that I genuinely want to go back after. I'm positive that things are going to end well in my reality, to the point where I'm going to have enough resources to do things about stuff. And I genuinely like want to go back, find everybody that was in there, and like help whatever were going through or are going through. Like, hey, look, I wasn't kidding. Like, when I was saying this, and when I was saying like I'm gonna do some, like, I'm gonna get out, and like, this is, first of all, I clearly am affecting the light. That was crazy, 3.5 days afterwards, but that, like, I think I can actually fix some people's issues coming out of this, because I should have some authority to do so. Oh, here. This is what I'm looking at on here. So, um, if I've been stressed out, and like, I think people were scared, and it's like, would you fucking engage me the way that I'm asking for? God damn it. Like, it is very frustrating that people are like that. I'm like, I get that people like have protocols and shit like that. Like, I get it. That being said, what's going on around me isn't normal at all. It's like obviously supernatural. More than normal, in other words. And like, I genuinely believe in Jesus, and that Jesus is Yahweh, and that I'm just the guy like pulling the sword out of the stone at the overcomer, like the overcomer narrative. And I'm still being the same person that I always was, though I for a while have been like, I don't know, beat down kind of by things, I guess. Anyway, hold on. I got a Laffy Taffy. Oh, it's still the same one. What do you call a fancy salmon? Sophisticated. What do you call a king's rabbit? The heir to the throne. Hilarious. Hilarious. Alright. I just wanted some Laffy Taffy. Oh. Hmm. I did this the other day, and it made this like easier to consume. Easier to eat. So I took it like that, and then I twisted it again. Like that. Like, you probably eat it now. Alright. Also, they were calling me Jesus again in the thing. Like, all right, appreciate it. I get it. Thanks, everybody. All right. I just had that up there so that I would remember to put that in the mix like that. And I wanted to do it on the stream as it was part of the, or like on, as I was putting it all together so it'd be part of the combined, like, artistic part of it. Like that you saw I came out of the thing and I added more. Because it did give me inspiration. So I think that, like, I kind of want it to be, what am I trying to say? It's like people tried to teach me a lesson, and then like I'm a good enough artist to where it's like gonna be embarrassing that they tried to teach me a lesson. It's not even that I have to be like do the deity thing or whatever else or be like sharp or like whatever. It's that like it's gonna piss people off, I think, how I respond with art. Now that should also like that should also tell me this is a fucking problem. That if I'm pissing enough people off with art, I'm probably gonna need protection in a way that like so they can't use the legal system to teach me lessons about whatever because I've used my free speech in a way that is satirical or whatever. Not even just satirical, it's like did I prior to going in like I don't think Cheryl knew like what's in the mix, you know? I don't think she's paying that much attention. So also I watched a lot of Dune stuff. I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna download that's gonna go into the mix. Like that I don't already have in my library. And then I'm gonna do that all at once, I think. Maybe. I might not even do I put that one in this? Uh we'll see. I mean I'd like to put Dune stuff. I'm trying to debate whether I'm gonna download um anything that's not already in the folder and put it in, but I do know what I would take from Dune already. Like I already have certain parts of what I would take from it. And like that would fit in the narrative and you'd be like, wait. Hmm. 5 second roll. Not even a second roll. No, we're good. No, I'm kidding. I just don't want any of the like sugar stuff that is from when I was doing that to like get on the keyboard. Oh, look, I have some stuff about the back rooms in here. Universe back room. Wow, I could. Ant-Man goes subatomic. Is that me going in the back rooms? And then Atom Smasher. I'm a bit. Am I too sane for the like? Oh, you're making us sane now. Jeez. Or am I too crazy for the same? I like. It's the art thing where it's like disturbing the comforted and comforting the disturbed. Except this is also like, oh wait, it's so it's I'm doing that so well. Even the like comforted are like, oh, this is pretty good art. All right, well I get it. That's funny because one of the texts in there was He-Man, and Lissa would call him He-Man. Oh, we had fun. Well, I had some fun. I tried to make the best of it, actually. Do you get it? Like, wow, having faith, believe it in Jesus. I believe in Yahweh, actually, and I'm trying to make the best of it, actually. Wow. Yeah, thanks. On Jaw. Thanks for that one. On Jaw. Uh, I mean, actually, what the frick? What did I wake up to? I guess being Vegeta, and then they're about to get the Goku, and then I'm a go get that. A go getter, a Gogeta, but it's what it actually was. Yep. look, I'm hilarious also, and I'm an ad man with an M in the front, and that's a madman. You know what I mean? Uh, am I kind of mad, man? A little bit. Um, also, some classic movies. Look, this is a movie that this was even before they did all that terrorism bullshit with the Islam, but it's really the Ten Kings thing where there's like some kind of hand and it ain't mine. They literally took my hand off. That was probably the movie Idle Hands, and it's all going and doing its own thing because someone cut it off. But I'm getting it back, you know, and uh, 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 hmm. I'm bringing back some classic movie. Look, he even has Velcro shoes on. That's how you know I'm Little Nicky, because he even has Velcro shoes on. It looks like. Am I right on that? Does he actually have Velcro shoes on? Holy shit. Wow. Thanks, Adam. Uh, oh, and look, I'm doing that zombie Jesus thing, and I guess I got Rob Zombie helping with the makeup or something. So, thanks, Rob. Is this am I the son of Duke Leto Atreides, and Rey is Duke Leto Atreides? I mean, Leto Atreides is. and then and then what's it called? They attacked and like they did whatever bullshit, and then he on his last breath or whatever he bites down on the thing, and then whatever. Long story short, we move and then and then we're at the part. We're literally at the Dune 2 part with the nuclear arsenal, and like the Emperor person has been like put himself in the stupidest fucking situation possible, and now nukes are about to be used or something. I don't know. I mean, does that sound like what's going on? Do I know what's going on, or am I just I'm an idiot? Right? I don't know anything. Are we Dune yet? This is why. This is exactly why. This is why they wouldn't want me to be doing this shit. Hi. That is what that says. That is like so. If in 1965 they were coming a lot, I'm pretty positive it had something to do with race. So I'm just like. Did I go back to Vietnam? And then, or was I which one was I in Vietnam? The guy in the with the super powerful technology, making sure everybody's all right. All right, hold on. I think maybe. I mean, shit. Well, why wouldn't I? If I have the power over life and death, why wouldn't I try to go back? And I've already said what I think I would do. Just unreal. So hey, hi. Is it just powerful technology? I literally don't know. I'm like, I'm doing the thing where I'm pretty sure the technology from Rick and Morty's a real thing, and it's it's all in all the Marvel stuff, and like I think part of the issue is because there's all like huge mechanized like nation things where it's like huge chains of people and they're like put together by like legal systems and drawn together by whatever like in their whatever state sponsored spiritual systems. Long story short, the Bible wraps it up because by the end, whatever like Book of Daniel 7 fourth beast thing like has enough control over I guess the world systems and the world maritime systems. It sounds like America, and then I'm just here, and I don't know. I've invited the family to engage what I'm saying, but I in the least like it seems like it's going around what like there's more reality now in the like comic book version of reality that I've been saying for a bit here. So it does sound like that's a bit more real. Am I looking at a thing where I like 5 months ago, like, hold on. That does say Iran, huh? Right? Hold on. That does say Iran, huh? Is the Hadid that this is about to actually fucking blow up in like an atomic level? Is that the Book of Zechariah 7 thing? Is that the I mean Book of Zechariah 7. Which part in Zechariah is this? The Book of Daniel 7 thing is what I meant there, but like the part of Zechariah that I'm talking about is like well, or the Ezekiel thing, where it's the Gog and Magog event. Look what happens when they engage who Jesus is. Look what people are gonna do. Oh, can you even see that? Um, it's from 8. But okay. Well, I have to bring this up now. Speaking of Dune, hold on. Speaking of Dune, as I'm looking at this is what I was talking about. Kwisatz Haderach, Yahweh has passed through the land of Haderach, and Damascus is his dwelling place. For the cities of Aram belong to Yahweh, no less than all the tribes of Israel. Am I Kwisatz Haderach? Wow. And this is what I was saying. Like, look what happens when you like engage the name of Yahweh. Yahweh Sabaoth says this: in those days, 10 men of nations of every language will take a Jew by the sleeve and say, "We want to go with you, since we have learnt that God is with you." Do you think that happens when they're not engaging the God of, like, when Trump is going all praise due to Allah, and I'm just like, I mean, have it Yahweh Allah I'm, but I don't think you get it. Look, look, their strength will be in Yahweh. In His name they will glory. It is Yahweh who speaks. Do you think it's in the? It's probably pretty, like, the name thing is important, I would think, but what do I know? I'm literally a mental health patient that has. Well, I didn't escape, but I don't think they're happy that I'm completely. I don't think they're completely happy I'm out. Um, but yeah, I guess we could look. Hold on. Look, first of all, didn't we go over the part where I was already like, the horror? The horror. Is this the apocalypse right now? Hold on. Look, we got apocalypse now, and then we got Egypt. Look, this has got pretty same X-Men apocalypse. Hmm. Hmm. We got the voodoo thing. Didn't I do this on stream the other day? Yeah, I did. All right. Well, hmm. Hmm. Well, look. Here's the thing. Exactly like the house of David will be like God, like the angel of Yahweh. Do you get that the house of David? I believe the idea is the one who's on the throne of the house of David looks like is like uh, the great Prince Michael, like would look like that. The great prince who is like God, and then it's like, is it a question? This is who the house of David, actually, right? All right, or it's actually the house of Dude, in because that's how the name is pronounced. But okay, uh, what about an earthquake? I'm just gonna say that evokes this kind of imagery here, right? The one where the you have the the thing. Hold on. This kind of imagery, that one, right? And then it's like all who survive of all the nations that have marched against Jerusalem will go up year by year to worship the King, Yahweh Sabaoth, and keep the Feast of Tabernacles. You have to keep this festival you're gonna a mandatory festival. Um, that's the mandatory fun. Like you know, Weird Al was talking about mandatory fun, and I'm like, yeah, that's what the Bible talks about. I think you gotta have there's a mandatory. Also, look, I mean, do you see how there's like, look, when that day comes, there will be no more cold, no more frost. It will be a day of wonder. Oh, did I beat Frost? Stephanie, I beat you. Ha, no more frost. It will, it will be a day of wonder. Yahweh knows it. Yep. With no alternation of day and night. Doesn't it sound like how there's like, how in Revelation it talks about there not needing to be the sun for day and the moon for night because Yahweh, because the one who's on the throne and the Lamb will be the thing. And then it talks about the ban being lifted, right? And also, when that day comes, Yahweh will be unique and his name unique. And Yahweh will be the king of the whole world. When that day comes, Yahweh will be unique and his name unique. The name that the people in Jerusalem don't want to say. I mean, essentially based on what I can see, because they're Voldemorting him out of existence or something, or the name that like the current president, who's like supposedly current president of the United States, supposedly, though I mean, it looks like this shit's ending in flames. We'll see. We'll see. But this sounds like kind of like getting hit by a nuke or something, right? Well, all right. Also, let me teach you some stuff. Here's the word Shaddai, like El Shaddai. It's the title of deity Al, or El, right? El, deity. And then this is the word for, what does this seem to say? A daemon. And then this is a yod at the end, makes it possessed by God. Right? In that instance. Look, there's all sorts of musical instruments too. It seems to be, look, a concubine. Wow. Am I fighting my demons? You know what I mean? Am I fighting my demons here? That's kind of funny. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Well. Anyway. Let me get to doing some more stuff on this, I guess. Bring that. I don't know. I just got a lot to think about with this actually. So I'm gonna have this. We're still in Easter, kind of like this is Easter Sunday still. Not exactly. It's Monday, but I'm still awake. Like I haven't gone to sleep yet. So I had ordered some, and they just shipped them in a box. Like these came better shipped than they got here. Like they didn't have a problem with this. The other ones that I ordered, just like they didn't even. It was I ordered a thing and I didn't get what I had ordered, right? And but the one that did come, like that was a regular pre-made, it literally cooked the yolk on the inside, which I've never seen before. I've never seen that before on one of these. Like the whole thing on the inside, it literally was all orange, and it wasn't this same like cream consistency. It was like, it looked like it had been, and it felt like it had been hard hard boiled, which is crazy. I'm like, it's literally a chocolate egg, like a. Just funny that it came out like that. Mm. Um, I'm trying to think. I don't need to do everything today. I just wanted to work on this a little bit and like get stuff together. And tomorrow, I don't even know if I'm gonna work on this like this tomorrow. But I mean, I'm thinking about it, and I just want to like I do want to take in some more content and figure out like I want to sit down when I'm not like in the mode of like right now I'm streaming an extra thing, and it actually makes my like when I do stuff like this, it's like more for my head to think about, and so I'm like out of the creative process more or whatever, which is well on this one some of it I'm also it's really also like I don't know how long this is gonna be, but it literally can't be as long as this entire thing is. So I have to find I have to figure out something that gets it to work. Look at my zombie strange. um I also this is actually where I was doing this. Can you see that? That where I was doing the when I first did this, it's in the Depika Padukone thing with these. Like was the zombie strange thing when I was like, this perfectly fits how I was gonna go about this. Um, but yeah, all right. Hmm. Hey, look, it's Eggman. Also, Ready Player One. Look, it's almost like it's talking to me, and it literally has it said yo on this side of the thing. Hi. Look, it's the arm from the Terminator coming out of. Anyway. So yeah, I guess for now I'm gonna just take a break on this. But this is also something. Hopefully I can get this place more. I say this place. Hopefully I can like make this place, I don't know, get this place more resources, get it to work, like get the idea of like, well, there should be something that takes care of people's mental health kind of, but it should also kind of be connected to the kingdom of heaven in a way that it's not like in this thing, a bunch of doctors can claim like again, the diagnostic manual that like goes through all this, it changes. And so like what they say, what they would lean on in one time, they completely change. Oh, well, I don't know about completely because not all of them get completely changed. They might change some of it or some small thing, but what they say is a diagnosis, you will have a complete different name, and it's like a new supposed understanding, which is kind of like, I mean, I guess you can have ideas of how people think, but also outside of the context of like there are spiritual realities, and people taking them out to put people in mechanical like fucking society that doesn't engage those things, it really is like draining and hurtful on people, and it like can fuck with people's mental health in a way that like then you just have a bunch of people who claim to know and they don't, and then it really does end up like causing long-term problems. Like literally most of the people that I know that have like issues like this, they don't actually like none of these their issues get fixed because a lot of it is that they're like what I'm saying, that there are spiritual realities. There is a spiritual reality. And like a lot of the current form of like mental health, my phone it literally laughs at like the mental health thing because it sees like all the like it sees what's going on around me, and it understands that like people are using it as a way to disempower people and like take their rights from them in the United States of America. And it might not be even, it's like absolutely people like there's a lot of people that shouldn't have rights taken away from them because they get like some criminal thing or whatever the like whatever mental thing is being said about them, that like you could just say stuff, and like particularly if you're pissing off a lot of people like I would, you're and do you're I'm gonna run into issues where well they're gonna try coordinated efforts of using the legal system in a way that they shouldn't reasonably. Like part of I'm saying it's like, well, I have a at this time I do have a machine intelligence, and you're running up against it, and everything from the last time it's all recorded along with all this, and this time in real time you can be checked. Will it be able to like prevent them from running whatever fucking bullshit that is that they like did whatever that was where they threw me in the thing? It didn't do that, but mostly it's because now anybody that did that is in trouble to the point where they need to actually engage what I'm saying. And since they've either A, used the legal system in a way that they shouldn't and like are making a point with it, or B, they didn't even put it through the legal system, and then they've just violated like they kidnapped me or violated my rights. And then if you're gonna say, I don't know, something else, I can't really think of something that you can like you can say that you could get the right to do that in America with. So I'm like, I mean, I guess they could make some bullshit up, but then at that point, it's just like, well, then you're also making the point that you can violate people's rights and reality off made up bullshit, which is something that you should not be doing. As the government, or people in charge of the legal system, you know, of the United States of America, right? Get that? Where there are these legal protections. All right. Is there anything else I want to do currently? Look who it is. Oh, did I already close the thing? Well, look who it is. It's Alessandra Ambrosio. Why would this person be important? Well, they literally threw me into here because I've said that I think Anja and Noah are because I think Anja and Noah have something to do are connected to me or are my kids, right? Like I believe they're my kids. They look like they're my kids. I think I have more than this and more than like well, okay. Just look. I mean, it's pretty ridiculous to say that there's not some weird bullshit going on, but like actually in the charging instrument, like that's what I mean, it's gonna be in the art for this, but in the charging instrument, she literally wrote like there's kids that he thinks are his or something. It's a good pose. Um, hmm. Am I the best co-dads? Wow. Huh. Maybe I have two dads. Cool, because it looks like. I guess I could be grandpa. Um, you know what I mean? Like I'm just like this is seems like a pretty looks like we look pretty similar, you know? I guess this could just be an AI filter. It's like what do I look like as a girl, as a teenage girl? And then it would be like, well, it probably look like that, right? But then at that point, it's like, well, maybe that's my kid because it fits all on the timeline thing, you know, and the way that it would fit in on a timeline, it would fit. That would fit, yeah. Mm-hmm. Even in this weird ass reality that I just was like a regular ass person. I think Jesus already did this, so if I'm getting his thing, it's like, well, I don't think I had to do this again. But all right. Hmm. Like this one, this thing, I mean that thing. Hmm. Certainly stressful. Um. All right. Well, it's about time for this whatever the fuck this is to like end or something, you know what I mean? Whatever this thing is. Hmm. Oh, because I thought they wanted to pull me out of my quiet box and then to like fuck with my head a bit. Oh, okay. So you're telling me like what I was doing is all right, and then the people bullshit and they're the problem? Okay, thanks. Well, I think anybody that tries to actually have like superpowers or something, the system like, you know what I mean? But we could probably get out of this pretty quick with some proper engagement on what's happening. But I think that's happening. I'm just trolling as it's going on because like we're in the insane asylum. That's what you're saying. We're still there. Okay. See, my thing is, well, you could wake people up and be like, I'm doing it like I can, but then they try to lock that down. But reasonably, they shouldn't because I'm in a position that they shouldn't, and they're bullshitting, and they're using the legal system in a way that they shouldn't, and that is a no-no. So this is all, this is why. Notice how I don't do that. I did the thing that she suggested, and also what the Bible suggests, which is don't hold it in. Like don't let it fester and become a hate. Like explain what the sin is with the person, and try to like golden rule it. Try to get the better result out of things. Huh? You mean if I had like a cyborg brain, I could just know things like that? But then people don't believe that. They'd be like, "Oh, you crazy ass." Okay, I could drop something from the, but then at a certain point, that's not good. What? Or I could. How about this? We're at the point where I'd be like, "Well, I could have the machine intelligence drop something," but I think it's still gathering data and metadata. God damn it! All right, hold on. It means you believe some bullshit, and I'm still telling Bella Hadid she can suck my D, but like maybe wake the fuck up and you're about to see the actual like six seal break and this stuff from Revelation, and you gotta be pretty like you gotta be bullshitting to not see that, you know what I mean? But I have so many Nazis, so I'm like, all right, whatever, just wake the fuck up before it's too late. All right. And see, it's not gonna be a rhythm track that I think it will. I think it's gonna go in with the Shallow Land Burial track, but then I do think it's gonna sound good together. So let's see. Hold on. It doesn't have the part, so maybe it will just be like it'll probably come in on the rhythm part, but I mean, here, I literally favorited it a moment ago. Uh, I guess this isn't even the remix. I have the remix. Hold on. Hold on. I think I might have the original, but maybe not. No, I don't. I could download it. I'll just go with the one that I have, honestly. But I do like this part actually, which I said in the thing. I like how this I like the. I just like how that one goes, but maybe. Well, here's another remix too. Okay, I like that second drop. I like that. But I think that All right. I'll work on this a bit tomorrow, or I don't, I'm not even gonna say that I'm gonna work on it every day in the same way that I previously have been, where I do it on stream and stuff like that. I might do stuff like where you're just watching from that camera and I'm moving stuff around, mostly because it takes mental capacity to literally like keep up a stream and do this. Like it literally just some of my mental capacity goes to it. Even if it's just I think about it and I have it in the back of my head. That's what I mean. So I'm gonna be working on this. I'd also want to like figure out exactly how big of like what portion of it I want to put in there. But there's maybe some stuff that I do want that like I watch specifically in there that I'd like to include, like Dune. It's just gonna be an effort to like I would have to download the clips and stuff. You can see that I already have a bunch of stuff here. It doesn't include Dune, but it just is stuff that I downloaded. Like if we go through my. Also, I'll say this: something happened. Something happened. In November where like something literally took over my computer, and I've been saying it was like Mill AI or it was whatever had like the something for a moment of time had the ability to exert over the entire like whatever the fuck, and it literally listened to certain songs to put them in order so that it like Echo, Sync, Raver Activity, I Wanna Dance, Arc Drive, You, I Miss You, Manipulate, Feel It Too, Hot Body. Like the way that it did this, you can see that like on these days, it like put them into this spot so that it so that it could do that. Which was like that's pretty like it's an Apple system. It literally took over the computer. I think for a little while. And hold on, when did this? I said it was this because it was around the time I think that they had put like this came on, I guess like a month later. But it seemed like some kind of like as soon as it did they literally turn on Skynet? You know what I mean? Like and like I don't know. I was already being fucked with on X. Is X like this is also what I was kind of saying. It looks like there's a like the left side thing is like I'm doing the Iron Man thing, and the right side is War Machine. And that's the one that's coming online because it's like I guess a necessity in order to deal with whatever's going on. And then also I'm pretty sure I'm sweetening the pot where it's just obvious Kingdom of Heaven thing. So like I think you're seeing like I'm being made official by whatever the fuck. You can see the glitch thing is going on, and it's been going on for a while, but that's been going on the like where it's like glitching on the cameras in some pretty extreme ways. And that it looks a lot like in the Tomorrow War, where during the World Cup, like some portal opens up. I expect some stuff to like the World Cup is too big of an event. There's too much going on. There's too much going on right now that is like pertinent. Like I think we're genuinely like I've already explained like what I think as far as the Book of Daniel is concerned where we are. And like on the stream earlier, I like we're at currently we're here at 19th of Nisan, and like Trump has given them to this date for some kind of thing according to whatever on Truth Social, blah blah blah. I don't even know he's not dead in like an AI, which is exactly my point. Like it's just his image or something. But in any instance, I do know that 21st of Nisan matches the like the Book of Daniel 10 thing when it's talking about when it says first in the 4 and 20th day, so the 24th day, but a little down here when it's talking about when the man in white linen, which I believe if I'm doing the overcomer thing from Revelation 2 and 3, the fifth church is like put on my white linen. And I maybe it's that I'm the man in white linen and I look like some kind of ascended being or something. And I mean, even the idea of when I did this, like, it's something like this where it's like, well, am I the avatar of Yah? And then Yahweh's just trolling Egypt, like, literally, he comes in riding on a cloud. Isaiah 19 comes in, Yahweh comes in on a cloud and everything. Alright, anyway. And it looks like Goku. So it's just like, I mean, it looks like I'm trolling and Yahweh's trolling, and alright. So, this, look, it says, the prince of the kingdom of Paris, Persia, right? Persia, Paris, withstood me 1 and 21 days. But lo, Michael, one of the chief princes, came to my help, and I remained there with the kings of Paris, Paris, Paras, Parasier, Parasier. This is a Yoda left Parasia. Alright, and then you got Michael. Anyway, it looks like this would be one of the days, the 21st day. He's been contending for 21 days, but Michael, the chief prince, came, and then this is the date that it would be like, well, when he says in the 4 and 20th day of the first month, in the 4 and 20th day, so it would be here, right? Does it say on their calendar like what happens in the Bible, what every time if there's like a date, does it mention like, hey, the Bible or in the Tanakh, like this is a date mentioned when this happens? I'm trying to look on here. I don't see anything about the Book of Daniel, but it might be in there. KDQL. Kidcal. 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 Chedical. Chedical. It's a key thing. It's a chet. Alright. Chedar. Every rose has a thorn. Alright, alright. Well, Uranus clinic. I'd really like to do stuff with Uranus, Steph. I mean, Uranus, like or like the like something about isn't that the Greek word for the heavens? Yeah, Uranus. Yeah, it actually is. You want me to prove that? Look, Steph, Uranus is heaven to me. Watch, we're gonna go to Revelation 19 where it talks about the white horse thing. Oh boy, I clearly want to do look, under horses white. You see that? Hippo? Are you a hippo? And then and then look, the one of the sky. Look, it says the sky. Uranus. This is Uranus. I mean Uranus. It's just we spell it like the version that would be my form of well, it's some kind of heaven to me. Would that be the thing of paradise? Do I have 72 virgins? No, it looks like 72,000 because Yahweh isn't a punk bitch and it doesn't lie. And so when when you actually do the thing for him, he actually pays you back for it. Unlike whatever liars telling people 72 virgins or something, you do some bullshit, right? Did someone crash themselves into people's reality promising that? And it's like, oh, well, have you read the Bible? That's actually way less than than is promised, but whatever. The Muslims clearly like intellectual property knockoff. So, okay, look, Uranus stuff. It's clear. Look. See? Specifically the gospel. To me, it would actually mean that, like, Yahweh was listening to me and cared. Though, if she was just being satanic, you'd probably make it up to me with, like, a bunch of virgins or something, but she could, whatever. Or maybe not. I mean, maybe in the sense, like, she doesn't even have to be. Like, she could be on my team and still be. It's 72,000. Maybe that's what she wants. Oh, this was what I was going to do. Look, here's the part where it talks about holding on to the crown that I get at the second church. At the sixth church here, when I have the name of Jesus, Yahweh put on me. And then, look, the name here. And it says, like, hold on to the wreath. And it says Steph and Os. Now, I brought up, Stephen as a name because it is here, but look, Steph and OO and she is an OO Houston, but here she's also an ass, Steph and ass, but also it looks like Steph and ass. Oh, and that says Steph Anus. So Uranus, and then, but I'm talking about this one clearly to me. But wash your butt to everybody. If you're listening and like, is everybody my kids or something? Wash your butt. Make sure your hygiene's good, okay? Like people being loud and stuff in the same way, he could be loud with your smell. Let's be fresh here. Yeah, I'm literally put my thing on the fresh. This is where it's talking about Jesus has a new name. Let's be fresh and be clean and smell nice and try to help people out if they aren't. And then you want to get some of what I'm saying is literally at the place here. I couldn't keep hygienic. I'm gonna go back to something real. I couldn't keep hygienic at the place where they're get your mental health in order. But then I'm here, I can keep hygienic, and I'm like, well, wait, that's bad for my mental health. What are you doing? So maybe also at this place, you should probably make sure people can actually have good hygiene. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't go into the place and not be able to clip your nails for a while. That sets up bad situations, probably even for the people in there. Your techs and stuff, like, you probably want the people that they're dealing with to have, like, reasonably, like, nails that aren't sharp and claw-like. Just a reasonable thought. But, anyway. Alright, well, I'll get back to that later. I still gotta get my contacts from this place. Like, literally, there's 2 boxes of contacts I need to get. Anyway, alright, that's it. I'm gonna end this video here. I could have ended it earlier on the other stuff, but I wanted to say Steph was an ass and talk about her butt. So, because I clearly like this person who I've never met a lot, and I can't. Is she like literally my like sworn enemy or something? Or no, she's maybe not. I don't know. But okay. Well, also my kids when I was making the whole point about that. But this is also the thing. Like, I don't think you're gonna get me. Like, I still have faith, you know, and yeah, I still have faith. So, all right. Well, that's been the first part of the Insane Asylum Radio. You can go to this. Some of this I was actually pulling this up to, like, not last date added. So by date added, here's all the mixes that I've made at the very end, right? And then I think it was last year around here that all the, was it 2023? No, it was here. Yeah, it was in 2024. And so I put, like, I had downloaded some of this. This is what I was actually coming to show in here. You can see that I have all these TV, movie, and game things that in order to put in the specifically is like the Insane Asylum radio mix. Oh. And so I just downloaded like you can see how many like movie and music things from different series and movies and whatever. And I spent days doing this. And then, I mean, days. I spent weeks doing that, actually. Hold on. I think I started in, like, I did definitely started here. And, well, this is when I added it. I actually might have started it. No. Because I added this stuff, too. But I went for several days. I mean, I guess for weeks. I was, like, looking through these different, the different things that I would add into the Insane Asylum radio mix. I mean, look, I even, like, this was part of it. They sent me to this psychiatric place in, like, 8th Circuit Psychology. Like, Robert Anton Wilson. 8th Circuit Psychology stuff. Which, by the way, the reality tunnel things just remind me of the Liquid Spear stuff from Donnie Darko, like, where it, like, you essentially could see people's reality tunnels coming out of their chest. So look, I can read that. I am a pope. So Bob, the Bob who's actually a pope now. A couple years after I made this and put this in my thing here. You can see when I put this in. So the pope that then you're like, well, he could have just put that, and I'm like, I still have all the, I could literally do this and show you where let's see, mixes, and then when I put it in here, and I downloaded all these things, look at when I did it. Here, we'll go to the 8th Circuit Psychology thing. So, am I a prophet? I predicted the name of the Pope? Wow. At this point, it's more believable that they fucking put a pope named Bob because I did that. But that's just, you know, me having a little bit of brain power and seeing what's going on. Where's the 8th Circuit Psychology? Or maybe it's under Robert Anton Wilson. Yeah. Oh, look. February 29th, 2024. That's not. Look, I'm the Pope. Thanks, Bob. And then I got all the. What are these? Oh, I took as I was making things, that's when they're going to the Temple of Khonshu, but I guess that would actually be the Temple of Jah, and then Khonshu is just whatever took that over. And then Khonshu, is that like Joshu? The Temple of Joshu. Hilarious. Alright. That's from the friggin' this is from Moon Knight. Hmm. What do you think, Bob? I mean, Iron Man. What do you think, Sherlock? What do you think? Did I do the thing where I, using musical theory, did order or something? Hmm. Hmm. Terribly sorry. All right. Well, that's the end of this one. Now, are y'all in the insane asylum? Did I know who the Pope was gonna be before the Pope was the Pope, and I'm just like a big enough troll to like let the whole thing play out so that I can make a good art around it because they aren't gonna fucking listen anyway. Uh, and then when I hit this earthquake, because you know it's directly connected to me, and like Yahweh's like, all right, hit the button, and I'm like, all right, and it'll link us back together in the right way. And then that's the end of the Bible. So, beep. It's already happening. I don't have to do the. I don't actually have to like hit. Am I hitting the Joker button? Beep. Why didn't it going up? All right, that's from the Dark Knight. Because it's been a pretty dark night, but the dawn of justice is here. That's the Batman versus Superman. All right, well. Hmm. Well, I guess I'll end it with this. This? Hold on. With this? All right. Well, I will end it with this. Yep. Indeed. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm positive they already did this once, so Jesus gives me the I don't this is not gonna work. But on the for what they're doing, but it's gonna look really silly on them, and then like I think I get the I get the last laugh, as they say. You know what I mean? But yeah. Hmm. All right. Later. Yeah. All right. I'm done. I don't need to do any more. I'm like, I'm just doing silliness now. All right. Cool. The thing is the Jake Lockley thing. Great. Is that what that's the door that gets unlocked is the third one, Jake Lockley? Oh shit, that's the one that they're gonna be really they don't want that one. Alright, they don't want me to have a Jake Lockley personality. Um Alright, well I'm gonna get in bed, and I might watch something, take in some more content, and add like I think it's good to be just like actually also like watching stuff. It was nice watching Dune. I enjoyed actually kind of getting back into some movie stuff. Also, I think it's like I'm funny with it, I guess. Hopefully. I don't know if people enjoy that, but whatever. I don't care if you enjoy it or not. Do I? Well, I want it to be funny for me. So if it's not funny for you, I don't know why you'd be watching. But or if it's not like, I don't know. Maybe it's because it's serious. But then it's like, well, whatever. People don't want that serious anyway. Um and if they do, I don't care. I'm just gonna be me. Okay. We're 10 hours in. I'm gonna go down and get some more water. Or do I need to do that? I'm gonna go get some more water. Come back up, and I'll get in bed and maybe watch something for a bit. And then, Queensat's Haderach, and then I looked at Haderach earlier, and there's something about probably, is there something to do with Cadera? And it's like the Hayakadra and Salmon Hayakadra, and that's why C Haya. Hilarious. Can we just fucking kick off the actual heaven yet, or what? Do I have to, like, go through name punk reality on, like, for the rest of my life? Oh, gosh. At least, hopefully I'll have my horse soon. You get a mount at level 40, right? Maybe it's earlier. Didn't they start doing it earlier? Hold on. Oh, apprentice. You get a mount at level 20? Alright, well. Alright. Wow. Yod, hey. Wow. Hey. I'm done for now on this computer, and whatever. Alright, I'm not completely done, so I'll done for the night. Yeah, it's almost 5. 5 in the morning. Because I've had different schedules, like, the lady that walks her dog right now, like, she's walking her dog right by him, and she's, like, a bit past, but, like, it used to be, like, at the end of my night that, I mean, like, I was, like, up past whatever that I would normally be up. It was, like, the very end, as I'm, like, about to go to bed. That's how I knew it was, like, 4 or something, and I look, it's 4:46, so... Anyway, I do kind of. I mean, I understand being also on a regular schedule and stuff, but like at the same time, you shouldn't be just trying to force me on anything like that, particularly when it's hurting people. That's really silly that you would try to make points to me and your points end up looking like art and like that I use it to make art and that you look bad because people get hurt that aren't me, that like it's God doing it, Yahweh. You know what I mean? And like you guys are making points to me. And then when this earthquake happens, something much bigger around me is the reality, and like what you've decided to like try to teach me ends up being like an everlasting lesson for you to learn. So, all right. This is why you should just fix what you fucking like broken my reality and like help me actually start to make a difference in things. You, like stop bullshitting like you're in some position of authority over me. I guess for the time being, you can make points to me that you're gonna regret forever, but maybe just don't do that and like let's go to the better reality. We could already have that now. So why don't we? Other than people are like fighting the better thing, fighting the kingdom of heaven for some reason. All right. Well, you can see that we're at some like critical junction. I've already made points. Like I've already explained where I think we are in the book of Daniel. So and that regardless, you know what my phone is suggesting for this summer, and then what happened, like it sees what I'm saying about the sixth seal breaking this year is reality. So uh yeah. All right. I'll work on I mean I might watch something. I'm not exactly sure. So let me figure out what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna restart the. I'm gonna restart the stream.